The attack marks a sharp escalation in hostilities between the two neighbors, with repeated cross-border strikes since late February. The ongoing clashes have also derailed a ceasefire brokered just months ago, with global calls for de-escalation so far going unanswered. As rescue efforts continue, the rising civilian toll is intensifying fears of a wider conflict in the region.
Emboldened by Minab massacre, Pakistan kills 400 in Kabul hospital. Now, Pakistan's airstrikes on a Kabul hospital have killed at least 400 civilians, including patients at a drug rehabilitation center, according to Afghanistan's Taliban government. The attack has sparked widespread condemnation, with the Taliban accusing Pakistan of targeting innocent civilians and committing a war crime. Now, Pakistan denies the allegations, claiming it targeted only militant infrastructure. Take a look at Ornab's explosive take on the intensifying Afghanistan-Pakistan war.
The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is, by all accounts, intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians. Pakistan is afraid of the Taliban and therefore has displayed its mentality by targeting only civilian sites. I repeat, only civilian sites, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital. And in the worst incident, they have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul late Monday night. What is important about the visuals that you're seeing here is that this is a hospital that has been targeted by Pakistan. This is exactly and similar to and happening just a few days after the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked 170 schoolgirls in Minab in Iran. 170 schoolgirls killed in Minab in Iran, and the Americans said that they cannot confirm or deny that it was their Tomahawk that killed it. But the graves of 170 schoolgirls in Iran, the visuals from Minab, prove that this was a direct double, triple tap attack on a school in Iran. And after the first hit, there was a second and third hit so that a maximum number of schoolgirls would die. Ladies and gentlemen, emboldened by what Trump has done, and I repeat, emboldened by what Trump has done, and perhaps inspired by it, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. Multiple hospital rooms are seen in the footage. I will now show you the pictures of the hospital having been attacked. You will see the debris there. People are speaking to a doctor, like family members of the injured are standing there. The reporter is entering a room where injured patients are lying on hospital beds. In one room, there are about 8 beds that you are seeing there. One patient speaks to the reporter. His name is Rehab. He says he was admitted to a hospital along with other civilians at a time when the Pakistanis targeted the hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very serious crime of war. There is a deliberate targeting of a hospital. The Pakistanis say they thought that this was a military center. But ladies and gentlemen, this was a running hospital that had earlier been run by NATO. And if 400 people have been killed in a hospital by the Pakistani military, by the Pakistani army, then they owe an explanation to the people across the world, just as much as the Americans owe an explanation for killing 170 schoolgirls, ladies and gentlemen. 170 schoolgirls killed in Iran by America, and 400 people in a hospital killed by Pakistan in Kabul. Both have consequences. The important thing to understand is that there have been multiple attempts to negotiate between Iran and Pakistan. Turkey has tried to intervene, the Qataris have tried to intervene, the Saudis have tried to intervene, but Pakistan has been putting forward bizarre demands. There is a lot of hard evidence that is now emerging against Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. But this is the narrative they're hiding behind. This was not a terrorist training camp or a Taliban center targeted by the Pakistanis. This was just a hospital targeting people who are fighting hard against disease, against injuries, is the most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asif Munir?
All right, we have another big breaking news coming in just now. Now, senior Iranian figures have paid high-level tributes following the death of the nation's top security official, that is Ali Larijani, who was killed during a military strike carried out by the Israeli and US forces. Now, Larijani, who served as the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, was killed late on Monday alongside his son Mortaza Larijani and his SNSC deputy Ali Reza Bayat. Now, several security personnel also lost their lives in the incident. Now, in a formal condolence message, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian expressed deep grief over the loss, describing Larijani as a virtuous, a precious and dear brother. Now, top Iranian leaders have promised severe revenge. Now, Iran has warned US, Israel, and they are claiming that we will take revenge and we are taking revenge. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the latest wave has also been launched by Iran. This is the 61st wave that has been launched by Iran, targeted towards Israel, and there is some damage also being done as per the latest reports. Now, this comes after Ali Larijani has been killed. Iran now vows revenge, and they're claiming that we are taking revenge and we will take revenge. Iran vows retaliation on Larijani's death. Now, several security personnel were also killed in that incident when Larijani was killed. But viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in at this moment. US President Donald Trump described the ongoing US-Israel military operations against Iran as proceeding very well, warning that Tehran must not be allowed to obtain nuclear weapons and that it would take at least a decade to rebuild whatever has been destroyed in the course of bombing across the region. Now, Donald Trump further said that it would take 10 years, that is a decade, to rebuild the damage that had been done to Iran. He also added that he believes measures need to be made more permanent so that no other president has to face the same situation. So this is Donald Trump lauding the US-Israel military operation against Iran, and they are saying that operations against Iran proceeding very well, and the damage that has been done, it will take 10 years for repairs.
Military operation to you, but do you not have a day after plan? And if so, what is your day after plan for Iran?
Well, we have a lot. Look, if we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet. But we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. But right now, they've been decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support, but we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news coming in at this moment, and this is Cuban president retorts to US President Trump's threat. Now, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has issued a statement reacting to the claims by US President Donald Trump. He says the US publicly threatens Cuba almost daily with overthrowing the constitutional order by force now, and that it uses an outrageous pretext, the harsh limitations of the weakened economy that they have attacked and sought to isolate for more than 6 decades. Now, they intend and announce plans to seize the country, its resources, its properties, and even the very economy. They seek to strangle, to make us surrender. Only in this way can the fierce economic war be explained, which is applied as collective punishment against the entire people. In the face of the worst scenario, Cuba is accompanied by a certainty: any external aggressor will clash with an impregnable resistance. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a new geopolitical flashpoint is brewing as Donald Trump has made provocative remarks on Cuba, even hinting at taking the island nation, triggering a sharp reaction from Russia. Watch this report.
Fresh tensions are brewing in the Caribbean as sharp rhetoric and power play politics push Cuba into the global spotlight. US President Donald Trump has said that Cuba is in a very bad shape and confirmed that talks are underway. adding that Washington will be doing something very soon. Trump went a step further, saying he expects to have the honor of taking Cuba, calling it a weakened nation amid its deepening economic and energy crisis.
I think Cuba, I don't know, is in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good honor. It's a big honor.
The remarks have drawn strong global reactions, with Russia coming out firmly in support of Cuba. Moscow expressed unwavering solidarity with Havana and condemned what it called interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign nation. Russia also warned against intimidation and unilateral actions, calling the situation around Cuba deeply concerning. As tensions rise, the situation is adding a new dimension to global fault lines, with Cuba once again at the center of a geopolitical power play.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a shocking exit from the heart of America's counter-terror setup. Now, as top counter-terrorism official Joe Kent has resigned, openly disagreeing with Donald Trump's decision to strike Iran and questioning the very basis of the war. Let's have a look at the special report.
Joe Kent, director of the National Counterterrorism Center, has stepped down from his position, saying he could not support the administration's actions against Iran in good conscience. In a sharp statement, Kent claimed that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States and alleged that the conflict was driven by pressure from Israel and its American lobby. Kent, who was confirmed just last year, headed a key agency responsible for tracking and assessing global terror threats, making his resignation a significant blow to the administration. His exit also signals unease within segments of Trump's support base, with questions now emerging even from within the broader right over the justification for the Iran strikes. Trump has hit back strongly, dismissing Kent's concerns and defending the decision to strike Iran. Trump mentioned that he always thought that Kent was weak on security, and it's a good thing that he's out.
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was.
The resignation underscores growing divisions in Washington over the Iran conflict and raises fresh questions over the intelligence and strategy behind America's military moves.
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Iran's 61st wave of strikes, the part of Operation True Promise 4, has hit Israel, killing 2 people in Ramat Gan, a dense urban area near Tel Aviv. The Iranian forces launched medium-range ballistic missiles, including Khorramshahr 4, carrying submunitions, causing damage to multiple sites in central Israel, including Tel Aviv's Savidor Central train station. Now, the strikes have disrupted transit hubs, damaged residential neighborhoods, and left debris scattered across the area, with emergency crews searching for additional casualties. Now, these are the visuals on your screen, the trains being hit and the vehicles being hit. Now, the war as it enters another day, and this is the 61st wave of strikes. After Ali Larijani has been eliminated, he has been killed. Now, Iran had vowed that it will take revenge, and it is taking revenge. These are the visuals of the aftermath of Iran's 61st wave of strikes, the part of They're part of Operation True Promise 4, which has hit Israel, killing 2 people in Ramat Gan, a dense urban area near Tel Aviv. So a dense area was hit in that region, and this has created all this which is on your screen. The Iranian forces launched medium-range ballistic missiles. All right, viewers. Now, the war between Israel and Hezbollah is intensifying as shelling was heard and seen across southern Lebanon yesterday. The Israeli military says it has deployed additional troops and that they are also aware that Hezbollah plans to launch rockets again towards Israel. Let us take a look at the full story.
Heavy shelling heard across southern Lebanon throughout the day. The Israeli military says more ground troops have now been deployed as part of an ongoing operation. Israel's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, has made it clear that the offensive is far from over.
נמשיך לפגוע באופן רציף ומתמשך בחיזבאללה ובשלוחות איראן בלבנון עד להשגת היעד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו. בימים הקרובים נתגבר את גזרת הצפון בעוד סד"כ ויכולות. נפעל מול חיזבאללה מחריב לבנון, זרועו של משמרות המהפכה בלבנון. נרחיב את המערכה עד להסרת האיום.
An early morning airstrike destroyed a building near the city of Sidon in Lebanon. Israel says that the target was linked to Hezbollah activity in the area and that a warning was issued before the strike. Hezbollah, meanwhile, has continued launching rockets and drones towards northern Israel. Lebanon's health ministry says that Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 800 people and wounded over 200 others. For the civilians, however, the war shows no signs of easing, leaving families displaced in an already fragile region pushed closer to the brink.
All right, viewers, now while preliminary investigation and media reports clearly indicated that the school in Minab, Iran was struck by a US Tomahawk missile, Republic brings to you a ground report from Ground Zero, bringing you the exclusive visuals from the site that was struck by the US strikes, a large compound which allegedly was used by Iranian military, a site where 160 children were killed. Watch this exclusive ground report.
What you can see behind me is Shajarat Tayyibah School in Minab city, which was airstrike on the first day of the war in Iran, February 28, around 11:20 a.m. And the place here was a strike. And based on our investigations and the evidence we have reviewed so far, this school is located inside a very large compound that is now considered a cultural complex, and it includes the school, a football field, and a gym, and a car wash, even a home applicants store. But about 15 years ago, or about 20 years ago even, this area used to be a military base, and even going further back there, around 1980 to 1987, the Iranian soldiers were trained here during the war Iran and Iraq. But on the day that the attack happened here, 408 people were present in the school, and out of them, more than 160 were killed. And according to the footage from local cameras and the attack, we could see it happened in 2 stages. The first missile was about the upper part of the school, and it caused damage on the top floor. And then families and local residents here, they rushed in to help the children. But then tragically, the second missile struck fully and directly inside the school. I'm gonna show you the impact of the second missile here happened inside the school. This is a deep hole inside here.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, sources confirm Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups. Drone operation Angle under probe. And also, big setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi is set to join BJP.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसार ही होगा। चिंता कुमार गिरा नीचे। अब फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला। ऐसा बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Iran has vowed retaliation after the death of the security chief. Iran says there will be a heavy price to pay. We'll get to all this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Iran rejects de-escalation. Reports say Iran has announced 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the martyrdom of security chief. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by a US-Israeli projectile.
And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Sources confirm to Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups. Drone operation Angle is now under probe. Ukraine lodges protest over NIA arrest, seeks immediate release of its 6 nationals. Setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. Senior Congress leader Pradyut Brodolai is set to join the BJP. Getting something breaking is coming in. Iran's 61st wave of strikes, part of Operation True Promise 4, has hit Israel, killing 2 people in Ramat Gan, a dense urban area near Tel Aviv. The Iranian forces launched medium-range ballistic missiles, including a missile called the Khorram Sheher 4, carrying ammunition, submunitions, causing damage to multiple sites in central Israel, including Tel Aviv's Salvador Central train station. The strikes have disrupted transit hubs, damaged residential neighborhoods, and left debris scattered across the area, with emergency crews searching for additional casualties. So Iran launches 61st wave of strike. Okay, let's put out some pictures which are coming in for you. So we can see that the 2 visuals on the screen, left and right, significant damage in Tel Aviv, Israel, because we also saw, like we told our viewers, that Iran is promising deeper strikes into Israel. Iran's army leader has vowed decisive retaliation after the death of the security chief in Israeli strikes. Iran's army chief is saying there will be a decisive response to the killing of security chief in overnight Israeli strikes. And once again, Iran has launched a new wave of strikes on Israel, and that has inflicted heavy damage, as you can see on your screens. Israel has carried out one of its most high-profile strikes, killing one of Iran's senior politicians near Tehran, and also the head of Iran's Basij force, Gholam Reza Soleimani. Now, Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, say the strike was precise and intelligence-based, and it's part of a broader effort to dismantle Iran's regime. The killing marks a major escalation, which could push the conflict further. Here's more on the story.
A senior Iranian politician taken out at the heart of Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu first claimed that Ali Larijani was killed in a precision airstrike near Tehran, a calculated hit on one of Iran's senior leaders.
הבוקר חיסלנו את עלי לריג'ני. עלי לריג'ני זה הבוס של משמרות המהפכה, שזה חבורת הגנגסטרים שמנהלת בפועל את איראן. אנחנו חיסלנו לצידו גם את מפקד הבסיס, זה העוזרים של הגנגסטרים, שהם מפיצים טרור ברחובות טהרן וערים אחרות של איראן נגד האוכלוסייה. גם שם אנחנו פועלים מהאוויר עם מטוסים של חיל האוויר, עם כטב"מים, וגם שם פועלים.
Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar also claimed that the head of the Basij force, Gholam Reza Soleimani, was also killed. He also warned Mujtaba Khamenei, saying that all he can do is hide.
Last night, the IDF took out commander of the Basij, Soleimani, and his deputy and secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani. The Iranians are also safer without them. By the way, we still haven't seen Mujtaba. Wouldn't you like to see him, Minister? He should show his face. He can hide, he can continue to hide, but to show his face, because it's beginning to be embarrassing for this regime.
Both men were also linked to Iran's crackdown on protests earlier this year, killing several hundreds of people in the process. Among many other top leaders, Larijani's death has stripped Iran of key pillars of its political and security leadership. Sa'ar, however, said that Iran's regime can only be toppled by the citizens of Iran.
The Basij used cruel and violent methods against their own people. In January, the regime butchered probably over 30,000 Iranians. Our actions are weakening its repression mechanism. The regime can only be toppled by the Iranian people. Yet, without external help, the Iranian people cannot liberate themselves.
Amid speculations, Iran has confirmed the death of Ali Larijani in US-Israeli attack. The killing of Larijani was confirmed by a post on Larijani's social media platform X and by the Iranian media. With over 1,300 people reportedly killed in Iran since the war began, the war enters a more dangerous phase, with senior figures in Iran's leadership being targeted and Iran launching strikes all across West Asia. The outcome remains uncertain.
Getting some breaking news coming in. Sensex and Nifty open higher. Sensex up 300 points, Nifty jumps 100 points. All eyes on the US Fed meeting and the rate revision decision. Meanwhile, Indian rupee opens lower against the US dollar, whereas the crude prices are about $92 per barrel and Brent above $100 per barrel mark. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. I think we have Pranav with us from our Republic business team. All right, let's go to Pranav. He's on the phone line. Pranav, a very good morning to you. It looks like there has been an ease there when it comes to the Indian markets. We also know that there has been a lot of movement when it comes to the crude oil prices, and those are also being tracked by the Indian markets. Yes, go ahead.
Well, absolutely. It looks like the stock markets across the globe have kind of overlooked or have accepted, the Iran-US-Israel war as the new normal, because what we're seeing in the Asian markets right now is South Korea's Kospi is in fact leading the gains across Asia with about 3% higher. All the other markets, Japan's Nikkei, Australia's S&P ASX 200 and Hong Kong's Hang Seng are all up. Primarily because of two reasons. One is that the markets are expecting the U.S. Federal Reserve will keep the interest rate unchanged between 3.5 to 3.75% today. That's one. And the second is, in fact, Japan's export data came out, and that exports have shown that about 4.2% higher from last February. So it looks that the first export data that has come from an important market shows that despite the global pressures and despite turmoil as well as tariffs, exports are higher than what was there in a year ago period. So markets are considering these as positive signals, and global markets, including Indian markets, have jumped.
Right, and the U.S. Fed has started its two-day monetary policy meeting. So there's a close eye on that from the Indian side, Pranav. If you could just help our viewers understand why that is significant.
Because the U.S. Federal Reserve, the interest rates decided by the U.S. Federal Reserve, in turn affect how the global investors look at the returns on their money. And when foreign portfolio investors have extra cash in their hands, what they necessarily do is invest in other markets. So global markets across the world watch this decision very carefully, because the U.S. interest rate decision necessarily decides how much money investors, how much loose cash investors really get, how much attractive, what sort of investment, if it's bond, if it's metals, if it's commodities, if it's equities, investors are left with a more probable decision or more cash in hand to invest. So the global markets definitely and carefully watch this decision. What we are looking at is the U.S. Fed is expected to keep the rate unchanged between 3.5 to about 3.75% on Wednesday.
All right, well, thank you for giving us all those details, Pranav. We see that Republic Business Market Tracker showing a bit of an ease there in the Indian markets. So getting some more updates coming in. The Jug Ladki has arrived at Mundra Port single point mooring just a short while back, carrying 80,800 tons of crude oil. The berthing process is underway and expected to take a few more hours. This is a significant development which is coming considering the vessel's safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz amidst tensions in the region. The Indian government has taken measures to ensure the vessel's safe arrival, including arranging documentation and priority berthing. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. So this is coming in very good news, because coming in the LPG supply shortage. Another Indian flag oil tanker, this is the Jug Ladki, which you see on your screens, has just arrived. It's reached Mundra Port in Gujarat. after completing its journey from the UAE. And this oil tanker had departed from Fujairah port on Sunday morning, a day after the port's oil terminal came under attack, temporarily disrupting operations. Okay, let's go to Surali, who's joining us live. Surali, you have been tracking these tankers. You've been tracking these oil tankers, and this is the crude oil tanker, Jag Ladki, carrying a lot of crude oil. This is very important, because...
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you.
Yes, go ahead.
At Mundra Port, Jag Ladki, the container arrived at around 6 a.m. in the morning, and according to the port authorities, I just had a word with them. According to them, the berthing process is underway right now. And in few hours, it will be completed. So Jag Ladki was carrying around about 8,100 tons of crude oil. And this is a kind of third ship which we have been tracking. We have been tracking this story consistently, and this is a third ship. And let me tell you, at UAE's port, wherein the ship was docked at that time, at the same time, the UAE port was being attacked by the missiles and bombs, and still it was safely escorted by. Then, and after that, it passed Strait of Hormuz with the back channel diplomacy and talks, consistent rounds of dialogue that have been conducted by Indian government with Iranian authorities. And as we have been saying throughout the story, that this is the power of diplomacy and having a stand at global level. In all this conflict times, we have been on board with all the three countries. We have our businesses with all the three countries, may it be US, Israel, or Iran. And we know that Strait of Hormuz is one of the busiest straits, and 1/5 of the global oil transit passes through the same strait. And even though with our efforts, Indian government has made it possible that third ship from the entire fleet of Indian containers, third ship has arrived at the Mundra port in Gujarat at the SPM point, which is inside the sea, and the berthing process is under.
Right. Surali, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second there. I just want our viewers to look at the images on their screen. So these are all three vessels which have been docked. Let's start with Shivalik and Nanda Devi. These are two Indian flag LPG carriers, Shivalik and Nanda Devi. They transported a combined 92,000 metric tons of LPG through the Strait of Hormuz. One vessel reached Mundra. Other one arrived in India a day later. So we have those three vessels. Jag Ladki has also been docked. Surali was talking about that, the latest vessel which has come in. This is a crude oil tanker. Very important, because all three of these vessels are helping solve India's energy shortage due to the situation which is evolving in the Middle East. Let's go back to Surali. Surali, help our viewers understand a little bit more about how these three tankers, which have finally arrived after a lot of diplomatic talks, it was a lot of effort from our Indian side. However, they did help these vessels cross over from the Strait of Hormuz and other areas into the Indian shores. How did that happen, and why is it significant for our energy reserves?
Definitely. So as I was talking, that one important point in this entire diplomatic talks is that this is not a blanket arrangement for all the ships or containers which are still stuck at the Strait of Hormuz. But Indian government has taken a very individualistic approach in clearing the ships from the same Strait of Hormuz. And also government has informed that more than 20 containers and vessels are still from Indian fleet are stuck in the Persian Gulf on the western side of the Strait of Hormuz, and consistently these efforts are being put. Now, if we talk about the numbers, as we were saying, Shivalik and Nanda Devi brought 92,700 metric tons, which matches 1.5 days, approximately 1.5 days of requirement of entire nation. On the other hand, 80,800 metric tons of crude oil. So indefinitely it is going to contribute to the current energy or fuel crisis for that matter. And already the government has said that more efforts are underway and more ships and containers can be expected soon.
All right. Well, thank you, Surali, for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. All three vessels are docked on Indian shores, and there was a huge diplomatic effort which was taken from the Indian side to let this happen successfully. Now, 7 foreign nationals picked up from across India are now at the center of what investigations are leading to, and they're calling it a serious and potentially far-reaching plot to destabilize the country. In a major crackdown, the National Investigation Agency has arrested 1 American, 6 Ukrainian nationals accused of illegally entering the sensitive border areas and allegedly linking up with armed groups across the India-Myanmar border. Sources say the group was not just moving covertly, but may have been involved in training insurgents and other nefarious activities. Take a look at this report.
7 foreign nationals picked up from across the country, now at the center of a plot to destabilize India. An American national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, along with 6 Ukrainians arrested in a coordinated operation by NIA, now in custody until March 27th. Investigators say the group entered India on tourist visas on different dates, flew into Guwahati, travelled to Mizoram without permits, and then illegally crossed into Myanmar. Their mission: to conduct pre-planned training for Myanmar-based armed groups. The probe has also uncovered a drone supply trail. Huge consignments of drones sourced from Europe, routed through India and delivered to armed groups across the border. But the biggest question mark surrounds the American national identified as Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, a political science graduate with a history of being embedded in war zones from Syria and Iraq to Libya and Afghanistan. He is believed to have trained rebel groups in multiple conflict zones and even enlisted with the Ukrainian army in 2022. The NIA now has their custody, with interrogation likely to uncover the largest conspiracy, funding routes and masterminds. Republic's editor-in-chief spoke to the former RNAW chief Vikram Sood on the debate. Vikram Sood said that this may not be the only group operating.
I don't know this particular case, but the thing is that the fact that these people were there clandestinely, without permit, is a case for suspicion straight away. And when you get into situations like this, why would a Ukrainian at all want to go to Guwahati and go into Mizoram, etc., unless there is a particular motive? However, the authorities will find out what's going on. Maybe we'll get to know, maybe we will not get to know. My main worry is also that this may not be the only group.
More questions will be answered as probe into what seems a global destabilization plot unfolds.
A major political churn is underway in Assam ahead of the elections. It's a big setback to the Congress, though. Senior Congress leader and Nagaon MP Pradyut Bordoloi has resigned from the party and is now set to join the BJP. Sources indicate that Bordoloi has already been in touch with top BJP leadership, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, with his former induction likely very soon. His exit comes amid growing internal rifts within the Assam Congress, with many leaders raising concerns about neglect and lack of coordination within the party. Take a look at this report.
Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi has resigned from the party, stepping down from all positions and primary membership. BJP sources say he is set to join the party shortly and may be fielded in the upcoming Assam Assembly elections, with meetings held with top leadership. His move comes amid a series of exits from the Congress in Assam, signaling a widening internal crisis.
इस प्रकार के खबरों का मैं निंदन करता हूं। बार बार असम के मुख्यमंत्री मीडिया के द्वारा हमारे वरिष्ठ सांसद प्रद्युत बोरदोलोई पर राजनीतिक रूप से दाग लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं, उनकी छवि को हनन करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अभी मैं और हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी जितेंद्र सिंह जी प्रद्युत बोरलो जी से मिल के आए और एक व्यापक चर्चा आने वाले चुनाव में कौन से वो बातों विषयों के साथ हम लोगों के पास जाएंगे और नए असम की क्या कल्पना हम कर रहे हैं उसको लेकर हमने एक व्यापक चर्चा की है।
And just last month, former Assam Congress chief Bhupen Kumar Bora also resigned from the party after a 32-year association.
Getting you more coming in, viewers. Iran rejects de-escalation. Reports say Iran has announced the 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the martyrdom of its security chief, Larijani. Stay tuned. And Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। चिंता कुमार गिरा नीचे गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला 1000 টাকা গাড়ি মাথা
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां.
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से. MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है. ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू. अरे आलू से नहीं होगा. तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे. अब फिर गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला 1000 का गाड़ी मारता.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers and a very good morning. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and this morning we will be diving deep into all the latest details in the latest waves of strikes in the war in Iran and more. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Iran rejects de-escalation. Reports say Iran has announced 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for martyrdom of Security Chief Larijani. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by a US-Israeli projectile.
Long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
There's no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Sources confirm Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups a drone operation angle under probe. Ukraine lodges protest over NIA arrest, seeks immediate release of its 6 nationals. Setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi said to join BJP. All right, Iran's 61st wave of strikes, a part of Operation True Promise 4, has hit Israel, killing 2 people in Ramat Gan, a dense urban area near Tel Aviv. This is a big breaking coming in. The Iranian forces have launched medium-range ballistic missiles, including the Khorramshahr 4, carrying sub-munitions, causing damage to multiple sites in central Israel, including Tel Aviv's Savidor Central train station. The strikes have disrupted transit hubs, damaged residential neighborhoods, and left debris scattered across the area, with emergency crews searching for additional casualties. Also surfacing is the visuals of the IDF commander at Ramat Gan from the very site of the impact in Tel Aviv. All right, viewers, these are the visuals coming in from Tel Aviv as Iran has struck the central part of Tel Aviv in Israel. A central train station, substation has also been struck in this. You can see fires in the background still burning, and you can see all of these debris fallen on the ground. This has definitely obstructed with transit in the area, and this is coming after Israel has claimed that is one of its leaders, Larijani, has been killed. And this is one of these retaliatory attacks from Iran striking the central train station in Tel Aviv. This is a region in central Tel Aviv in Israel. You can see firefighters carrying out rescue operations, searching for casualties in this area. This train station has been struck by a missile named as the Khorramshahr 4. This has struck this station. All right, moving on. The war between Israel and Hezbollah is intensifying as shelling was heard and seen across southern Lebanon yesterday. The Israeli military says it has deployed additional troops and that they are also aware that Hezbollah plans to launch rockets again towards Israel. Let us take a look at the full story.
Heavy shelling heard across southern Lebanon throughout the day. The Israeli military says more ground troops have now been deployed as part of an ongoing operation. Israel's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, has made it clear that the offensive is far from over.
נמשיך לפגוע באופן רציף ומתמשך בחיזבאללה ובשלוחות איראן בלבנון עד להשגת היעד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו. בימים הקרובים נתגבר את גזרת הצפון בעוד סד"כ ויכולות. נפעל מול חיזבאללה מחריב לבנון, זרועו של משמרות המהפכה בלבנון. נרחיב את המערכה עד להסרת האיום.
An early morning airstrike destroyed a building near the city of Sidon in Lebanon. Israel says that the target was linked to Hezbollah activity in the area and that a warning was issued before the strike. Hezbollah, meanwhile, has continued launching rockets and drones towards northern Israel. Lebanon's health ministry says that Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 800 people and wounded over 200 others. For the civilians, however, the war shows no signs of easing, leaving families displaced in an already fragile region pushed closer to the brink.
All right, we have some latest news coming in this time from Beirut. An Israeli raid targeted a residential building in the Bashura area of Beirut. This comes after a series of Israeli attacks on residential areas in the capital of Lebanon, in Beirut. You can see visuals of smoke rising up the skies, thick black smoke rising up the skies. Attacks continue to dominate residential areas. Israel has struck in Lebanon once again. Beirut has been one of the key focus in this current crisis, in this current conflict in the region. Israel has repeatedly targeted Beirut, mostly targeted residential areas, in fact, targeting Hezbollah centers. In fact, this is coming in latest from Lebanon. In Beirut, you can see this thick black smoke after a Beirut building has been struck.
مشاهد نحن على الهواء اوكي الله يبشروا لك قد ايه بدك اقول له قد ايه انت بدك
All right, moving on. Norway's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues a statement on the Kabul attack. Norway strongly regretting casualties at the drug rehabilitation center that was killed recently in the Pakistani airstrike in Kabul hospital. Norway's minister says that parties must respect proportionality and precaution. Medical facilities and patients should never be bombed. We urge a restraint and dialogue to end hostilities and address cross-border security concerns. This is coming 2 days after Pakistan has struck a hospital, killing 400 people in Kabul, and Norwegian minister condemning the attack on a civilian structure, killing 400 people, condemning the attack on a rehab center where people were undergoing treatment. All right, moving on to the next story. Afghanistan has accused Pakistan of carrying out a deadly airstrike on a hospital in Kabul, with officials claiming at least 400 people have been killed. The strike, which reportedly hit a drug rehabilitation facility, marks a sharp escalation in tensions between the two countries. Let's take a look at this full report.
Rescue teams are racing against time in Kabul after an overnight airstrike hit a major drug rehabilitation hospital, leaving widespread destruction. Afghan officials claim at least 400 people have been killed and around 250 injured, with many still trapped under the rubble of the 2,000-bed facility. The strike reportedly took place yesterday, with large sections of the hospital reduced to debris.
بيقى تقريبا بجا ولي لنحو جوب شاقا في باكستان جت الوتكو پر دغه معتادين او شفاخانه د بده باندې بمبار وکړو نو تقریبا په دې کې شاخه درنیم 400 کسان شهیدان څنګه د شپې تر خاور لاندې ودلته موږ رالو نو تقریبا سیدرا خپل خو به زیات شهیدان ول لا تیر په شان سره سیداسي معلومي ویني بعض جسدونه وسم تر خاور لاندې دي او د شپې د کرنګو د دوه په ذریعہ سره بعض شهیدان نه وېستلو.
The attack marks a sharp escalation in hostilities between the two neighbors, with repeated cross-border strikes since late February. The ongoing clashes have also derailed a ceasefire brokered just months ago, with global calls for de-escalation so far going unanswered. As rescue efforts continue, the rising civilian toll is intensifying fears of a wider conflict in the region.
While preliminary investigation and media reports clearly indicate that the school in Minab in Iran was struck by a U.S. Tomahawk missile, Republic brings to you a ground report from Ground Zero. We bring you the exclusive visuals from the site that was struck by the U.S. strikes, a large compound which allegedly was used by Iranian military, a site where 160 children were killed. Watch this exclusive ground report for the full story.
What you can see behind me is Shajarat Tayyibeh School in Minab city, which was airstrike on the first day of the war in Iran, February 28, around 11:20 a.m. And the place here was a strike. And based on our investigations and the evidence we have reviewed so far, this school is located inside a very large compound that is now considered a cultural complex, and it includes the school, a football field, and a gym, and a car wash, even a home applicants store. But about 15 years ago, or about 20 years ago even, this area used to be a military base, and even going further back there, around 1980 to 1987, the Iranian soldiers were trained here during the war Iran and Iraq. But on the day that the attack happened here, 408 people were present in the school, and out of them, more than 160 were killed. And according to the footage from local cameras and the attack, we could see it happened in two stages. The first missile was about the upper part of the school, and it caused damage on the top floor. And then families and local residents here, they rushed in to help the children. But then tragically, the second missile struck fully and directly inside the school. I'm gonna show you the impact of the second missile here happened inside the school. This is a deep hole inside here. And unfortunately, this circle you can see here was exactly on the fourth grade classroom in this school. So there have been no remains of these students' body for the families. I mean, some families right now, they have no grave for their child because there is no remains of their body. Since this missile, the second missile, happened with more explosion, so the bodies all are burned fully. And I need to tell you, the initial death toll was reported as 168, mostly children between 7 to 11 years old, and with some teachers and even families alongside them, and even more than around 100 injuries, and even more than 100 injured reported. But as I speak to you right now, more than 20 of those injured bodies reportedly died. So we are still waiting for an updated number from official officers. And at this point, it appears that this attack, which obviously is a criminal and a war crime against the children and humanity, and a violation of children's rights, that have been carried out based on maybe outdated or incorrect military intelligence. But still here is a serious question that why exactly on the first day and after attacking the most important and highest profile and most strategic place in Tehran, which was the home of the supreme leader of Iran, then right after 2 hours, they targeted this school in 2 stages, not even once, but 2 times. So obviously, we can't say clearly it was a mistake, but the investigations are still ongoing to understand whether it was initial or a mistake.
And that's not all, viewers. Iran is doing considerable damage in Israel as well. We also bring you another exclusive ground report by Nicole Yohin from the train station that was struck by Iranian ballistic missile with cluster munition in Tel Aviv in Israel. Let's take a look.
This popular train station next to Tel Aviv became a target of Iranian ballistic missile that had on it cluster munition, illegal munition, and just one part of that fell here through this roof, as you can see, and it exploded here. On this platform, usually there are hundreds, even thousands of people, but just by fortune, today there are no people here because the train station was closed due to a lack of security forces. Many of the guards are also serving in the reserves of the Israeli military. That's why this train station was closed. Just because of that, it is not a tragedy with a lot of casualties, because probably not everybody could run to the shelter downstairs on time, and the shelter even not big enough, I think, for so many people that are usually here on a busy hours. And this is the destruction that you can see just from one part of the missile. See how huge and massive is the damage just from one part of the cluster munition of the ballistic missile of Iran. Nicole Yohin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
All right, now shifting the focus in Nigeria, a deadly wave of suspected suicide bombings has struck the northeastern part of Nigeria. At least 23 people were killed and more than 100 injured after coordinated explosions ripped through the Maiduguri city. The attacks targeted crowded civilian areas. Let's take a look at the full story.
A series of powerful explosions tore through Maiduguri late Monday evening. The first blast hit the entrance of a teaching hospital around 7:30 p.m. Within minutes, 2 more explosions followed at a crowded market and a nearby business district. The attack struck at peak hours when residents were out shopping and moving through busy streets. At least 23 people were killed and more than 100 injured after coordinated explosions. Emergency responders and security forces rushed in, evacuating victims and transporting the wounded to nearby hospitals. Residents described heartbreaking scenes with families searching for loved ones and bodies recovered from the blast sites. By morning, security had been tightened across Maiduguri with heavy deployment at key locations.
saboda wannan abun da ya fito gani yau da gobe ya wuce wasa yau in ba kashe naka ba gobe za kashe naka dan haka mutane su san me kuke gwara kowa ya fita ma miliyan ne a fita ya magana yauwa dan wannan abun ba abun bari bane saboda ba zai yi a zo a ce wai an yafi mutane suna cikin mu suna cin duniyar mu da zai yi a zo ana kashe mana iyaye da yaro da kanni mu zuba ido mana gani dan haka gwamnati kawai ta tashi ta dau mataki akan wannan.
Residents are now demanding stronger action from authorities to prevent further attacks. The bombings came less than 24 hours after security forces repelled militant attacks on the outskirts of the city. With no group claiming responsibility, suspicion has fallen on Boko Haram group and its splinter factions, long active in the region.
Normalcy has been restored, while the security forces in the joint security operations, which all security agencies are putting their hands on together, currently are having an aggressive patrol within the municipal to ensure that we don't allow these incidents to happen again.
Authorities say joint security patrols are ongoing, aimed at preventing further attacks and restoring calm. Maiduguri, once at the heart of Nigeria's insurgency, had seen a period of relative calm in recent years. This latest attack now raises fresh concerns about a possible resurgence of extremist violence.
All right, now shifting focus on a major terror conspiracy in India. 7 foreign nationals were picked up from across India. They are now at the center of what investigators are calling a serious and potentially far-reaching plot to destabilize the country. In a major crackdown, the National Investigation Agency has arrested 1 American and 6 Ukrainian nationals accused of illegally entering sensitive border areas and allegedly linking up with armed groups across the India-Myanmar border. Sources say the group was not just moving covertly but may have been involved in training insurgents and facilitating the supply of drones for hostile operations. Who are these individuals? How did they operate under the radar? And is this a part of a much larger international network? Let's have a look at this detailed report.
7 foreign nationals picked up from across the country, now at the center of a plot to destabilize India. An American national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, along with 6 Ukrainians arrested in a coordinated operation by NIA, now in custody until March 27th. Investigators say the group entered India on tourist visas on different dates, flew into Guwahati, travelled to Mizoram without permits, and then illegally crossed into Myanmar. Their mission: to conduct pre-planned training for Myanmar-based armed groups. The probe has also uncovered a drone supply trail. Huge consignments of drones sourced from Europe, routed through India and delivered to armed groups across the border. But the biggest question mark surrounds the American national identified as Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, a political science graduate with a history of being embedded in war zones from Syria and Iraq to Libya and Afghanistan. He is believed to have trained rebel groups in multiple conflict zones and even enlisted with the Ukrainian army in 2022. The NIA now has their custody, with interrogation likely to uncover the largest conspiracy, funding routes and masterminds. Republic's editor-in-chief spoke to the former RNAW chief Vikram Sood on the debate. Vikram Sood said that this may not be the only group operating.
I don't know this particular case, but the thing is that the fact that these people were there clandestinely, without permit, is a case for suspicion, straight away. And when you get into situations like this, why would a Ukrainian at all want to go to Guwahati and go into Mizoram, etc., unless there is a particular motive? However, the authorities will find out what's going on. Maybe we'll get to know, maybe we will not get to know. My main worry is also that this may not be the only group.
More questions will be answered as probe into what seems a global destabilization plot unfolds.
All right, coming up after the short break, Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant was hit by a US-Israeli projectile. And Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू।
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live and we are breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Iran has vowed retaliation after the death of Iran's security chief. This is a big update coming in. Iran has said that they will be retaliating and that Israel will pay a heavy price after the security chief was killed. We'll get you all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Iran rejects de-escalation. Reports say Iran has announced the 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of the security chief. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by a US-Israeli projectile.
And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Sources confirmed to Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed group's drone operation Angle under probe. Ukraine lodges protester NIA arrest, seeks immediate release of its 6 nationals. Setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi is set to join the BJP. Getting you some big updates coming in, viewers. Iran's foreign minister Rakchi says that the assassination of Ali Larijani will not set back the Iranian government. This is a huge update. We tracked our story the entire day today, and like we told you, Iran has vowed retaliation for the death of its security chief. It's a very strong message which just come in. Iran's army chief and now Arakchi both claiming there will be a decisive response to the killing of the security chief Ali Larijani in overnight Israeli strikes. Larijani was one of the most senior Iranian officials to be killed since Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. And strikes continue. Iran keeps striking Israel. We're getting more updates coming in. Israel is also carrying out one of its most high-profile strikes, killing one of Iran's senior politicians, Ali Larijani. This is near Tehran. Also the head of Iran's Basij force, Gholam Reza Soleimani. Israeli officials, including the Prime Minister Netanyahu, say that the strike was precise and intelligence-based and is part of a broader effort to dismantle Iran's regime. The killing marks a major escalation which could push the conflict further. Here's more on the story as we keep tracking the latest for you here on Republic.
A senior Iranian politician taken out at the heart of Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu first claimed that Ali Larijani was killed in a precision airstrike near Tehran, a calculated hit on one of Iran's senior leaders.
הבוקר חיסלנו את אלי לריג'ני. אלי לריג'ני זה הבוס של משמרות המהפכה, שזה חבורת הגנגסטרים שמנהלת בפועל את איראן. אנחנו חיסלנו לצידו גם את מפקד הבסיס, זה העוזרים של הגנגסטרים, שהם מפיצים טרור ברחובות טהרן וערים אחרות של איראן נגד האוכלוסייה. גם שם אנחנו פועלים מהאוויר עם מטוסים של חיל האוויר, עם כטב"מים, וגם שם פועלים.
Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar also claimed that the head of the Basij force, Gholam Reza Soleimani, was also killed. He also warned Mujtaba Khamenei, saying that all he can do is hide.
Last night, the IDF took out commander of the Basij, Soleimani, and his deputy and secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani. The Iranians are also safer without them. By the way, we still haven't seen Mujtaba. Wouldn't you like to see him, Minister? He should show his face. He can hide, he can continue to hide, but to show his face because it's beginning to be embarrassing for this regime.
Both men were also linked to Iran's crackdown on protests earlier this year, killing several hundreds of people in the process. Among many other top leaders, Larijani's death has stripped Iran of key pillars of its political and security leadership. Sa'ar, however, said that Iran's regime can only be toppled by the citizens of Iran.
The Basij used cruel and violent methods against their own people. In January, the regime butchered probably over 30,000 Iranians. Our actions are weakening its repression mechanism. The regime can only be toppled by the Iranian people. Yet, without external help, the Iranian people cannot liberate themselves.
Amid speculations, Iran has confirmed the death of Ali Larijani in US-Israeli attack. The killing of Larijani was confirmed by a post on Larijani's social media platform X and by the Iranian media. With over 1,300 people reportedly killed in Iran since the war began, the war enters a more dangerous phase, with senior figures in Iran's leadership being targeted and Iran launching strikes all across West Asia. The outcome remains uncertain.
We're getting some big breaking. Iranian media reports the execution of a Mossad spy in Islamic Republic of Iran. Death sentence was carried out against the Kurush Kiavani. This is the spy for the Zionist Israeli entity who had been supplying Mossad officers with the photos and information about sensitive sites of the country after the completion of legal procedures and certification by the Supreme Court. The executed individual had been located and arrested along with 30,000 euros in cash, a pickup truck and a motorcycle, and various complex spying and satellite communication devices and equipment on June 16th. This year, on the fourth day of the 12-day war by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps intelligence organization. This is one of the big updates that we're getting for our viewers. Media reports say that an Israeli spy has been executed in Iran. Big updates coming in here. This is the execution of a Mossad spy. I repeat, the execution of a Mossad spy. By the way, these are Iranian media reports on this latest development in the Middle East conflict. And we see that there has been a lot of updates coming in the war. The war between Israel and Hezbollah is intensifying as shelling was heard and seen across southern Lebanon yesterday. Israeli military says it has deployed additional troops, and they are also aware that Hezbollah plans to launch rockets again towards Israel. Let's take a look at this report as we tell you the latest which is happening.
Heavy shelling heard across southern Lebanon throughout the day. The Israeli military says more ground troops have now been deployed as part of an ongoing operation. Israel's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, has made it clear that the offensive is far from over.
נמשיך לפגוע באופן רציף ומתמשך בחיזבאללה ובשלוחות איראן בלבנון עד להשגת היעד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו. בימים הקרובים נתגבר את גזרת הצפון בעוד סד"כ ויכולות. נפעל מול חיזבאללה מחריב לבנון, זרוע של משמרות המהפכה בלבנון. נרחיב את המערכה עד להסרת האיום.
An early morning airstrike destroyed a building near the city of Sidon in Lebanon. Israel says that the target was linked to Hezbollah activity in the area and that a warning was issued before the strike. Hezbollah, meanwhile, has continued launching rockets and drones towards northern Israel. Lebanon's health ministry says that Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 800 people and wounded over 200 others. For the civilians, however, the war shows no signs of easing, leaving families displaced in an already fragile region pushed closer to the brink.
Breaking news coming in. Israeli emergency services say a man and a woman were killed by falling shrapnel from an intercepted missile in Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv. Other areas of central Israel are also engaged and damaged in strikes against Iran. And big updates coming in here. Man and woman killed by falling shrapnel. Iran launches strikes on Israel. 61st wave of strikes against Israel continues, viewers. And Iran says it's launched a retaliation for killing 2 senior Iranian officials. So this is the big update coming in. Iran not de-escalating at all. In fact, it's an escalation that we are seeing. Getting you some more breaking news coming in. Let's go ahead to the next set of breaking news for our viewers. Norway's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement on the Kabul attack. Norway strongly regrets casualties at a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul. Parties must respect each other and take precautions. Medical facilities and patients should never be bombed. We urge restraint and dialogue to end hostilities and address cross-border security concerns. Norway issued a statement on strikes on Kabul. Remember, a Kabul hospital was targeted by Pakistani airstrikes, and a lot of condemnation had come on that. We had seen the UN itself had condemned those strikes, and the Taliban, the government said it's a big crime against humanity, what happened in Kabul. Okay, we're getting some more updates coming in. Afghanistan, like we said, has accused Pakistan of carrying out these deadly airstrikes at a hospital in Kabul, with officials claiming at least 400 people have been killed. The strike, which reportedly hit a drug rehabilitation center, marks a sharp escalation in tensions between the two countries. Here's a full report, viewers. Take a look.
Rescue teams are racing against time in Kabul after an overnight airstrike hit a major drug rehabilitation hospital, leaving widespread destruction. Afghan officials claim at least 400 people have been killed and around 250 injured, with many still trapped under the rubble of the 2,000-bed facility. The strike reportedly took place yesterday, with large sections of the hospital reduced to debris.
بيقى تقريبا نحبجة ولا نحبجة بشافاك باكستان جت الوتكو پر دغم معتادين وشفخانة ده بدي بني بمبار وكله إنه تقريبا بدي كي شافا درنيم صوت سلوس لو كسان شهيدان ساعد دشبيتر خار ولاندي ودل تمور رالو إنه تقريبا سيدرا كله خم بيخذ زيادة شهيدان ولا لا بتصير بشان سر السداسي معلمي من بعض جسدنا وصل ترخاور ولاندي دي أو دشبيم دي كرينغو دي دوغ بزريا سر بعض شهيدان ناوي يستلو.
The attack marks a sharp escalation in hostilities between the two neighbors, with repeated cross-border strikes since late February. The ongoing clashes have also derailed a ceasefire brokered just months ago, with global calls for de-escalation so far going unanswered. As rescue efforts continue, the rising civilian toll is intensifying fears of a wider conflict in the region.
Emboldened by the Menab massacre, Pakistan kills 400 in a Kabul hospital. Pakistan's airstrikes on a Kabul hospital have killed at least 400 civilians, including patients at a drug rehab center, according to Afghanistan's Taliban government. The attack has now sparked widespread condemnation, with the Taliban accusing Pakistan of targeting civilians and committing a war crime. Pakistan denies these allegations, aiming it targeted these militant infrastructure. Take a look at this report. This is Arnab's explosive take on the intensifying Afghanistan and Pakistan war. Take a look.
The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is by all accounts intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians. Pakistan is afraid of the Taliban and therefore has displayed its mentality by targeting only civilian sites. I repeat, only civilian sites, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital, and in the worst incident, they have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul late Monday night. What is important about the visuals that you're seeing here is that this is a hospital that has been targeted by Pakistan. This is exactly and similar to and happening just a few days after the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked 170 schoolgirls in Menab in Iran. 170 schoolgirls killed in Menab in Iran, and the Americans said that they cannot confirm or deny that it was their Tomahawk that killed it. But the graves of 170 schoolgirls in Iran, the visuals from Menab, prove that this was a direct double, triple tap attack on a school in Iran and after the first hit, there was a second and third hit so that a maximum number of schoolgirls would die. Ladies and gentlemen, emboldened by what Trump has done, and I repeat, emboldened by what Trump has done, and perhaps inspired by it, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. Multiple hospital rooms are seen in the footage. I will now show you the pictures of the hospital having been attacked. You will see the debris there. People are speaking to a doctor, like family members of the injured are standing there. The reporter is entering a room where injured patients are lying on hospital beds. In one room, there are about 8 beds that you are seeing there. One patient speaks to the reporter. His name is Rehab. He says he was admitted to a hospital along with other civilians at a time when the Pakistanis targeted the hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very serious crime of war. There is a deliberate targeting of a hospital. The Pakistanis say they thought that this was a military center. But ladies and gentlemen, this was a running hospital that had earlier been run by NATO. And if 400 people have been killed in a hospital by the Pakistani military, by the Pakistani army, then they owe an explanation to the people across the world, just as much as the Americans owe an explanation for killing 170 schoolgirls, ladies and gentlemen. 170 schoolgirls killed in Iran by America, and 400 people in a hospital killed by Pakistan in Kabul. Both have consequences. The important thing to understand is that there have been multiple attempts to negotiate between Iran and Pakistan. Turkey has tried to intervene, the Qataris have tried to intervene, the Saudis have tried to intervene, but Pakistan has been putting forward bizarre demands. There is a lot of hard evidence that is now emerging against Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan. But this is the narrative they're hiding behind. This was not a terrorist training camp or a Taliban center targeted by the Pakistanis. This was just a hospital targeting people who are fighting hard against disease, against injuries, is the most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asif Munir?
Getting you some breaking news coming in from Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra. Authorities have discovered stockpile, I repeat, stockpile of 403 commercial gas cylinders hidden inside a shuttered factory. Now the raid uncovered cylinders from multiple major brands including Bharat Gas, HP, Indane and Reliance Go Gas. Investigation revealed that the owner of Fatima Bharat Gas Agency had illegally stored the cylinders on a plot belonging to Ayub Ghaffar Saeed. Officials suspect an illegal nighttime refilling racket was being operated behind the closed doors of the factory. The discovery of gas hoarding comes at a critical time when the country is facing a severe fuel shortage due to global conflicts. Stockpile of 403 cylinders. Okay, let's go to Revati, who's joining us. Revati, illegally stored cylinders have been found at a time when already the Middle East crisis has led to a little bit of a problem back here at home when it comes to energy reserves. What's the latest coming in, Revati? Go ahead.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, if we carefully look at those pictures, you could realize that those are the commercial cylinders. And in the LPG crisis, commercial industry or the commercial cylinders are most in the demand because the Ministry of Petroleum has prioritized educational institutes and domestic LPG over the commercial LPG. So as a result, we can see that there was a stockpile of around 403 commercial LPG cylinders in Maharashtra's Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, where they were kept as a stockpile. And also these cylinders were of HP, Bharat Gas, Reliance Go Gas, various companies, and around 403 LPG commercial cylinders were kept. So as of now, if we look at the prices of these commercial gases, which is around more than 1500, so 403 LPG cylinders takes to the sum of around 1 lakh rupees. So at the commercial LPG cylinders of rupees 1 lakh were stockpiled in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, and they are now confiscated by the police. Also, it is believed that these were filled during night illegally, and they were supplied to the commercial restaurants and others who need commercial LPG. Over to you.
Okay, well, thank you for getting those details, Revati from Mumbai, Maharashtra, getting us the latest coming in. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Massive fire broke out in Palam area in the national capital. 30 fire tenders rushed to the spot. Many feared dead, according to the fire department. Very unfortunate incident coming in. This is a call which was received around 7:30 a.m. 30 fire tenders rushed to the spot immediately. Currently, the efforts to douse the fire are underway. New Delhi, getting these pictures coming in from New Delhi. This is Palam area. Massive fire has broken out. 30 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. This is a breaking news development that we're getting for our viewers. And there is a fire which is broken out. It's looking very, very serious. Many people are trapped inside the building. Rescue operations are underway. Massive fire breaks out, and according to the latest that we're getting, a call was received at 7:30 a.m. 30 fire tenders have rushed to the spot immediately. Efforts are underway to douse the fire. So those are pictures coming in. You can see that it's a building. Okay, Jatin is there. This is a residential building, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, let's go to Jatin. Jatin, this looks like a residential building. And are people still trapped? What is the firefighting efforts looking like?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, सबसे पहले मैं आपको अपडेट दे दूं कि जो दिल्ली पुलिस से हमें जानकारी मिल रही है, तकरीबन 6 लोगों की मौत की जानकारी अभी तक मिली है। लेकिन तस्वीरें मैं लगातार आपको दिखा रहा हूं। ये एम्बुलेंस की तस्वीर देख रहे हैं। जिस बिल्डिंग में आग लगी, उस बिल्डिंग की तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा दूं। हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन की मदद से आप सबसे ऊपरी जो मंजिल है, वहां पर आग को बुझाने का जो काम है वो किया जा रहा है। अगर मेरे विजय सीपी सिंह थोड़ा आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आपको तस्वीरें नजदीक से दिखा पाएंगे। लेकिन अभी जो हमारी दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिशियल से बात हुई है, 6 लोगों की मौत की जानकारी मिली है। एम्बुलेंस से अलग अलग एज ग्रुप के लोगों को जो हॉस्पिटल है वो भेजा गया है। हालांकि अभी भी कैट्स की एम्बुलेंस मौके पर मौजूद है। लेकिन सबसे पहले ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर जो आग लगी और आग देखते ऊपर की जो 3 मंजिला है, वहां पर दमकल की गाड़ियां।
Yes. Okay, we'll go to our colleague in a short while. A very unfortunate incident coming in, and Jatin was telling us it's very unfortunate that 6 people have lost their life in that fire. This is a number which has come in of the fatalities. It's very, very unfortunate. From what we understand, that a fire control room official said a call was received around 7:37 a.m. reporting a blaze in the Shri Ram Chowk area. Let's go back to Jatin, who's on the ground and getting us the latest. Jatin, over to you. Go ahead.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, तस्वीरें मैं लगातार आपको दिखा रहा हूँ। अभी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि 1 घंटे पहले अभी एक छोटे बच्चे को ऊपर जो 3rd फ्लोर है वहां से रेस्क्यू करके बाहर निकाला गया और कैट्स एम्बुलेंस के जरिए उस बच्चे को जो है वो हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है। लेकिन 6 कैजुअलिटीज की जो जानकारी हमें दिल्ली पुलिस से मिल रही है, उसको लेकर अभी बातचीत लोगों से भी करेंगे। लेकिन सबसे पहले तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार दिखा रहा हूँ। जिस इमारत में आग लगी उसके ठीक बगल में भी आप देख रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर शॉप है, ऊपर जो रेजिडेंशियल इलाके बने हुए उनको पूरे तरीके से इवैक्यूएट किया गया है। ये पूरी जो रोड है इसको मार्केट रोड भी बोलते हैं। तमाम दुकानें आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगी, और जैसे जैसे हम थोड़ा और आगे की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, एम्बुलेंस की लाइन आपको यहाँ पर लगी हुई नजर आएगी। और इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ा कारण ये है कि लोगों को लगातार यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट किया जा रहा है, और इवैक्यूएट करने के बाद उनको हॉस्पिटल जो है वो यहाँ से शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। आप यहाँ से देखेंगे आसपास की जितनी भी इमारतें हैं उनको पूरे तरीके से खाली किया गया है। हालांकि 6 कैजुअलिटीज की जो जानकारी मिल रही है उसको लेकर अभी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का कहना है कि और जो घायल थे उनका भी ट्रीटमेंट कराया जा रहा है। लेकिन सबसे पहले तस्वीरें आप देख लीजिए, एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है वो भी अब यहाँ पर पहुंची है। एक ही परिवार का जो घर है बताया जा रहा है। ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर उन्हीं की शॉप थी और ऊपर अलग अलग फ्लोर पर 2 भाई और एक फ्लोर पर उनकी जो माता जी थी वो यहाँ पर रहते थे। हालांकि अब जब कूलिंग ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है, सर्च ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर चलाया जा रहा है। सुबह 6:40 पर लोगों को जानकारी मिली, 6:50 पर फायर की गाड़ियां मौके पर पहुंची और उसके बाद रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार यहाँ से जो कंडक्ट है वो किया जा रहा है। पूरे पैसे को खाली कराया गया, पूरे जो लोग थे उनको यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट किया गया, पीछे भेजा गया है, क्योंकि 7 से तकरीबन 4 घंटे का समय अभी हो चुका है। और आप देखेंगे कि आगे जो पूरा घेरा है वो दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स का घेरा आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। उसके अलावा एनडीआरएफ की टीम को स्टैंड बाय पर रखा गया है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके की ये आग थी उस पर काबू पाने की कोशिश। और आप अभी भी देखिएगा तो 3rd फ्लोर पर आपको धुआं निकलता हुआ वहां से नजर आएगा। तो ठीक उसके ऊपर देखेंगे, जिसको हम 4th फ्लोर भी बोलते हैं, यहाँ पर सोलर पैनल लगे हैं। वहाँ पर नीले रंग की जो शेड है, जो प्लास्टिक है, फाइबर है, उसकी छत डाली गई है। और यही कारण है कि अंदर डीप जाकर इस पूरी आग पर काबू पाना। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज बिल्डिंग में सिर्फ एक ही एंट्री और एग्जिट है। तो जो लोग अंदर थे उनको बाहर निकलने का मौका नहीं मिला, क्योंकि ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर जो शॉप थी, कॉस्मेटिक्स की शॉप थी, क्लीनर था जो कि बहुत जल्दी आग पकड़ता है, वो लोग बाहर नहीं निकल पाए। चश्मदीदों से जब मैं बात कर रहा था सुबह, जो हमें लोग यहाँ पर मिले थे, उनका भी ये कहना था कि लगातार जो लोग हैं उन्होंने ऊपर से कूद कर एक दूसरे की जान बचाई। भाई साहब, मैं ये समझना चाह रहा हूँ कि आपको जानकारी मिल रही है 6 लोग बता रहे हैं जिनकी मौत हुई है, पुलिस ने उसको कंफर्म किया। सुबह तस्वीर क्या थी, लोग क्या कूद के खुद को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। 7:30 तक मैंने
All right. Okay, Jatin, thank you for getting those details. Jatin is getting us the latest from the ground. Palam, New Delhi, 6 people have lost their life after fire broke out at a residential area. And taking a short break, viewers will track the story very, very closely. 6 people have lost their life, according to what our reporters are telling us. We'll get to you more. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अनु से नहीं होगा। तुम डॉक्यूमेंट गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण होला, 1000 रुपए का गाड़ी मांगा।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Iran rejects. Iran rejects de-escalation. Reports say Iran has announced 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by a US-Israeli projectile. Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Sources confirmed Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups. Drone operation angle under probe. Ukraine lodges protest over NIA arrest, seeks immediate release of its 6 nationals. Big setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. A senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi is set to join BJP. Well, viewers, let's begin with the big breaking news that we are getting right now from the national capital. Now, this is about the massive fire that broke out in Palam area. The rescue operations are underway as we speak. 30 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. At least 6 to 7 people dead. Now, 6 confirmed dead. Several are feared dead. Now, according to the fire department, a call was received at around 7 a.m. 30 fire tenders were rushed to the spot immediately. Currently, the efforts to douse the fire is underway. Jatin is with me from the location. Jatin, आप वहीं पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये जो आग है वो इतनी भयानक है, देखते ही उसका मंजर समझ में आता है कि लोगों का क्या हश्र हुआ होगा। मरने वालों का आंकड़ा कहां तक पहुंचा है और अभी तक भी क्या आग को बुझाने का प्रयास जारी है? जतिन,
बिल्कुल, देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस के अकॉर्डिंग 6 लोगों की डेथ कंफर्म हुई है, लेकिन दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के अकॉर्डिंग 7 लोगों की डेथ दिल्ली फायर सर्विस कंफर्म कर रहा है, जिसमें 3 बच्चे भी शामिल हैं। और अभी भी आपको मैं तस्वीरें दिखा दूं, एम्बुलेंस लगी हुई है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, सर्च ऑपरेशन एक तरीके से अभी भी चल रहा है। और टॉप फ्लोर पर आप देखेंगे तो धुआं निकलता हुआ अभी भी आपको नजर आएगा और हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन की मदद से जो फायर डिपार्टमेंट है वो आग पर काबू पाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। लोगों से जब हम बात कर रहे थे तो उनका कहना है कि 2 से 3 लोग अभी भी अंदर हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर एक तरीके से कॉस्मेटिक्स का शोरूम था बड़ा और थिनर ज्यादा होने के कारण भी आग बहुत तेजी से फैली। लेकिन काफी सारे लूपहोल्स इस केस में भी है। सबसे बड़ा ये कि जो बिल्डिंग आप देख रहे हैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर, उसके अलावा ऊपर 3 मंजिलें, एक ही एंट्री और एक ही एग्जिट था। जिन लोगों को लोकल लोगों ने बाहर निकाला वो 7 वाली बिल्डिंग आप देख रहे हैं जहां पर अभी भी फायर ऑफिसर्स खड़े हुए हैं, वहां से इवैक्यूएट किया गया, क्योंकि नीचे शोरूम था, आग लगी हुई थी, एग्जिट कर नहीं पा रहे थे। छोटे छोटे बच्चों को छलांग लगाकर ऊपर से नीचे जो है वो भेजा गया और एम्बुलेंस के जरिए उन्हें अस्पताल भेजा गया। दिल्ली पुलिस 6 डेथ कंफर्म कर रही है। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस का कहना है कि 7 जो कैजुअलिटीज हैं वो हुई हैं, अस्पताल भेजा गया है। कुछ और लोगों को भी रेस्क्यू करके हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है। लेकिन तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखा रहा हूँ, जहाँ पर अभी भी कूलिंग ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, आग पर काबू पाने की जो कोशिश है वो यहाँ पर की जा रही है। और आप देखेंगे NDRF के साथ साथ जो दिल्ली फायर सर्विस उनकी टीम यहाँ पर है। उसके अलावा आप जैसे जैसे इस गली में आगे बढ़ते चलेंगे आप देखते चलिए कि तमाम जो बिजली की तारें वो आपको बेहद नजदीक नजर आएगी और इसी से आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि किस तरीके की लापरवाही इस इलाके में थी। और जब सुबह आग लगी तो दमकल की फायर की गाड़ियों को भी पहुंचने में काफी मशक्कत करना पड़ा। आसपास की तमाम बिल्डिंग्स देख लीजिए, नीचे कमर्शियल दुकानें हैं, ऊपर कुछ लोगों ने शोरूम बनाए हुए हैं, कुछ लोगों का रेजिडेंशियल इलाका भी है। जो जानकारी मिल रही है जिस बिल्डिंग में आग लगी वो एक ही परिवार के जो लोग हैं वो इस बिल्डिंग में रहते थे। नीचे उनकी शॉप थी, ऊपर एक फ्लोर पे उनकी माताजी रहती थी, 2 फ्लोर पर उनके जो 2 अलग अलग भाई हैं वो रहते थे। और सुबह 6:45 पर सबसे पहले आग की जो जानकारी है वो मिली और उसके बाद तमाम जो एजेंसीज हैं उनको मौके पर बुलाया गया और उसके बाद से ही जो आग बुझाने का काम हो, सर्च ऑपरेशन हो, कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो, वो लगातार अभी जारी है। 4 घंटे से भी ज्यादा का समय जो है वो बीत चुका है। लेकिन तस्वीरें आप अभी भी देखिए कि ऊपर जो 3rd फ्लोर आपको नजर आ रहा है वहां से अभी भी धुआं उठता हुआ आपको नजर आएगा। और यही कारण है कि प्लास्टिक, थिनर, केमिकल, ये सभी चीज होने के कारण जो एक तरीके से आग को बुझाने की कोशिश है वो लगातार यहाँ पर की जा रही है। तकरीबन 1-1.25 घंटे पहले भी एक छोटे बच्चे को इसी 3rd फ्लोर से रेस्क्यू करके बाहर इसी हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन की मदद से निकाला गया। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के तमाम जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं वो भी मौके पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और एम्बुलेंस देखिए बेहद कंजस्टेड ये गलियां और उसके बीच में यहाँ पर दमकल की गाड़ियों को पहुंचना और उसके बाद फायर की गाड़ियों को यहाँ पर पहुंचना अपने आप में काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग था। आप आसपास के तमाम जो दूसरी बिल्डिंग्स हैं वो भी आप देखेंगे तो नीचे आपको शोरूम्स नजर आएंगे, ऊपर भी कुछ लोगों ने शोरूम बनाए। लेकिन ये 4 मंजिला जो इमारत है, इस इमारत में ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर कॉस्मेटिक्स का जो बड़ा सा शोरूम था और उसके ऊपर जो उनकी फैमिलीज रहती थी और उसी कारण से इवैक्यूएट नहीं हो पाए, लोग बाहर नहीं नहीं निकल पाए और वही सबसे बड़ा कारण कैजुअलिटीज का बना है। ठीक साथ वाली बिल्डिंग को जब आप देखेंगे तो वहां पर भी आपको नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे दुकानें नजर आएंगी। फर्स्ट फ्लोर और सेकंड फ्लोर जो कि रेजिडेंशियल है उसको पूरे तरीके से खाली जो है वो यहाँ पर कराया गया, लेकिन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मौके पर पहुंचा हुआ है। दिल्ली पुलिस के अकॉर्डिंग 6 कैजुअलिटीज, फायर के अकॉर्डिंग 7 कैजुअलिटीज की जो जानकारी है वो अभी यहाँ पर मिली है। स्टैंड बाय पे एम्बुलेंस आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। लोगों को से जब हम बात कर रहे थे तो उनका भी ये कहना था कि अभी भी 2 से 3 लोग अंदर हो सकते हैं, इस बात की उनको आशंका है और यही कारण है कि फायर जो ऑफिसर्स हैं वो खुद ऊपर पहुंच रहे हैं, हर फ्लोर पर जा रहे हैं, बारीकी से जो चेकिंग है वो की जा रही है। बीच बीच में ऐसी भी तस्वीरें देखने को मिल रही हैं कि आग जो है वो बीच बीच में दोबारा से लग रही है, जिसको बुझाने का काम दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के द्वारा साफ तौर पर किया जा रहा है। तमाम सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं, लेकिन लापरवाही आखिरकार किसकी, किन कारणों से आग लगी, ये अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। दिल्ली पुलिस के सीनियर ऑफिसर्स का कहना है कि सबसे पहले आग को बुझाना उनकी पहली प्रेफरेंस है, अगर कोई अंदर है तो उसको निकालना उनकी पहली प्रेफरेंस है और इसी कारण से आगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी कि आखिरकार लापरवाही किस बेसिस पर। लेकिन बहुत कुछ पॉइंट्स क्लियर हो रहे हैं कि एंट्री एग्जिट एक था, आग जब वो ऊपर लगी तो लोग खुद बाहर नहीं निकल पाए। जो लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे वो बता रहे हैं कि जो हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन आप देख रहे हैं, ये हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन पहले आधा पौना घंटा खुली ही नहीं, बाद में पहुंची, उसके बाद ऑपरेशनल हुई। अगर टाइम से ऑपरेशनल होती तो अलग अलग बातें अलग अलग लोगों के द्वारा की जा रही है, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट ये कि आखिरकार लापरवाही किसकी, उसको लेकर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी। लेकिन अभी सर्च और कूलिंग ऑपरेशन लगातार उस इमारत में किया जा रहा है। जी
बिल्कुल, जो जतन इलाके को अगर देखें तो ऐसा बिल्कुल प्रतीत होता है कि जैसे वो बहुत घनी आबादी वाला पूरा इलाका रहा होगा, घनत्व बहुत ज़्यादा वहाँ पर नज़र आ रहा है। और दूसरा कि भाई वहाँ पर कोई ऐसे उपाय भी नज़र नहीं आ रहे हैं कि ऐसा कोई हादसा अगर घटित हो तो इस तरीके से वहाँ पर बचाव की क्या संभावनाएं क्या रहेंगी। आप देखिए वहाँ से लोग अगर वहाँ से कूद के निकल रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब कोई फायर इवैक्यूएशन प्लान, कोई ऐसे सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स का पालन बिल्कुल नहीं किया गया होगा। ये तो कई लापरवाही की ओर भी इशारा करता है।
बिल्कुल, देखिए इवैक्यूएशन प्लान बिल्कुल नहीं था और यही कारण था कि एक ही एंट्री और एक ही एग्जिट है। और आप बिल्डिंग की तस्वीरें देखेंगे तो आप खुद समझ पाएंगे कि जो रास्ता ऊपर जाने का है वही रास्ता नीचे आने का भी है। और नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर जो कॉस्मेटिक का बहुत बड़ा शोरूम है, वो शटर आप देखिए पूरे तरीके से जला हुआ है। यहाँ पर ही आग लगी थी तो लोग बाहर निकलते कैसे। दूसरा, इलाका बहुत कंजेस्टेड है, आपको बिजली की तारें बहुत क्लियरली विजिबल आपको नजर आ जाएंगी। कोई भी अनहोनी यहाँ पर हो सकती थी, इसको लेकर अब लोग आवाज़ भी उठा रहे हैं। लेकिन इंसिडेंट जिसमें 6 से 7 लोगों के जो डेथ की जानकारी मिल रही है वो अपने आप में बहुत परेशान करने वाला है। फायर की एक गाड़ी आप सामने देख रहे हैं, हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन, अगर वो खड़ी है तो दूसरी गाड़ी मूव नहीं कर सकती, इतनी जगह है इस गली में। और यही कारण है कि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाने में लोगों को समस्या हुई। जो एजेंसीज यहाँ पर पहुंची उनको एनडीआरएफ यहाँ पर जो है वो बुलाना पड़ा। लोग भी हैं, आप समस्या है इलाके में, एक ही एंट्री एक ही एग्जिट था, अगर ऑप्शन होते तो जान बचाई जा सकती थी।
सबसे बड़ी कमी तो इस पालम कॉलोनी में है, जो केबल जो लोकल है पर यहाँ पर उन्होंने जाल बिछा रखा है। इस वजह से 1 घंटे तक ना एम्बुलेंस आ पाई और ना 1 घंटे तक फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी आ पाई। और इसकी कंप्लेंट हम लोग बहुत कर चुके हैं, RW कर चुकी, लेकिन प्रशासन भी नहीं सुनता है और ना ही केबल वाले सुनते हैं।
समस्या है इलाके में, कंजेशन है, गलियां बहुत छोटी हैं।
जी सर, बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत है गलियों में सब दुकानें बगल बगल लगा देती हैं, इससे प्रशासन की बहुत दिक्कत होती है वहाँ से।
देखिए जो लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं उनसे वो भी कह रहे हैं कि समस्या है। और आप तस्वीरें फिर से देखिए कि ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर जो शोरूम था और अभी भी हाइड्रोलिक क्रेन के जरिए आग को बुझाने का काम है, जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो किया जा रहा है। और जिन केबल्स का जिक्र लोग कर रहे हैं वो केबल्स देखिए सड़क से बिल्कुल नज़दीक, क्योंकि अब जब फायर की गाड़ियाँ भी काम कर रही हैं तो और आपको जाल जो है वो नीचे बिछा हुआ नजर आएगा। अगर एंट्री एग्जिट का कोई ऑल्टरनेट ऑप्शन होता तो संभवतः कुछ तस्वीर अलग होती। लेकिन आप देखिए तमाम जो ऑफिसर्स हैं, पुलिस ऑफिसर्स हैं, वो यहाँ पर हैं। इस पूरी सिचुएशन को आगे किस तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करना है उसको लेकर बात की जा रही है। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण अभी भी जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो किया जा रहा है। शंका इस बात की है कि 1 से 2 लोग अभी भी अंदर हो सकते हैं, उसको लेकर खास जो ध्यान है वो रखा जा रहा है। और यही कारण है कि अलग अलग फ्लोर पर, अगर मेरे विजय सीपी सिंह इस तरफ से आएंगे तो आप देखेंगे फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर भी आपको जो फायर ऑफिसर्स है वो नजर आएंगे, सेकेंड फ्लोर पर भी और थर्ड फ्लोर पर भी। और थर्ड फ्लोर से लगातार जो धुआं निकल रहा है उसको कंट्रोल करना अभी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज चैलेंज है और उसके बाद अंदर चेक किया जाएगा कि क्या कोई फंसा तो नहीं है, कोई अंदर किसी हालत में तो नहीं है, उसको वेरीफाई किया जाएगा। लेकिन कितनी कंजेस्टेड ये गलियाँ हैं और ये तस्वीरें अपने आप में बयां करने के लिए काफ़ी है कि किस तरीके की लापरवाही यहाँ पर रही होगी। एंट्री एग्जिट एक ही है और उसके अलावा आप देखेंगे जो साथ वाली बिल्डिंग है बिल्कुल सटी हुई है और वहीं से ही कुछ लोगों को इवैक्यूएट किया गया, अस्पताल भेजा गया। जो तस्वीरें और जो लोग हमें बता रहे थे कि कुछ लोगों ने अपने बच्चों को नीचे फेंका भी, इंजरीज जो फ्रैक्चर से रिलेटेड, बर्न इंजरीज से रिलेटेड वो भी उन लोगों को हुई है और उसके बाद उन सभी को अस्पताल जो है वो भेजा जा रहा है। लेकिन तस्वीरें इस गली की आपको मैं लगातार दिखा रहा हूँ, तस्वीरें इस पूरे रोड की आप देखिए, आप ये देख रहे हैं कि एनडीआरएफ की टीम को भी यहाँ पर स्टैंड बाय पे रखा गया अगर किसी तरीके की सिचुएशन ऐसी होती है, क्योंकि आग लगी, केमिकल बहुत ज़्यादा है, थिनर के शोरूम थे, कॉस्मेटिक का शोरूम नीचे था, अगर बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स करती है तो एनडीआरएफ किस तरीके से मूव करेगी, तो स्टैंड बाय प्रोसीजर उसको फॉलो किया जा रहा है। लेकिन लापरवाही है, लापरवाही के कारण आज 6 से 7 लोगों की मौत हुई है। पुलिस का कहना है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन और कार्रवाई इस पूरे मामले में की जाएगी, लेकिन अभी जो लोग आशंका जता रहे हैं कि 1 से 2 लोग अंदर हो सकते हैं, उनको ढूंढने का, उनको सर्च करने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। जी
जतिन, एक बात तो ये भी है कि रूह कांप जाती है आपकी बात सुन के कि जब आपने बताया कि लोगों ने अपने बच्चों को छत से नीचे फेंका, तो क्या स्थिति रही होगी, आप भी अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि उनको ये समझ में आया कि और हमारे पास कोई चारा बचा नहीं है उनको बचाने का। लेकिन इतने ज़्यादा लोग वहाँ पर होना, क्या ये रेसिडेंशियल कम या फिर कमर्शियल दोनों ऐसे इलाके थे? क्या वहाँ के वर्कर्स भी वहाँ पर रहते थे? कि आपने जिस तरीके से बताया कॉस्मेटिक की दुकान, कपड़े की दुकान, वो तमाम दुकानें अगर वहाँ पर थीं, तो इतने ज़्यादा लोग वहाँ पर होना, इतनी सुबह सुबह क्या वहीं पर रह रहे थे? इसके बारे में कोई जानकारी निकलकर सामने आई है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, आपको मैं तस्वीरों के जरिए समझाता हूँ। सबसे नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर कॉस्मेटिक्स की शॉप थी और ऊपर, जिसको आजकल अपर ग्राउंड भी बोलते हैं, फिर फर्स्ट, फिर सेकंड, फिर थर्ड, इस जगह पर रेजिडेंशियल था। ये एक ही परिवार का पूरा कॉम्प्लेक्स बताया जा रहा है। जिनकी नीचे शॉप थी वही ऊपर रहते भी थे अपनी फैमिली के साथ। उनकी माताजी का जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर था, एक भाई का सेकेंड फ्लोर और एक भाई का थर्ड फ्लोर, दोनों भाई अलग अलग फ्लोर पर अपनी फैमिली के साथ रहते थे। इस पूरी फैमिली में तकरीबन 16 से 18 लोग, जो हम लोकल लोगों से बात कर पाए, उन्होंने बताया कि 16 से 18 लोग इस पूरी फैमिली में थे। लेकिन जैसे नीचे आग लगी, बाहर निकलने का कोई रास्ता नहीं था, तो लोगों ने ऊपर जाना सोचा कि ऊपर किसी तरीके से पहुंचे। छत आप देख रहे हैं जहां पे आपको नीले हरे रंग का जो फाइबर का जो शेड है वो आपको नजर आ रहा होगा। उस जगह से दूसरी बिल्डिंग, जो साथ वाली बिल्डिंग है, वहां पर लोग कूदे। जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर था वो ऊपर नहीं जा पा रहा था क्योंकि जो सीढ़ियों का पैसिव है वहां पर आग बहुत तेजी से फैली। तो लोगों ने पहली और दूसरी मंजिल से नीचे कूदने की कोशिश की। कुछ लोगों ने अपने बच्चों को जंप भी किया, जैसा लोग बता रहे हैं, जो जिनको फ्रैक्चर इंजरीज भी आई हैं, किसी के हाथ भी जले हैं। तो संभवतः तस्वीर ऐसी थी कि पूरा परिवार, जिनकी नीचे दुकान और ऊपर उनका रेजिडेंशियल था, वहां पर आग लगती है।
Bilkul. So these are the visuals from Palam, and now 23 people still feared, trapped as massive fire breaks out in Delhi. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, 7 foreign nationals picked up from across India are now at the center of what investigators are calling a serious and potentially far-reaching plot to destabilize the country. In a major crackdown, the National Investigation Agency has arrested 1 American and 6 Ukrainian nationals accused of illegally entering sensitive border areas and allegedly linking up with armed groups across the India-Myanmar border. Sources say the group was not just moving covertly, but may have been involved in training insurgents and facilitating the supply of drones for hostile operations. Who are these individuals? How did they operate under the radar? And is this part of a much larger international network? Let's have a look at this detailed report.
7 foreign nationals picked up from across the country, now at the center of a plot to destabilize India. An American national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, along with 6 Ukrainians arrested in a coordinated operation by NIA, now in custody until March 27th. Investigators say the group entered India on tourist visas on different dates, flew into Guwahati, travelled to Mizoram without permits, and then illegally crossed into Myanmar. Their mission? to conduct pre-planned training for Myanmar-based armed groups. The probe has also uncovered a drone supply trail. Huge consignments of drones sourced from Europe, routed through India and delivered to armed groups across the border. But the biggest question mark surrounds the American national identified as Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, a political science graduate with a history of being embedded in war zones from Syria and Iraq to Libya and Afghanistan. He is believed to have trained rebel groups in multiple conflict zones and even enlisted with the Ukrainian army in 2022. The NIA now has their custody, with interrogation likely to uncover the largest conspiracy, funding routes and masterminds. Republic's editor-in-chief spoke to the former RNAW chief Vikram Sood on the debate. Vikram Sood said that this may not be the only group operating.
I don't know this particular case, but the thing is that the fact that these people were there clandestinely, without permit, is a case for suspicion, straight away. And when you get into situations like this, why would a Ukrainian at all want to go to
सदन के अंदर अनेक विषयों पर चर्चाएं होती हैं। हर किसी का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होता है। कुछ खट्टे मीठे अनुभव भी रहते हैं, लेकिन आज जब ऐसा अवसर आता है तो स्वाभाविक रूप से दलगत भावना से ऊपर उठ करके हम सबके भीतर एक समान भाव प्रकट होता है। यार, ये हमारे साथी अब किसी और विशेष काम के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। यहां से जो साथी विदाई ले रहे हैं, कुछ फिर से आने के लिए विदाई ले रहे हैं और कुछ विदाई के बाद यहां का अनुभव लेकर के समाज जीवन में कुछ न कुछ विशेष योगदान के लिए जा रहे हैं। जो जा रहे हैं लेकिन आने वाले नहीं हैं, उनको भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि राजनीति में कोई फुल स्टॉप नहीं होता है। भविष्य आपका भी इंतजार कर रहा है और आपका अनुभव, आपका योगदान राष्ट्र जीवन में हमेशा हमेशा बना रहेगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस सदन में जो भी सदस्य माननीय हमारे विदाई ले रहे हैं, कुछ सदस्य ऐसे हैं जिनको शायद उस समय जाने का समय कार्यकाल आएगा जब सदन नहीं चलता होगा। कुछ है जिनको ऑलरेडी सदन के दरमियान ही विदाई मिल रही है। लेकिन ये जाने वाले सभी माननीय सांसदों का बहुत ही उत्तम योगदान है, इसलिए लेकिन मैं जरूर कहूंगा आदरणीय देवगौड़ा जी, आदरणीय खड़गे जी, आदरणीय शरद पवार जी, ये ऐसे वरिष्ठ लोग हैं जिनके जीवन का आधे से अधिक उम्र संसदीय कार्य प्रणाली में गई है और इतने लंबे अनुभव के बाद भी सभी नए सांसदों ने सीखना चाहिए वैसे समर्पित भाव से सदन में आना, जो भी हमसे उनसे बन सकता है उतना योगदान करना, यानी समाज में से जो जिम्मेवारी मिली है उसके प्रति पूरी तरह समर्पित रहना, ये इन सब वरिष्ठ लोगों से हम जैसे सबको सीखने जैसा है। और मैं उनके योगदान की भूरी भूरी सराहना करूंगा, क्योंकि इतना लंबा कार्यकाल छोटा नहीं होता है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। उसी प्रकार से हमारे उपसभापति जी हरिवंश जी विदाई ले रहे हैं। हरिवंश जी को लंबे समय तक इस सदन में अपनी जिम्मेवारी निभाने का अवसर मिला है। बहुत ही मृदुभाषी, सदन को चलाने में सबका विश्वास जीतने का निरंतर जिन्होंने प्रयास किया, और मैंने देखा है कि संकट के समय ज्यादातर उपसभापति के ही जिम्मे आ जाता है कि भाई आप संभाल लेना जरा, तो उनको एक लंबा एक्सपीरियंस होता है, सबको जान भी लेते हैं, भली बात ही जान लेते हैं। लेकिन उनका भी योगदान, और जब भी, और मैंने देखा कि जब सदन का समय नहीं होता है तो देश के कोने में कहीं न कहीं वो यूथ के साथ मिलना जुलना, देश की परिस्थितियों के संबंध में उनको अवगत कराना, उनमें एक देश के प्रति संवेदनाएं पैदा करने का वो निरंतर काम। वे कलम के धनी तो है ही हैं, लेकिन कर्म कठोर के नाते भी मैं कहूंगा कि उन्होंने भारत के हर कोने में जाकर आदरणीय सभापति जी, कभी कभी किसी समय हम सुनते थे कि सदन में बहुत ही हास्य विनोद व्यंग्य का अवसर मिलता रहता है। इन दिनों शायद धीरे धीरे कम होता जा रहा है, क्योंकि 24/7 मीडिया की दुनिया ऐसी है कि हर कोई कॉन्शियस रहता है। लेकिन हमारे आठवले जी हैं जी, सदा बहार है। आठवले जी जा रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर किसी को खोट महसूस नहीं होगी, वो व्यंग्य विनोद भरपूर परोसते रहेंगे, जब ये पूरा भरोसा है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, सदन में से हर 2 साल के अंतराल के बाद एक बड़ा समूह हमारे बीच से जाता है, लेकिन ये ऐसी व्यवस्था है कि जो नया समूह आता है उनको बाकी जो लंबे समय से 4 साल से बैठे हुए साथी हैं, अनुभव है, नए लोगों को तुरंत उनसे कुछ न कुछ सीखने का अवसर मिलता है। और इसलिए एक प्रकार से यहां की जो विरासत है वो कंटिन्यू प्रोसेस हमेशा रहती है। ये बहुत बड़ा लाभ होता है। मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि जिनको इस बार जाना नहीं है वो भी, जो नए माननीय सांसद आएंगे, उनको उनके अनुभव का लाभ मिलेगा और उनका योगदान भी सदन को और समृद्ध करेगा, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हम लोग जानते हैं कि जीवन में या सार्वजनिक जीवन में जब भी कोई महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय करना होता है तो परिवार के लोग बैठ करके मन बना लेते हैं कि ऐसा करना है, लेकिन फिर भी कहते हैं अरे ऐसा करो, उनसे जरा पूछ लीजिए, एक सेकंड ओपिनियन ले लीजिए किसी वरिष्ठ से। और घर में वरिष्ठ नहीं कहेंगे, मोहल्ले में देखो भाई वो काफी अनुभवी है, जरा उनसे पूछ लो एक बार उनका मन क्या करता है। अगर कोई बीमार है तो भी कहते हैं यार ऐसा करो भाई, एक और डॉक्टर से जरा ओपिनियन ले लो। सेकंड ओपिनियन का बहुत महत्व होता है। मैं समझता हूं हमारी संसदीय प्रणाली में इस सेकंड ओपिनियन की बहुत बड़ी ताकत रही है। एक सदन में कुछ निर्णय होता है, दूसरे सदन में फिर आता है सेकंड ओपिनियन के लिए। अगर इस सदन में होता है तो उस सदन में जाता है सेकंड ओपिनियन के लिए। और ये सेकंड ओपिनियन उस सारी बहस को, उस सारे निर्णय प्रक्रिया को एक बहुत बड़ा नया आयाम दे देती है। और वो मैं समझता हूं कि हमारी निर्णय प्रक्रिया को समृद्ध करती है। तो इसलिए सदन में जो माननीय सांसद बैठते हैं उनके लिए एक खुलापन रहता है कि भाई चलो इस सदन में नहीं तो उस सदन में एक अच्छा ओपिनियन नया आएगा, उस सदन में नहीं तो इस सदन में एक नया ओपिनियन आएगा। तो ये सेकंड ओपिनियन ये हमारे लोकतंत्र में एक बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जो जिस विरासत को हमें संभालना हमारे जो माननीय सांसद विदाई ले रहे हैं उनका तो योगदान रहा ही है। और इसके लिए भी मैं उनका साधुवाद करता हूं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जो हमारे माननीय सांसद विदाई ले रहे हैं, बहुत आने वाले दिनों में तो शायद ये अवसर रहने वाला ही नहीं है, लेकिन ये माननीय सांसद ऐसे हैं कि जिनको पुराने संसद के भवन में भी बैठने का मौका मिला और नए संसद भवन में भी बैठने का मौका मिला। उनको दोनों इमारतों में उनको राष्ट्र के कल्याण के लिए अपना योगदान देने का अवसर मिला है। और उनके कार्यकाल में ही उनको इस नए सदन के निर्माण प्रक्रिया में और नए सदन की निर्णय प्रक्रिया में भी हिस्सा बनने का अवसर मिला है। वो एक विशेष उनके जीवन में याद रहेगी, नई स्मृति रहेगी। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों के, और मैं मानता हूं कि ये सदन अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी है। राष्ट्र जीवन की कई बारीकियों से परिचित होने का अवसर सदन में प्राप्त होता है। एक प्रकार से हमारी यहां शिक्षा भी होती है, हमारी दीक्षा भी होती है। ये 6 साल यहां जो रहने का अवसर मिलता है वो जीवन को घड़ने का, राष्ट्र जीवन के घड़तर में योगदान का तो महत्व है ही है, क्योंकि निर्णय प्रक्रिया का हिस्सा है, लेकिन स्वयं के जीवन को घड़ने का भी एक अमूल्य अवसर होता है। और इसलिए जब माननीय सांसद यहां आते हैं, उस समय की उनकी जो भी सोच, समझ और क्षमता है, जब जाते हैं तो अनेक गुना वो बढ़ती है, उसका विस्तार होता है, अनुभव की एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत होती है। और तब जाकर के जाने के बाद राष्ट्र जीवन का उनका निरंतर योगदान बना रहे हैं। वे अपने तरीके से व्यवस्था के तहत हो सकते हैं, व्यवस्था के तहत न हो सके, लेकिन उनका अमूल्य योगदान मिलता ही रहे राष्ट्र जीवन के निर्माण में। उनका अनुभव हमेशा हमेशा उपयोगी हो, ये मेरी उन सभी माननीय सांसदों को मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। और मैं फिर से एक बार सभी माननीय सांसदों के योगदान का गौरवगान करता हूं, साधुवाद करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Now, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं तो फोन तो करा अनुसरी होगा हो गया है उनका कमाल गिरा दो नीचे
Iran rejects de-escalation. Reports say Iran has announced 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of the security chief. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by US-Israeli projectile.
Said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Trump says no need for NATO help. I'm in war with Iran after allies push back. Sources confirmed to Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups. Drone operations angle under probe. Ukraine lodges protest over NIA arrest, seeks immediate release of its 6 nationals. Setback for Assam Congress ahead of the election. The senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi set to join the BJP. Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Breaking news coming in from the national capital. Massive fire broke out in Palam area in New Delhi. 30 fire tenders rushed to the spot. Many are feared dead, according to the department. A call was received around 7:30 in the morning. 30 fire tenders rushed to the spot. It's a very unfortunate incident which has taken place because many people have lost their life. There are some fatalities which have been reported already. Currently, the efforts to douse the fire are still underway. These are pictures from Palam, New Delhi. It's a residential area, by the way, and also it's a commercial area. So it's a mixed area there that you can see on your screens. According to Delhi Fire Services, a call reporting the blaze was received at around 7 a.m. from a house located in the building. 30 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot to control the flames and rescue residents who might have been trapped inside. Jatin has been alive since morning. He's at Palam where the fire took place. Jatin, latest updates, please. Jatin, go ahead.
बिल्कुल देखिए दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक 6 लोगों की मौत हुई है और वहीं दिल्ली फायर सर्विस का कहना है कि 7 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है और अस्पताल जो इंजर्ड है उनको भेजा गया है। लेकिन अभी तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा दूं, लगातार जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है और कूलिंग ऑपरेशन है वो लगातार यहाँ पर चल रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम सीनियर ऑफिसर्स यहाँ पर मौके पर पहुंचे हैं और इस पूरे कैसे आग लगी उसको अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है। लेकिन जो 3rd फ्लोर है, कुछ लोगों ने इस बात की भी आशंका जताई कि अभी भी जो लोग हैं वो अंदर हो सकते हैं। इससे 2 लोग, उसी को लेकर सबसे पहले अभी भी धुआं जो निकल रहा है उसको हटाने का काम किया जा रहा है, जो आग लगी है उसको बुझाने का काम किया जा रहा है। उसके बाद संभवतः जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो भी इस पूरे मामले में किया जाएगा। लाइन से अगर मेरे विजय सीपी सिंह आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे तो फायर की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो आपको यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई नजर आएगी। 30 से ज्यादा गाड़ियां अभी मौके पर पहुंच चुकी हैं और आग को काबू पाने का जो काम है वो बहुत तेजी से किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि 6 लोगों की मौत हुई है, लेकिन दिल्ली फायर सर्विस का कहना है कि 3 बच्चों समेत 7 7 लोगों को हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है और उनके हिसाब से वो कैजुअलिटीज़ हुई है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली नंबर अभी ऑफिशियल चैनल से डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया गया है। लेकिन आसपास की जितनी भी शॉप्स हैं, बिल्डिंग्स हैं, उन सबको इवैक्यूएट किया गया है, खाली किया गया है और आगे जो इस पूरे मामले में इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, कूलिंग ऑपरेशन है, वो किया जा रहा है। जो अभी जानकारी मिल रही है, तकरीबन 4 मंजिला ये इमारत है। ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर कॉस्मेटिक्स का जो बिजनेस है वो हो रहा था और फर्स्ट, सेकंड और थर्ड फ्लोर पर एक ही परिवार के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर रह रहे थे। सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे के आसपास आग लगनी शुरू होती है। कुछ लोग बालकनी में आए क्योंकि एक ही एंट्री एग्जिट था, बाहर निकलने का कोई रास्ता नहीं था, तो कुछ लोगों ने ऊपर से छलांग भी लगाई। कुछ लोग बिल्कुल छत पर चले जाते हैं और वहाँ से जो दूसरी बिल्डिंग है जो बिल्कुल इसके साथ सटी हुई है, वहाँ से लोग बाहर निकले हैं। लेकिन जब फायर की गाड़ियाँ यहाँ पर पहुँची और लोगों को लगातार इवैक्यूएट यहाँ से किया गया, तो 7 ऐसे लोग थे जिनको हॉस्पिटल्स भेजा गया और यही कारण है कि दिल्ली पुलिस एनडीआरएफ की टीम को प्रिकॉशनरी तौर पर यहाँ पर बुलाया गया। उसके बाद एम्बुलेंस की जो गाड़ियाँ हैं वो भी यहाँ पर है और अभी भी आप तस्वीर देखेंगे तो 3rd फ्लोर से धुआं निकल रहा है और उसी को बुझाने का काम, उसी कूलिंग ऑपरेशन को करने का काम जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उनकी तरफ से यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। दूसरी तरफ तमाम जो दिल्ली पुलिस के सीनियर ऑफिसर्स यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, आग किन कारणों से लगा वो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। आसपास की जितनी भी दुकानें थी, जितनी भी बिल्डिंग थी, उनको पूरे तरीके से खाली किया गया है। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस ने 6 लोगों की मौत कंफर्म की है। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के मुताबिक 7 लोगों की मौत हुई है। हालांकि ये नंबर्स और भी बढ़ सकते हैं। इसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि हॉस्पिटल्स अलग अलग, जिसमें मणिपाल हॉस्पिटल शामिल है, गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल शामिल है, अलग अलग जगहों पर इवैक्यूएट करके लोगों को भेजा गया है। जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि परिवार में 15 से ज़्यादा लोग थे, 2-3 ऐसे थे जो कि गेस्ट भी फैमिली के साथ रह रहे थे और इनिशियल आवर्स में जो आग लगी है उसके कारण तकरीबन 10 से ज़्यादा लोगों को हॉस्पिटल्स भेजा गया है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको फिर से दिखा दूँ। पूरा जो एक तरीके से गली है उसको खाली करा लिया गया है, लोगों को पीछे इवैक्यूएट किया गया है, आसपास के जो घर हैं उनको पूरे तरीके से खाली किया गया है। लेकिन लापरवाही किसकी थी, किन कारणों से आग लगी, वो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है और हर एंगल पर जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है इस पूरे मामले में की जा रही है। सिविल डिफेंस के लोग भी मौके पर पहुंचे हैं, लेकिन अभी जो तस्वीरें दिख रही हैं कि तमाम जो फायर ऑफिसर्स हैं वो 3rd फ्लोर पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं। जिन लोगों ने आशंका जताई थी कि 3rd फ्लोर पर कुछ लोग फंसे हो सकते हैं, उसको लेकर अभी जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो यहाँ पर कंडक्ट किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस का बहुत साफ कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो संभवतः की जाएगी, किन कारणों से आग लगी, लापरवाही किसकी थी, क्योंकि आसपास आप जितनी भी तारे देखेंगे वो बहुत नीचे हैं, तो लापरवाही बिल्कुल थी। जो फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स है उनका पालन यहाँ पर बिल्कुल नहीं किया गया और उसी कड़ी में आगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी। लेकिन अभी दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि 6 लोगों की मौत हुई है, फायर सर्विस का कहना है 7 लोगों की मौत हुई है। ऑफिशियल नंबर कुछ देर में आ जाएगा, लेकिन अभी 3rd फ्लोर पर सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है। 10 से ज़्यादा लोगों को अस्पताल भेजा गया है, छोटे बच्चे भी उसमें शामिल हैं, बर्न इंजरीज हैं और आगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात दिल्ली पुलिस करती नजर आ रही है। जी।
All right, well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. Jatin reporting live from Palam, New Delhi, where a fire has broken out. Breaking news coming in from the poll-bound state of Tamil Nadu. TVK to now contest in all 234 seats in Tamil Nadu. So this is the big update coming in. As we head towards the polls, we see that a lot of election-related updates are flowing in because the elections are not too far away now. TVK has announced that actor politician Vijay will contest the Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats, declining the alliance proposals from other parties. There was a lot of buzz earlier, speculation which was doing the round that there could be a possible alliance between the TVK and the BJP that has dominated political buzz, but it looks like TVK will be contesting in all 234 seats in Tamil Nadu polls. Sharda, yes, take our viewers through the latest coming in. Sharda.
Well, now the Election Commission has announced that the elections in the state of Tamil Nadu will be happening on the 23rd of April and the results will be out on May 4th. Just few days back, there was multiple sources saying that Vijay might be having an alliance with the NDA under the AIADMK being the lead, and that though the ideological difference with the BJP is there, they want to go against the DMK to dethrone the DMK and uproot them completely is what both the parties, the TVK and the AIADMK, has as a plan, and that he would be going on alliance with them. However, after multiple sources saying that Vijay is not going for alliance, yesterday the party General Secretary Adarvarjuna, speaking at a public meet, openly announced that though there were offers for them to contest in 90 seats and a 2.5-year opportunity given to Vijay to act as a chief minister and the rest 2.5 for another person, the TVK had completely denied that particular opportunity, and he's announced that in all 234 constituencies, Vijay's party, Tamaraga Vetri Karagam TVK, will be standing alone and would be going solo in the upcoming elections. Earlier in Puducherry, TVK also announced that they would be going solo. However, Tamil Nadu is still a question whether there would be an alliance with any other party or not. And yesterday, Adarvarjuna, the party General Secretary, has announced that TVK is going to go solo in all 234 constituencies. And we know the party has already given the nomination files to everybody, and people have submitted the forms back. And Vijay has already started scrutinizing the candidates and the nominees for his all 234 constituencies, and he expected the TVK will soon announce who are the candidates. However, main sources from the party has already given us a whiff that actor Vijay, who is the TVK party leader, will be standing for the elections from the Chennai constituency, Perambur, and is eyeing at all 16 constituencies in Chennai, which is now a DMK stronghold. The main question remains if TVK would be able to dethrone DMK in Chennai, and Adarvarjuna is set to stand in Villivakam and Bussi Anand from Tinagar. The party's second-run leaders have already indirectly announced their constituencies, whereas the IRS lead Arun Raj will also, the former IRS leader Arun Raj will also be standing from Tirchanur, which earlier he had explained, and now Tirchangoda, and now there's multiple informations coming as to, and the main question remains if Vijay will be standing in Perambur from Chennai, or will there be a more
Sharda, hold on for a second there. We're getting some more updates coming in from Tamil Nadu, so let's go ahead. DMK has allotted 5 constituencies to his alliance partner CPI, Tamil Nadu, and DMK has allotted 5 constituencies to his alliance partner for the upcoming assembly elections. The seat sharing agreement was signed by the DMK president and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the CPI state secretary. So one more update coming in here. Let's go back to Sharda. Sharda. Yes, let's go to Sharda. Sharda, so the DMK and the CPI finalizing their seat sharing agreement, and they say that their alliance has been shaped by principles as the agreement now has been finalized.
Well, the 4th round of talks has been finalized between the Communist Party and the DMK, which has been their ally. However, the Communist Party in the last 4 rounds said that they needed additional seats. However, now landed at the 5 seats that they had taken last time in 2021, agreed for the same. And this comes after Congress was given 28 seats, and other left parties were also seeking for more seats from the DMK, where it created a small rift between DMK and its ally parties. Apart from Congress and the Communists, the other parties, MDMK, has also been given 4 seats, where 3 seats where they would be standing under the DMK symbol of rising sun and 1 in the DMDK symbol. More question coming in today is that while Stalin is hold talks with DMDK, Vijay-Kant's party, who's now in talks with Premlata Vijay-Kant, who's heading the party, and also there's Marxist Communist who's asking for 6 seats, and the talks between VCK leader Thirumavalavan and the DMK Stalin is yet to begin. Even the first rounds VCK has not happened. VCK has been asking for 2-digit seats, and the question remains whether DMK would be able to provide the seats for its ally parties, asking extra number of Sachi. Was DMK ready to bow down and go on a lower number of seats is all that remains. And while DMK's leader MK Stalin is now conducting video conferences with people who are going to stand in Puducherry for the upcoming elections on the 9th of April that is happening at the Union Territory. Meanwhile, there's also talks between the
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of political updates coming in from Tamil Nadu. Sharda reporting live for us from Chennai as we count down to the assembly polls there. U.S. Department of Homeland Security has targeted India by releasing a poster of Taj Mahal. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has launched a self-deportation initiative offering undocumented migrants, I repeat, offering undocumented migrants, including Indians, a free flight home and a $2,600 exit bonus. A campaign features an image of the Taj Mahal targeting Indian nationals and similar posters for China and Colombia. Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that it is an opportunity for illegal aliens, like they're calling it, to receive cost-free travel, forgiveness of any failure to depart fines, and a $2,600 exit bonus. This sparked a major controversy. That's a picture. There's a picture that has been the poster which has been released. It's a very, very controversial. This poster has become very, very controversial, and Department of Homeland Security uses Taj Mahal to promote self-deportation, and this is a $2,600 incentive for undocumented migrants. That's what they're calling it. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you more updates. It's a major political churn which is underway in Assam ahead of the elections. It's a big setback to the Congress. Senior leader and Nagaon MP Pradyut Bordoloi has resigned from the party and is now set to join the BJP. Sources indicate that Bordoloi has already been in touch with top BJP leadership, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, with his formal induction likely soon. Here's the full story as the exit comes amid growing internal rifts within the Assam Congress.
Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi has resigned from the party, stepping down from all positions and primary membership. BJP sources say he is set to join the party shortly and may be fielded in the upcoming Assam Assembly elections, with meetings held with top leadership. His move comes amid a series of exits from the Congress in Assam, signaling a widening internal crisis.
इस प्रकार के खबरों का मैं निंदन करता हूं। बार बार असम के मुख्यमंत्री मीडिया के द्वारा हमारे वरिष्ठ सांसद प्रद्युत बोरदोलोई पर राजनीतिक रूप से दाग लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं, उनकी छवि को हनन करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अभी मैं और हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी जितेंद्र सिंह जी प्रद्युत बोरदोलोई जी से मिल के आए और एक व्यापक चर्चा आने वाले चुनाव में कौन से वो विषयों के साथ हम लोगों के पास जाएंगे और नए असम की क्या कल्पना हम कर रहे हैं उसको लेकर हमने एक व्यापक चर्चा की है।
And just last month, former Assam Congress chief Bhupen Kumar Bora also resigned from the party after a 32-year association. Bora, in an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami, cited how internal issues and dissatisfaction within the state unit was a reason for quitting the party.
After you said you were quitting to protect your self-respect, what is your present political situation? Where do you stand?
Actually, my family Congress connection is since 1926 during Pandu division in Assam. And last 32 years, from 1994, I am in Congress in various positions. And as on today, I am not a member of any political party. Definitely, Congress central leadership contacted me after my resignation. And I gave them only one question, that our two other senior leaders from Assam, one is Nagaon MP Pradyut Bordoloi, and another is our CLP leader Debobot Soiki. I authorized both of them that you discuss with Congress High Command. If you both leaders be convinced that my complaint, what I raised in my resignation letter, the party will not give me second chance to repeat the same complaint in the party platform. And if you two leaders will be convinced, then I am ready to withdraw my resignation. But I am very much sure that this Congress party is now, present PCC president is only the face of the party. And Dhuburi MP, who won by 10 lakhs vote, reparations is the base of the party now. So this is a matter of self-respect for us. And any dignified Assamese, any Assamese with dignity, cannot work under leadership of reparations in Assam Congress.
The BJP, meanwhile, is looking to capitalize on the situation, strengthening its position ahead of the high-stakes poll. With key faces exiting and internal dissent growing, the Congress faces an uphill battle in Assam as the election battle intensifies.
Getting some big updates. It's a big relief which has come in for flyers. The big update is that in a major move aimed at improving passenger experience, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has now mandated that at least 60% of seats on domestic flights must be offered free of charge, significantly reducing the burden of paid seat selection for air travelers. The new guidelines are part of a broader effort to enhance transparency, affordability and accessibility across the aviation sector. New reforms aim for transparency and ease in flying. Airlines must offer 60% of seats free of charge. Families will be seated together. Policies for baggage and passenger rights are clarified. These changes are happening as India's aviation market is booming, so the travelers' convenience has been prioritized. Ministry of Civil Aviation has introduced several passenger-focused amenities to improve the flying experience. And joining me is Harsha, who's been tracking the story very, very closely. So the government cracking down on hidden costs. Harsha, this is very good news for passengers, very good news for flyers. 60% of flight seats now free of cost. No need to book it and pay a fine for it. For 60% of the seats, yes.
Yes, Shivangi, you rightly pointed out a huge relief for the passengers, and so many things have been done keeping in mind the passenger safety and the convenience. First one is usually it happens that whenever the seats are free and the passengers have been asking for the choice of their seats, they are charged invariably. And now the Civil Aviation Ministry has clearly stated that the 60% of the seats will be free. There will be no charge. Passengers, if the choice of seats they want, they'll be given by the airline, particular airline. And this is an umbrella order which has been given to all the airlines, be it Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa. Whatsoever airline, they have to ensure that all passengers get 60% seats free of cost. No additional charges are levied whenever they are trying to get a seat of their choice. And not only this, several other ease of travel has also been enhanced by the Civil Aviation Minister, keeping in mind that the passenger safety and security is of the utmost priority. And not only this, for the pet flyers as well. There's a different norms for the pet flyers. They should not be harassed while they are booking their flight. So the passenger should be informed about they are flying with their pet in the aircraft prior, and they should be treated well. They should not be harassed on the name of their pets are not allowed in the aircraft. The different norms have been imposed to the airline for the pet flyers. And not only this, if there are players, if there are these sports passengers who are traveling with their equipments, with other things, they should not be stopped at the security checkings again and again, and ensure that their equipment, their sports equipment, and each and every thing which they are carrying with themselves, they are properly insured of their safety, and that all those things are reached without breaking, and no cost should be levied on the passengers if something happens to their equipment. So all these things have been done keeping in mind that the passenger safety and their convenience is of the utmost importance and priority. And the order has been issued since yesterday. So airlines have to ensure that they comply by this order of Civil Aviation Ministry, which DGCA has now given to all the airlines. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. Big relief come for all the flyers. 60% of the flight seats are going to be free. Taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Full of focus on the conflict, the war. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by US-Israeli projectile. More strikes continue across the borders. Stay tuned. And Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies are pushing back.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी।
every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुमको कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला आधा घंटे का गाड़ी में चला
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
First we saw people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Massive fire in Delhi's Palam kills 7 people. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway. Iran rejects calls for de-escalation. Reports suggest Iran has announced 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of Security Chief Larijani. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant hit by a US-Israeli projectile.
I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us.
So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Trump says no need for NATO help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Sources confirmed Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups. Drone operation angle under probe. Ukraine lodges protest over NIA arrest, seeks immediate release of its 6 nationals. Setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi set to join BJP. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live Report with me, Sharvin Sen. Let me take you through the breaking news now coming in from the national capital, where a massive fire has broken out in Palam area in the national capital residential area, where the fire broke out this morning. 23 people are feared trapped, 7 people are feared dead. At least 3 among the 7 happen to be children. In fact, our reporters on the ground getting us a sense of the situation right now. In fact, on your screens right now, we're going to take you through the latest visuals of the firefighting attempts that have been made by the Delhi Fire Services. As of now, we do have a confirmation that 23 people are still feared trapped. 30 fire tenders have been sent to the spot to douse the fire. On your screens right now, these are the latest images coming in from Palam in the national capital, where the fire broke out this morning around a little after 7 o'clock is what we are being told. What we do not know at this point in time is what caused the fire. My colleague Saurav is joining us live from the spot. Saurav, first give us a sense of what's really happening around you. And is there a confirmation coming in from the Delhi Fire Services about the number of people who are feared trapped?
Yeah, Shavan, as you can see that there is a massive crowd gathered at the spot and multiple fire tenders are here doing the rescue operations. This is the same building in which the massive fire broke out, and as you can see, the whole building is gutted into the fire, and according to the reports, there were 23 people inside and 7 people are dead, including 3 children. And the fire services team, along with the NDRF and the police officials, are conducting a rescue operation here. And this is due to the 23 people were trapped. Because of us, there is a small fire. See, there is just a small exit of this building from which a person can only enter or exit, because of which 23 people were trapped in this building. At around 7, the DFS received a call regarding a massive fire in Palam area, and after that 30 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. And now here the Air Force team along with the other teams are on the spot, currently present just for the rescue operations. And as you can see, the rescue team is bringing another body here in the body bag. As we can show you, you are seeing this live on Republic. See, another body bag is being recovered by the NDRF and the other rescue teams. Apart from this, 7 people were already declared dead by the DFS, and now this is another victim of this massive fire which was being traveled to the hospital again, and now we'll show you the whole building. See, a fire tender and the several fire officials are currently dousing the fire. It is more than 5 hours and the fire is still not under control. And apart from this, several people are still inside, and the rescue team is trying to get them out. But it is feared that more casualties can be seen in this case. And as you can see, the adjacent building is also gutted somehow, but it is saved. And on the terrace of the adjacent building, you can also see the fire officials who are helping the other teams who are inside. This is just due to a small fire exit which is present in this building. This is more than 15 meters This building is above 15 meters and they don't have any NOC as confirmed by the DFS officials to the Republic. And apart from this, several teams are here and the rescue operation is still underway. The whole building is gutted into the fire, and I must tell you that on the ground floor of this building, there were commercial activities happening. There were several shops. And on the second and third floor, there were commercial activities and the residential activities were conducted on the second and third floor of this building. And because of which there is a just short exit in here. And we will also try to talk to the officials who are conducting this operation here. Now we will have a word with the DFS official.
सर ये अभी किस तरीके के हालात में, क्योंकि अभी भी आप लोग रेस्क्यू कर ही रहे हैं, बॉडी लगातार निकल रही है, ऑपरेशन खत्म हो गया या चल रहा अभी?
देखिए ऐसा है, दिल्ली फायर सर्विस को सुबह 7 बजे कॉल मिली थी कि पालम कॉलोनी में फायर है, तो गाड़ी भेजी गई। फायर की ग्रेविटी को देखते हुए पहले इसको मैक्स 6 कैटेगरी घोषित किया गया और बाद में मीडियम कैटेगरी का घोषित किया गया। लगभग 30 गाड़ियां यहाँ आग बुझाने में और रेस्क्यू करने में काम पे जुटी हुई हैं। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस ने 9 लोगों को बाहर निकाला है। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस की तरफ से 9 कैजुअलिटी हम लोगों ने बाहर निकाली हैं, सभी हॉस्पिटल में भेजी हैं। हमारे आने से पहले 2 लोग जो पहले जंप करके कूदे थे उनको भी पब्लिक द्वारा हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है। अब भी हॉस्पिटल में उनका क्या सिचुएशन है वो भी बाद में पता चलेगा।
कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर? कितने लोग घायल हैं सर?
सर मैं आपको वही बोल रहा हूँ, मैं सीन पे खड़ा हूँ, मेरे को नहीं पता कि डेथ क्या है या कौन किसी को चोट लगी है। हम लोगों ने हॉस्पिटल जो है शिफ्ट किया है। आग जो है पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल में है। अभी फिर भी थोड़ा कूलिंग ऑपरेशन जैसे ख़त्म होगा हम एक बार फिर दोबारा इसको सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू करेंगे। आगे कुछ हो रहता है तो आपको सूचित करेंगे।
क्या अंदर कोई फंसा हुआ है? अंदर कोई फंसा हुआ है? अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है?
अब भी आपको यही बार बार बोल रहा हूँ मैं कि अभी हम सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हमारा जारी है। जो पब्लिक बता रही थी जिस हिसाब से कि इतने के लोग वहाँ हैं वो सारे निकल चुके हैं, लेकिन हम लोग फिर भी जो है पूरे सही ढंग से इसको चेक करेंगे। कोई कैजुअलिटी या कुछ और होगा तो आपको हम सूचित करेंगे।
आग लगने के वक्त कितने लोग घर में मौजूद थे सर?
ऐसा तब तक हमारी गाड़ी यहीं रहेंगी जितने तक यहाँ सही ढंग से हम लोग इसको क्लियर नहीं करते। आप प्लीज एक एक करके पूछ लेंगे तो अलग अलग। देखिए दिल्ली फायर सर्विस ने 9 कैजुअलिटी जो हैं वो निकाली हैं और बाकी 2 लोग जो हैं पहले उसमें से जो है कूद चुके थे। हाँ जी
सर ये बताइए कितने लोग मौजूद थे जब ये आग लगी, घटना हुई तो बिल्डिंग में कितने लोग?
मैं एस के दुआ डिप्टी चीफ फायर ऑफिसर हूँ मैं, और जब ये आग लगी थी सुबह 7 बजे के लगभग लगी थी। जो हमारी पहली टीम आई उन्होंने देखा कि नीचे फ्लेम्स है और ऊपर धुआं काफ़ी निकल रहा था और फायर की ग्रेविटी को देखते हुए इसको अपग्रेड किया गया।
सर फायर किस वजह से लगी थी? कोई
देखिए हमारा पहला काम आग बुझाना और कैजुअलिटी जो है पब्लिक को सेफ निकालना है। अभी आप उसी टॉपिक पे बात करेंगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
बिल्डिंग में कितने लोग मौजूद थे? कुछ इस तरीके का
पब्लिक जो है यही बोल रही थी कि लगभग 10 से 11 लोग हो सकते हैं, तो जितने उन्होंने बोला है वो उतने लोग बाहर हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम लोग सही ढंग से अभी दोबारा चेक करेंगे हम लोग।
सर क्योंकि रेजिडेंशियल कमर्शियल दोनों तरीके से इसको इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा था, ऊपर लोग रह रहे थे या फिर कहीं सर अलग से कोई जगह था जहाँ पे सभी लोग रहते थे?
देखिए इसमें एक लिमिटेशन ये रही कि नीचे जो है इनके स्टोर और दुकान था और सिंगल स्टेयरकेस ऊपर जा रही थी रेजिडेंस के लिए। इनका जो है 2nd फ्लोर तक इनके टफन ग्लास या जो भी ग्लास इन्होंने लगाए हैं, तो धुआं सारा ऊपर की तरफ फैल गया जहाँ ये लोग रह रहे थे। उनको बाहर निकलने के लिए क्योंकि नीचे आग थी वही एक ही जीना था, इनको बाहर निकलने का मौका नहीं मिल पाया।
सर क्या एक चीज़ ये बताइए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कॉमर्शियल भी चल रहा था और रेजिडेंशियल भी था, क्या इसको फायर की इस जगह को मिली थी क्या?
देखिए यहाँ इस तरह की जो है हमारे प्रूव में ये नहीं आ रहा था क्योंकि 9 मीटर से कम इसका मर्केंटाइल का था। एंड फिर भी आगे जो रहेगा इसका फिर भी जो कोई डिपार्टमेंट से रिकॉर्ड चेक करेंगे और कुछ होगा तो आपको बताएंगे इस बारे में।
ठीक है। डिप्टी फायर चीफ एस के दुआ हमारे साथ है। सर क्या है, क्या अपडेट है?
Yes. So you heard the deputy fire officer who is present at the site. They told us that there were 9 people who were dead inside and they have rescued all the bodies including 2 children, and apart from that this building did not require the fire NOC, and they will first check the records and then tell us about this building. And the cause of fire is still unknown by the deputy fire officer, but they are investigating the matter. Currently, they are rescuing all the people who are trapped inside, and they told us that the people were trapped inside this building because there was just a narrow escape for them. The residential activities were taking place on second and third floor of this building, and on the ground floor, the commercial activities were taking place. But apart from that, there were only a narrow staircase because of which the people were not able to escape this building at the time of fire. And now the rescue operation is currently underway, and the efforts to douse the fire is also happening on the ground. Multiple teams of NDRF, SDRF, Delhi Police, Delhi Fire Services are also conducting this rescue operation here, and till now 9 people are dead. Apart from that, several people who are still inside, trapped in this building, were being rescued by the Delhi Fire Services. Back to you.
Well, shifting focus now to the top story of the day as Iran continues with relentless strikes that have been carried out. In fact, Iran has now announced that the 61st wave of missile strikes targeting Israel have now been carried out. In fact, in a short while from now, we're also going to take you through the latest visuals of the extent of damage that has been inflicted upon civilian areas in Israel. But before that, let me first take you through 2 ground reports. In fact, Republic Media Network is the only network to give you a 360-degree view of what's really happening on the ground. Let's first begin by the civilian areas which have been targeted in Israel, and then a ground report coming in from inside Iran. This is a report that has been filed by my colleague Nick from Israel.
This popular train station next to Tel Aviv became a target of Iranian ballistic missile that had on it cluster munition, illegal munition, and just one part of that fell here through this roof, as you can see, and it exploded here. On this platform, usually there are hundreds, even thousands of people, but just by fortune, today there are no people here because the train station was closed due to a lack of security forces. Many of the guards are also serving in the reserves of the Israeli military. That's why this train station was closed. Just because of that, it is not a tragedy with a lot of casualties, because probably not everybody could run to the shelter downstairs on time, and the shelter even not big enough, I think, for so many people that are usually here on the busy hours. And this is the destruction that you can see just from one part of the missile. See how huge and massive is the damage just from one part of the cluster munition of the ballistic missile of Iran. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
Shifting focus now to what's really happening inside Iran. The biggest talking point was the attack that was carried out in Mina. In fact, Israelis have basically passed the buck, saying that this is an answer that the Americans will have to do, whether at all. A school was essentially targeted. Iranians have all this while maintained that over 160 school children were killed in a bombing that was carried out by the Americans. In fact, the usage of Tomahawk became the biggest talking point. On the ground, in fact, our colleague there sending us a detailed report of the extent of damage that has been reported and what is it that the Iranians are saying on this entire issue. Take a look.
What you can see behind me is Shajarat Tayyibah School in Mina City, which was airstrike on the first day of the war in Iran, February 28. Around 11:20 a.m. and the place here was a strike. And based on our investigations and the evidence we have reviewed so far, this school is located inside a very large compound that is now considered a cultural complex, and it includes the school, a football field, and a gym, and a car wash, even a home applicants store. But about 15 years ago, or about 20 years ago even, this area used to be a military base, and even going further back there, around 1980 to 1987, the Iranian soldiers were trained here during the war Iran and Iraq. But on the day that the attack happened here, 408 people were present in the school, and out of them, more than 160 were killed. And according to the footage from local cameras and the attack, we could see it happened in two stages. The first missile was about the upper part of the school, and it caused damage on the top floor. And then families and local residents here, they rushed in to help the children. But then tragically, the second missile struck fully and directly inside the school. I'm gonna show you the impact of the second missile here happened inside the school. This is a deep hole inside here. And unfortunately, this circle you can see here was exactly on the 4th grade classroom in this school. So there have been no remains of these students' body for the families. I mean, some families right now, they have no grave for their child because there is no remains of their body. Since this missile, the second missile, happened with more explosion, so the bodies all are burned fully. And I need to tell you, the initial death toll was reported as 168, mostly children between 7 to 11 years old, and with some teachers and even families alongside them, and even more than around 100 injuries, and even more than 100 injured reported. But as I speak to you right now, more than 20 of those injured bodies reportedly died. So we are still waiting for an updated number from official officers. And at this point, it appears that this attack, which obviously is a criminal and a war crime against the children and humanity, and a violation of children's rights, that have been carried out based on maybe outdated or incorrect military intelligence. But still, here is a serious question, that why exactly on the first day and after attacking the most important and highest profile and most strategic place in Tehran, which was the home of the supreme leader of Iran, then right after 2 hours, they targeted this school in 2 stages, not even once, but 2 times. So obviously, we can't say clearly it was a mistake, but the investigations are still ongoing to understand whether it was initial or a mistake.
Well, in fact, the Strait of Hormuz has now become the battlefield. In fact, earlier today when reports essentially came in that United States of America has carried out with multiple bombings. This comes after President Trump has indicated that he does not require any further assistance from NATO. In fact, I'm now going to take you through these latest images coming in from Strait of Hormuz to give you a sense of what is happening on the ground, and more importantly, how exactly are the Iranians making this as what many have been calling weaponization of oil. First on your screens, these latest images coming in from Strait of Hormuz, and we are also going to be joined by General D.P. Pandey in a short while from now to get us a sense of which way is it really headed. Well, in fact, General Pandey, first I want to just quickly take our viewers through these images that we're going to put out is of the current condition of Strait of Hormuz. With Larijani being killed and many saying that this has taken a direct hit, but some are also basically indicating who is now left in Iran that the United States of America and for that matter Israel would be talking to.
Yeah, so it's a great challenge for people who are not actually involved in the entire planning process, and I'm sure there must be channels which are working through. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of people feel in the world that regime or political leadership means just one or two or three people in the entire Iranian structure. Iranians have ensured a very layered, multi-layered regime kind of a structure which is there, and one Larijani going out doesn't mean that the country is going to collapse. It's a sovereign state. There will be somebody who will be nominated to take his place. The advantage of Larijani was that he has been a security advisor very, very close to Khamenei, right? And he was virtually guiding Khamenei with whom to engage. He was a person to be reached out to by the outside world for carrying out dialogue and other stuff. So I'm sure that Iranians as a structure, as a political, religious structure will put across somebody. Either the foreign minister will be the spokesperson or somebody else will come up. And maybe this is the time when the political establishment may take a step forward to actually start engaging with the world outside, rather than the hardline, religious, cleric-oriented people who are actually controlling IRGC and also in the control of the entire country. So I have a feeling that somebody will come out and...
Many experts have essentially seen this as called the middle phase of the war, which perhaps is the dangerous part of it, because you're looking for an off-ramp right now. Does that really come in the near future? Or do you believe that an escalation is in the way? Because for the Iranians, this is no longer about winning the battle. It is about survival, and it is also about preserving their dignity.
So, escalation was on for first 1 week, right? So everybody is wanting to talk about escalation, about boots on ground and stuff like that. But I don't think there's any more escalation which will happen. Now there will be leveraging will start happening. The leveraging is in the sense of using Hormuz as weaponizing Hormuz by Iranians. But you look at the way Americans have gone off, and if I have to recommend the Americans, not the Israelis, because Israelis and Americans are following two different paths. They look to be having a common objectives, but both have got different objectives. But for Americans, if they have come up with the line of a regime change, for a line, these are called maximalist expression of objectives, which is required in the world of the strategic communication. You're trying to tell the world that I'm going to reach, this is my ultimate this thing. But actually, what happens in the real world, that you don't achieve the maximum goals which you laid out publicly. But you in your mind know that as long as one is able to take out the hardline component of the regime and we are able to weaken the regime, that may result in a certain change in the strategic direction of a country. So what is the strategic direction? Death to Israel, death to USA, and whatever we are going to do, we will take over Makkah, Medina from Saudis. These are their long-term goals. There may be a shift, a weakening of regime. Now the second thing which they were talking of was degrading the nuclear ambition of this thing. So look at, they have gone off hitting about the nuclear uranium enrichment and weaponization program which was there, they have been substantially degraded in terms of the infrastructure. Now about those 440 kgs worth of uranium, one doesn't know where it is. Right? There's a loss of intel about it. Some people are saying that it's been bombed out, it's in the caves, into the mountains, and will not be recovered. Right? But I am quite sure that Iranians have ferreted this entire thing. It requires a certain degree of expertise and manner to move out. But they had about 7 to 8 months to plan, and surely in last 2 months they knew this is going to happen. So they must have taken this out and kept it some place where the Americans and Israeli intelligence are not going to reach. But yes, having that 440 kgs of uranium, which is enriched to 60%, and make it into 10 bombs, which is projected to be, requires a certain degree of infrastructure. So weakened regime and a degraded infrastructure may lead to a change of thought. Right. The third is the ballistic missiles, which was actually not the concern of the Americans, but more of a concern to Israelis and the Saudis. Right. If you heard the report, the Saudis may be saying upfront anything, but they have actually reached out on the back channels to tell the Americans that ballistic missiles, and you look at the power of the ballistic missiles, this time with just about 3,000 ballistic missiles, they have been able to actually touch almost each and every corner of the Gulf region. Actually, they have been able to reach right till Cyprus, into Turkey, and up to about 2,000 kilometers from where they're launching. So this also have been degraded. Now, this entire degradation, if you look at it, is actually a win and a success. So if Trump today says that I have achieved my maximum objectives, and now it is about the Gulf region to actually reconcile, it's a great offering. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, General, for that quick analysis. In fact, I'm now going to quickly take you through the other breakings coming in. And as General Pandey was basically pointing out, what happens to the role of GCC? Because that's becoming the crucial aspect of this entire war. On your screens right now, let me just quickly take you through the breaking coming in right now. These are the two set of images currently coming in from Strait of Hormuz, one from Strait of Hormuz and the other happening from Beirut. If we can just quickly label those. It is video 2 is from Strait of Hormuz and video 1 is from Beirut. Let's just quickly label them so that it's better, it's easier for everyone to understand. Now, the developments that have taken place as far as Lebanon is concerned. I'll start with video 1. That's where the damage that we're essentially seeing on the ground, with the Israelis basically saying that the proxies of Iran, which basically includes Hezbollah, has been weakened considerably. And right now the target has essentially been to ensure that Hezbollah cannot carry on with further attacks. Now, since the war actually began, it is Iranian proxies like Hezbollah targeting Israel, particularly northern Israel being targeted by the Iranians. So on your screens right now, these are the latest images now coming in. Video 2 is also another coming in from
অনুষ্ঠানত আমাৰ মাজত সাংসদ কামাখ্যা প্ৰসাদ তাছা ডাঙৰী, আমাৰ ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় সম্পাদক কেন্দ্ৰীয় মন্ত্ৰী পবিত্ৰ মাৰ্ঘেৰিটা ডাঙৰীয়া, আমাৰ নিৰ্বাচন পৰিচালনা সমিতিৰ আহ্বায়ক প্ৰধান বৰুৱা ডাঙৰীয়া, সাংসদ আৰু সাংসদ ৰামেশ্বৰ তেলী ডাঙৰীয়া উপস্থিত আছে। মই প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়াক ভাৰতীয় জনতা পাৰ্টিৰ মঞ্চলৈ উষ্ণ আদৰণি জনাইছোঁ। আমি ভাবোঁ যে আমি একেলগে প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত অসমক পৰিৱৰ্তনৰ বাবে আমি যি এক কৰ্মযোগ্য যোৱা 10টা বছৰে আমি চলাই আহিছোঁ, তাত প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়াৰো আমি সহযোগিতা পাম। নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আমি অসমক একেলগে আৰু অধিক শক্তিশালী কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিম।
We will together make Assam more stronger.
নবীন ডাঙৰীয়াই প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়াৰ যোগদানক অনুমোদন জনাইছিলে আৰু আজি
Honorable BJP President Nitin Navin ji has approved the joining of Pradut Bordloi ji.
উষ্ণ আদৰণি জনাইছোঁ।
Pradut Bordloi ji is joining the BJP. I welcome him wholeheartedly
MP
to the BJP.
Sri Pradut Bordloi has joined Bharatiya Janata Party. Our state president Sri Dilip Saikia has welcomed him to the fold of our party. As you know, Sri Pradut Bordoloi is a senior MP, two-time MP from Nagaon Lok Sabha. He was former minister in Congress cabinet under Sri Tarun Gogoi, as well as he is a old congressman. His history with Congress goes back to 1975. So his joining in BJP will definitely strengthen our party. We'll be now more confident that we'll be able to translate collectively the vision of a Viksit Bharat, Viksit Assam of Sri Narendra Modi into reality. Yesterday, our national president, Sri Nitin Nabin, has approved his joining, and today itself he has joined, and we all welcome him into our party. आपको मालूम है प्रद्युत बॉर्डलोई जी एक सिटिंग कांग्रेस एमपी है, तो एक एमपी का नाते 3 साल अभी भी कार्यकाल है, फिर भी वो खुद आके अपना पद त्याग कर रहा है. एमपी का पद ऑब्वियसली ही हैज टू क्विट बिकॉज ऑफ एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ. सो पार्टी हैज टू टेक केयर ऑफ हिम. सो पर्सनली Assam Pradesh BJP will recommend to the central leadership that he should fight assembly election. देखिए आज जो कांग्रेस का जो हालत है, ये पूरा कांग्रेस पार्टी एक ऐसा आइडियोलॉजी में जा रहा है जो आइडियोलॉजी का साथ कोई स्वाभिमानी, जिसका मान है, जिसका सम्मान है, वो कांग्रेस में रहने का कोई भी अभी मेरा हिसाब से बहुत ही मुश्किल होगा, मुश्किल है. थोड़ी दिन पहले भूपेन बोरा जी ने योगदान किया, आज प्रद्युत बॉर्डलोई ने योगदान किया. मेरा लगता है कि और 2 साल जो कांग्रेस में लीडर्स है, जैसे देवव्रत सैकिया, रिपुन बोरा, समय का साथ साथ ये लोग भी बीजेपी में आ जाएगा. इसलिए कांग्रेस में अभी कोई भी स्वाभिमानी व्यक्ति नहीं रह सकता है. कोई ऐसा वो बात नहीं, कांग्रेस जो बोले इसको बोलने दीजिए, लेकिन हमारा लक्ष्य है कि सारे जो अच्छा लीडर अभी भी कांग्रेस में है उनको बीजेपी में लाना. इसलिए बीजेपी और असम दोनों का भविष्य हमें उज्जवल करना है. तो इसीलिए कांग्रेस में जो भी नेता है जिसका कोई एक हिसाब से हु इज नॉट लायबिलिटी, जो एसेट्स है, सारे एसेट्स को हम धीरे धीरे बीजेपी में लाना चाहता हूं. ये काम अभी 2016 में हम लोग शुरू किए थे और लगभग आज 99% हम लोग कामयाब हो चुका. I think he will narrate his own story, but my one-line answer will be: no self-respected individual can today stay in Congress party, particularly in Assam. I think one section of people cannot come to BJP. Although if I today open the gates of BJP, lot of Muslim leaders will also join. They are also feeling suffocated, but they cannot join BJP right away because of ideological issue. But all other leaders, Hindu, Christian, whoever it is, they are in BJP. All self-respected people will come to BJP. I am sure about that.
So along with Pradyut, Assam Congress Vice President also resigned.
I think there are a lot of people, Vice President Navajyoti Talukdar, and there are lots of people who will join in Guwahati, because today it is important that Mr. Bordoloi join today, because we are going to clear our party list for candidature today evening. So it is important that he join today itself, but other people will join in next 2 to 3 days in Assam itself.
The Congress party is playing his leveled allegations on Imran Masood.
I think I don't want to comment on individual, because who is Imran Masood, who is not, that will be It will take time for me to Google and find out. But in the context of Assam, not only Mr. Pradut Bordoloi or Bhupen Bora, lot of people have joined in last 3-4 years. Whoever has self-respect, they are coming to our fold. देखिए पहले भगवान का साथ कोई कंपटीशन नहीं करना चाहिए. सरकार आने भगवान आशीर्वाद दे. अगर मैं आज बोलूँ मेरा सरकार आएगा, मैं सीएम बनूँ, प्रद्युत बड़ोले जी मंत्री बनेगा, that means I am challenging the authority of Lord. So I am not like that person. So हमारा असम में बोलता है कि अहंकार ही विनाश लाते हैं. तो let the government be formed first with the blessings of Lord Krishna. Thereafter we'll think.
Is the central leadership of Amit Shah
I think he is a MP. Today also he can meet Mr. Amit Shah ji at any point of time. But nothing is happening without the blessings of Prime Minister, Home Minister and National President. So, আপোনালোকে এটা কথা জানে MLA-তকৈ MP বহুত সন্মানপূৰ্বক কাৰণ এজন MLA এটা সমষ্টি চাই এজন MP-য়ে 10টা সমষ্টি চাই প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈয়ে আমাৰ দলত কিবা এটা পাব অহা নাই তেওঁ কিবা এটা ত্যাগ কৰি আহিছে কাৰণ তেওঁ আজি নগাঁও লোকসভাৰ এজন সিটিং MP আৰু 3.5 বছৰ তেওঁৰ কাৰ্যকাল আছে অলপ বেছিয়ে আছে গতিকে তেওঁ কিবা এটা ত্যাগ কৰি আজি ভাৰতীয় জনতা পাৰ্টিত যোগদান কৰিছে ভাৰতীয় জনতা পাৰ্টিয়ে সদায় ব্যক্তিত্ব আৰু ব্যক্তিৰ ত্যাগক সন্মান কৰে সেইকাৰণে মই ভাবো যে প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়াক বিজেপিৰ সকলো কাৰ্যকৰ্তাই সহযোগিতা কৰি কোনো এটা সমষ্টিত প্ৰাৰ্থিত্ব পালে তেখেতক বিজয়ী কৰোৱাৰ দায়িত্ব বহন কৰিব লাগে কাৰণ মই বাৰে বাৰে কৈছো তেওঁ বিজেপিত একো লব অহা নাই তেওঁ কিবা এটা ত্যাগ কৰি বিজেপিত আহিছে আমি যেতিয়া বিজেপিত আহিছিলো আমি একো ত্যাগ কৰি অহা নাছিলো কাৰণ তেতিয়া MLA চিপ মোৰ 2 মাহ আছিল বা 3 মাহ আছিল আমি বিজেপিত ত্যাগ কৰি অহা নাছিলো প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ আমাৰ ইতিহাসত প্ৰথম জুনে কংগ্ৰেছৰ পৰা জয়েন কৰিব কিবা এটা ত্যাগ কৰি আহিছে 3.5 বছৰৰ তেওঁৰ এটা লোকসভাত টেনিউৰ আছে আৰু নগাঁৱত তেওঁ অহাবাৰো জিকিব পাৰিলেহেঁতেন কাৰণ নগাঁৱত আমি কেতিয়াও নিজিকো গতিকে তেওঁ ৰাজনৈতিক জীৱনৰ এটা ডাঙৰ ত্যাগ কৰি ভাৰতীয় জনতা পাৰ্টিত আহিছে কোনোবাই যদি ভাবে তেওঁ কিবা লব আহিছে ভুল কথা আমি হয়তো লব আহিছিলো কিন্তু প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়াই কিবা এটা এৰি আহিছে গতিকে আমাৰ কাৰ্যকৰ্তাসকলৰ এটো দায়িত্ব যে আমি প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়াক দলৰ মজিয়ালৈ আদৰণি জনাম আৰু যদি আমাৰ ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় নেতৃত্বই তেওঁক বিধানসভাত সিট দিয়ে তেতিয়াহলে তেওঁক সকলোৱে আমি একেলগে লগ হৈ জিকাব লাগিব I do not want to comment on any person because we want to contest election on a positive note and we don't want to talk about individual. We want to talk about the development we have done for the state of Assam. We want to focus what we have done to secure the identity of Assamese people. We don't want to focus on an individual. So, লৰা ছোৱালীৰ কথা আমি আলোচনা কৰা উচিত নহয় যদি লৰা ছোৱালীৰ কথা আলোচনা কৰিব যাও বহুত কথা হ'ব আমি ব্যক্তি আৰু সন্তানক আমি একেলগ কৰিব নাপায় কালি মোৰ লৰাও কোনবাত যাব পাৰে আৰু তেনেকুৱা ঘটনা হৈ থাকে গতিকে তেওঁৰ লৰাৰ লগত মই কথাও পতা নাই আৰু তেওঁৰ লৰাৰ ৰাজনৈতিক কি হ'ব কি নহব হেতু আমি আলোচনা কৰাটো উচিত নহয় আমাৰ আলোচনাটো প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈৰ লগত UPPL 15টা সিটতে তেওঁলোকে কন্টেষ্ট কৰিব আৰু তেওঁলোকৰ প্ৰতি আমাৰ শুভেচ্ছা থাকিব কিন্তু আমাৰ এলায়েন্স জয়েন্টলি কেম্পেইন কৰিম আমি জয়েন্টলি ইলেকশন খেলিম AGPৰ লগত 26টা সিট হৈ গৈছে
UPPL, PPF and AGP will jointly do the campaign.
আমি সিট কেটাৰ নাম ঘোষণাও কৰিব
The seats with the AGP has been finalized and today the parliamentary board will approve them and we will make
ইলেকশ্যনৰ
them
পিছত
public.
আপোনালোকে দেখিব দেৱব্ৰত শইকীয়া ৰিপুন বৰা তেওঁলোকেও আঁতৰি আহিব লাগিব কাৰণ
After the
কংগ্ৰেছৰ এতিয়া
elections, you will see that Debabrata
যিজনে
Sekya and
গড়
Ripun
মাৰিছে
Bora will also
তেওঁৰ
walk
লগত
away from
থাকিব
the Congress.
নে যিজনে গড়ক ৰক্ষণাবেক্ষণ দিছে তেওঁৰ লগত থাকিব আজি কোনজন
It will
মানুহৰ লগত থাকিব
be up to
যিজন
the
মানুহে
leaders to decide
পেৰাচুট
whom
লেণ্ডিং
they
কৰি
want
পলিটিক্স কৰি
to
আছে নে
stay.
সেই মানুহৰ লগত থাকিব যোনে
They want to
তৃণমূলৰ
be
পৰা
with
কপালৰ
the
ঘাম
leader
মাটিত
who
পেলাই ৰাজনীতি কৰি
has
আছে
been
আৰু অসমৰ মানুহে এই কথাবোৰ
dropped
বুজি পায়
with parachute
কংগ্ৰেছতো ভাল
or
মানুহ আছে
want
আৰু
to
ভাল
work
মানুহবিলাক
with
লাহে লাহে
leaders
আমাৰ
who
তালৈকে আহি
had
থাকিব আমি
rose
কোনো
from the
স্পীডত
grassroots.
কৰা নাই সব কাম সময়ৰ লগত হৈ থাকিব
We are not doing anything in hush.
देखिए
Everything
जनता का
is
आशीर्वाद
taking
BJP
place
का साथ है
gradually at its own
और
pace.
हमें जो भी आ रहा है ऐसा नहीं है कि सब लोगों को टिकट भी मिल रहा है 2 व्यक्ति को ही हम टिकट देने जा रहा हूं जो नया लोग आया है और बाकी हजारों लोग हमारा पार्टी में ज्वाइन कर रहा है कार्यकर्ता का नाते वो लोग काम करेंगे ना वो भगवान का काम है ये भगवान का काम है मेरा काम नहीं है
सर अगर ज्वाइनिंग रेट की बात की जाए पूरे देश भर में सबसे ज्यादा ज्वाइनिंग रेट असम में है बीजेपी सबसे ज्यादा लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं ऐसा क्यों
देखिए असम में हमारे सब प्रदेश अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और सब प्रदेश का अलग अलग हिस्ट्री है लेकिन असम थोड़ा ऐसा ही स्टेट है कि यहाँ में हमें एक बहुत बड़ा अस्तित्व का लड़ाई लड़ना है आफ्टर द सेंसस our fight to secure Assamese people will intensify. So I don't want any right-thinking Assamese people to be in the other side of the fence. So that is why this outreach we are deliberately doing under the guidance of our Home Minister Sri Amit Shah. This outreach is an ongoing process for Assam BJP. So, মইতো কংগ্ৰেছ নাথাকে বুলি কোৱাৰ মানুহ নহয় মইতো কম মই শুভেচ্ছা দিম আৰু মইতো বিচাৰো যে কংগ্ৰেছৰ ভিতৰতো এনেকুৱা এটা পৰিৱেশ হওক য'ত স্বাভিমান থাকে মানুহ নিজৰ ভৰিত এটা আত্মসন্মান লৈ থিয় হৈ থাকিব পাৰে গতিকে কংগ্ৰেছটো আমি নিঃশেষ হৈ যোৱাটো নিবিচাৰো কিন্তু কংগ্ৰেছটো এনেকুৱা হ'ব নালাগে যে য'ত নেকি অকল অসম বিৰোধী মানুহৰে এটা আড্ডা বনি যায় তেনেকুৱা হ'ব নালাগে আৰু আপোনালোকে বাকী প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ ডাঙৰীয়া আছে তেওঁ কিবা সুধিব খুজিলে আপোনালোকে সুধিব পাৰিব মই আকৌ এবাৰ প্ৰদ্যুৎ বৰদলৈ
If you want to ask anything to Pradut Bodloji, he is here. He will speak to you.
Our honorable MP from Nagaon, Assam, in Lok Sabha, Sri Pradut Bodloi, will address the media.
অসম বিজেপিৰ মাননীয় সভাপতি শ্ৰী দিলীপ শইকীয়া ডাঙৰীয়া বিজেপি দলৰ আমাৰ কেন্দ্ৰীয় মন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী পবিত্ৰ মাৰ্ঘৰিটা ডাঙৰীয়া মোৰ এজন জ্যেষ্ঠ সতীৰ্থ শ্ৰী প্ৰদান বৰুৱা শ্ৰী কামাখ্যা তাছা শ্ৰী ৰামেশ্বৰ তেলী আৰু আপোনালোকে অলপ আগতে বক্তব্য শুনিলে সঁচা কথা ক'বলৈ গ'লে আজি মই যিটো সিদ্ধান্ত লৈছো সেই সিদ্ধান্তটো মোৰ বাবে এটা সহজ সিদ্ধান্ত নাছিল বহুত মানসিক অন্তৰ্দ্বন্দ আৰু বহুত বেদনাসিক্ত দিন কিছুমান পাৰ হৈ পেলাই মই অৱশেষত এই সিদ্ধান্তটো লৈছো কিন্তু এইটো কথা মই স্পষ্ট কৰি দিব খুজিছো যে মই যদি আজি বিজেপি দলৰ প্ৰতি বা আমাৰ অসমৰ মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী গৰাকীৰ তেওঁৰ কাম কাজৰ ধৰণ এইবিলাকত আকৃষ্ট হৈ আহিছো মই অসমৰ স্বাৰ্থৰ কথা ভাবিয়ে আগবাঢ়ি আহিছো এইকাৰণে মই কথাষাৰ আপোনালোকক ক'ব খুজিছো মই কিয় কংগ্ৰেছ দল এৰিব লগা হ'ল সেইবিলাকৰ একেবাৰে সকলোৰে সহানুভূতি আদায় কৰিবৰ কাৰণে মই কিবা হাৱৈ বিয়ৈ কৰি পেলাই মই বিলাপ কৰিব খোজা নাই কিন্তু এটা কথা ঠিক যে মই একেবাৰে সৰু বয়সত 16 বছৰ বয়সতে কংগ্ৰেছ দলৰ লগত জড়িত হৈ আছো আৰু এইটো কথাও মই কম আৰু সদায় থাকিম যে মোৰ জীৱনৰ পৰিক্ৰমা এই জীৱনৰ পৰিক্ৰমাটোত কংগ্ৰেছ দলৰ বহুত অৰিহণা আছে মই আজি যদি সমাজত কিবা প্ৰতিষ্ঠা পাইছো তেতিয়াহ'লে কংগ্ৰেছ দলৰ জৰিয়তেই মই পাইছো আৰু মই সদায় Congress had given me everything. I had been a first generation politician. But in the last few days, I had been facing a lot of problems, which made me feel bad. If you want to know the main reason behind me joining the Bharatiya Janata Party, I want to tell you that I have spent a lot of time with Himanta Biswa Sharma as colleagues. We had worked together to bring peace in the state of Assam. We had been colleagues in ministry earlier. We had spent a lot of troublesome time together too. To take forward Assam, I had always been with the people of Assam and have always worked with the people of Assam.
মই ভাবো যে তেওঁৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী গৰাকীৰ অফুৰন্ত কৰ্মস্পৃহা মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীগৰাকীৰ
also enjoyed the support of former Chief Minister Sarbananda Sonowal, and current Chief Minister had been also working immensely all the time for the state of Assam and to take forward Assam as one of the most advanced states in the country. I want to work together.
হয়তো পিছৰ ফালে যোৱা 2 বছৰমান ধৰি পেলাই মই যথেষ্ট অপমানৰ সন্মুখীন হৈছিলো আৰু
I had faced a lot of humiliation in the Congress party in the last 2 years.
অপমানিত হৈছিলো মই যে নিজকে একাখৰীয়া বোধ কৰিছিলো কিন্তু মই
I had felt sidelined in the Congress party.
এইটো কথাও মই বিজেপি দলৰ নেতৃত্বৰ আগত স্পষ্ট কৰি কৈছো যে মই
But when I have joined the BJP today,
সন্মান বজাই ৰাখি মূৰ তুলি
I have also told the Bharatiya Janata Party that I will continue to work with self-respect and dignity as an Assamese and contribute in building Assam and taking it forward in the days to come. And that is the reason why I have joined the Bharatiya Janata Party today. I want to thank the Chief Minister of Assam. I want to thank the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Including Nitin Naveenji. And I hope that I'll be able to serve the state in a healthy environment and seek the support of the colleagues. I thank everyone and conclude.
No, it's all.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, a big jolt to Assam Congress as Pradyut Bodolai joins the BJP. Hemant Biswa says more leaders could follow suit in the coming few days.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कुमार गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी में चला
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कुमार गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी में चला
All right, viewers, we've got a breaking news coming in. The first round of official talks on a seat sharing between AIA, DMK and BJP will begin today. Now, in the meeting, which is scheduled at evening at EPS's residence, discussions will focus on the allocation of seats and constituencies to the party members. It is also expected that the seats for the NDA partners will be finalized tomorrow, as Piyush Goyal, who is the election in charge of the BJP for the state, will be visiting tomorrow. So we're looking at the finalization of a seat sharing arrangement between the two partners. All right, viewers, moving on to another breaking news. According to the Delhi Fire Department, at least 9 people have been killed so far. Now, 2 additional bodies have been recovered from the 3rd floor during the search operation. This is regarding the Palam fire incident. We're looking at the death toll now rising, and 2 more bodies, in fact, have now been recovered, which takes the death toll to 9 now from earlier 7. This comes as rescue operations are still on at the site. Now, the Delhi Fire Department says that at least 9 people have been killed in this fire incident so far. 2 additional bodies have now been recovered, and they have been recovered from the 3rd floor during the search operation. All right, we're looking at a rise in a death toll from the Delhi fire incident. In fact, we're getting you visuals of the fire incident as well from Palam, and this is where the death toll in fact has now risen to at least 9, as 2 more bodies have now been recovered from the 3rd floor. Rescue operations are still underway at the site. My colleague Saurav, who is present at the site, joins me. Saurav, do tell us what's the latest do we know about the search and rescue operations? We understand that the death toll unfortunately has now risen to 9.
Yes, the death toll has now risen to 9, including 2 children who jumped from the balcony of this building, which was gutted into the fire. As I can show you the visuals, you can see that this is the exact building which was engulfed in fire this morning, and a fire call was received by the GFS at 7 a.m. And after that, a fire tender which reached the spot, a fire tender reached the spot at 7:30, but the locals claimed that its hydraulics were not working, because of which there was an unprecedented delay in the rescue operation. And after that, at 8:30, another fire tender arrived at the spot, which did the rescue op in this. And the major reason behind the people who were trapped inside the building is that there was just a single narrow escape here, and because of that the people could not escape this building during the time of fire, and they were asking for help from the balcony of this building. And 2 children jumped off the balcony just to save their lives, as they could not escape this building through the staircase. And apart from this, I want to tell you that at the ground floor of this building, there were 3 shops which were operating. All the 3 shops were the closed shops. And on the 2nd and 3rd floor of this building, there were residents, and nearly 20 people were residing in this 2nd and 3rd floor of this building. And apart from that, I can show you that everything and all the full building is gutted into the fire, and several teams of BSES, NDRF, Delhi Fire Services, all are present at the
Saurav,
spot.
thank you for joining us and giving us those details. Now, viewers, we'll continue our coverage on this massive fire incident that's now taking place in Delhi's Palam area. And coming up on the other side, more details on this, how the death toll has now risen to 9 in this incident. Fire in a Palam area kills at least 9. The death toll rises as 2 more bodies are now recovered from the 3rd floor of the building.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा हूं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करेंगे। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुमको कमाल करा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो वो तेरा गाड़ी में चला।
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Big setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. The senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in Himanta Biswa Sarma's presence, who says more Cong leaders to defect in new few days.
कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है
Republic confronts the lawyer representing the 6 Ukrainians who were arrested for illegally infiltrating India, who ducks and dodges our questions. And sources confirm Republic that foreigners arrested by NIA were involved in training Myanmar armed groups. Drone operation Angle under probe.
And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Let's begin with the first big breaking news. Republic quizzes Manipur CM on infiltration bid. 7 foreign nationals were apprehended by NIA. Republic questions Manipur CM over this, and Manipur Chief Minister dodges the question posed by Republic. CM Yumnam Khemchand Singh shrugs off from camera as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. Let's watch it.
Comment on this. So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Sir, any comment on this, the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Sir, any comment on this, the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir?
All right, I have my colleague Johnson joining me live with me from Manipur. Johnson, what are the latest you are fetching now? Republic asked a very simple question about those who have been apprehended, and the situation was pretty sensitive, volatile when it comes to Manipur. But a foreign intervention makes it totally different. What's the latest you are fetching on the updates in Manipur and the 7 foreign nationals apprehended by NIA? Johnson.
Okay, yes, as of now, I have tried my best, level best, to speak to all the concerned district police senior officers, where the district where bordering Myanmar and Mizoram, that the foreign nationals could infiltrate, they can enter illegally. But as I have talked to the senior police officers of the district, Technopal district and Chusanpur district, where this is the border district that just join the Myanmar and Mizoram states. There is no official statement. There is no official confirmation or official statement that those 7 foreign nationals have entered. There is no official statement that they haven't entered to Manipur through the 2 said districts. But yes, as per some reports, as Manipur is a hilly state, and all the border districts are not well fenced, and they are not well sealed. There is some report that those 7 foreign nationals might enter Manipur through some illegally through some porous borders and all. But this one is also yet to be confirmed. But regarding this, when I asked the Chief Minister of Manipur, on one program that we held today at Imphal regarding his comment to give his comment regarding the arrest of these 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. He didn't give any response to us, and so as per the sources I get, this 7 foreign nationals had been arrested by this NIA from 3 different
definitely.
of India, of the mainland country.
Yeah,
Okay.
Johnson, stay with us. Stay with us. We'll once again play the entire confrontation where we asked a very simple question about the 7 foreign nationals who were apprehended by NIA. Once again.
So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on this, the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir?
All right, Johnson, there was no response in that. So Johnson, our reporter, was from that location. Now, we have another big update here. We have some fresh information coming in. The advocate representing Ukrainian nationals who were arrested from illegally infiltrating India leaves from Ukrainian embassy in New Delhi. The Republic confronted the lawyer who is caught on camera dodging Republic questions. Take a look at this confrontation, this interaction.
बिहाफ पे कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है।
So, all right, we confronted the CM at one place and we also confronted the lawyer at one place, but clearly no answers. Both were seen dodging the questions. There was no response. I'm joined by my colleague Johnson from Manipur and also by Harsh from New Delhi for more details. Harsh, coming next to you now, because what kind of response were you trying to get from him, but you didn't get any response from them? And what sort of arguments are the Ukrainians giving in this case? Because Ukraine has protested. They don't want the 6 Ukrainians to be arrested by India. But clearly, this feels like backstabbing when we are having such a good relation with the Ukrainian government, Harsh.
Well, right, Shivam. In fact, the National Investigation Agency have pressed some serious charges. Section 18 of the UAPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, has been imposed on all the 7 foreign nationals who have been detained. Now, remember, 6 out of these 7 individuals are from Ukraine and they have been detained. They have in fact been sent to NIA custody by the Patiala House Court in New Delhi yesterday. And it is also very clear that now Ukraine's embassy here in New Delhi have launched an official protest with the government of India. They are seeking an immediate release of the 6 Ukrainian nationals who have been detained under very serious charges that have been imposed by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, the Ukrainian embassy here in New Delhi is also seeking consular rights on the detained individuals. We spotted an advocate from the Delhi High Court who went inside the Ukraine embassy here in New Delhi. He definitely might have met the ambassador there. He was there inside the embassy in New Delhi for around an hour. We asked him about what is the line of questioning that Ukrainian side is relying on in regards to this case, this very case where the NIA has imposed very serious allegations on all of these arrested individuals who have been detained from different locations in India. Also, one of the detained foreign national who has been sent in NIA custody is from America, and the American side in fact has also addressed that they are aware of the situation. However, Ukrainian side has clearly lodged a protest, an official protest. They are seeking immediate release of these 6 individuals, seeking...
Yeah, Arsh, stay with me. Johnson is also with me live from Imphal, Manipur. Johnson, they were successful in entering Myanmar. They took advantage of the route. The border seems to be porous, and since we don't have a hostile neighbor as a Myanmar. So how exactly do you think were they successful in going inside Myanmar? And also they are responsible, allegedly, of training insurgent groups inside Myanmar.
Oh, yes. It is reported illegally that those 7 foreign nationals have entered Myanmar illegally via Mizoram. Their exact route of their exact means of transport and their exact route is yet to be officially announced. But as of now, there's also reported that they have illegally entered this Myanmar, and they have tied up with those ethnic groups that are against, they are in association with the Indian insurgency groups, and so they have trained those ethnic groups for terrorism activities, and also it is important to illegate that those foreign nationals have even supplied drones and arms.
All right, Johnson, thanks a lot. Harsh, thanks a lot. We have another very big development coming in. We'll go to that big development. We have some fresh visuals coming in of Jag Larki. Latest visuals. It's about to dock. It's about to reach the port in Gujarat. Now, this is the Indian flagged oil tanker Jag Larki. The first visuals, exclusive visuals of this vessel. And this comes at a very critical time. And the Jag Larki vessel is about to dock. It docks and it's carrying around 80,800 metric tons of crude oil, and it's reaching the Mundra port, very close to the port, as you can see from the visuals also. It had a very long and tough journey because the situation is quite volatile as we speak right now. The Strait of Hormuz is indeed a war zone. It's very difficult for the vessels to pass through that region. Now, Jag Larki is carrying around 80,800 metric tons of crude oil, and it has reached Mundra port in Gujarat, and after completing its journey from the United Arab Emirates. All right, Ishita is joining us live from the newsroom for more details. Ishita, we are about to witness the docking of Jag Larki at Mundra port. It's just about to dock. It has reached the port. It was a very difficult journey, and it has completed this arduous journey, difficult journey from the West Asian conflict region. Over to you.
Right, Shivam. It is the third Indian flagged vessel that is now about to dock at the Mundra port. It's carrying over 80,000 metric tons of LPG. Now remember, Iran has made a resolve that it will take a revenge for the killing of Ali Larijani, the national security chief of the country. So amidst those escalations, it is the third vessel to now arrive at an Indian port in Mundra. And we're looking at the third vessel to come and to be there unharmed, emerge from the conflict zone unharmed completely. It is the third Indian flagged vessel and the fourth vessel, in fact, to come at Indian port amid this conflict. We're looking at day 19 and an ease in terms of LPG shortage that India could have been witnessing, because we're looking at negotiation now taking place between India and Iran on vessel per vessel basis, and it is the third crude vessel that has now emerged unharmed from the conflict zone. Now, it is coming from United Arab Emirates. It was there, in fact, at the Fujairah port as well. Remember, there were several Iranian drones which attacked Fujairah port, and despite that, we're looking at this vessel now about to dock at the Mundra port in Gujarat, coming completely unharmed from the conflict zone. We have to give a credit to the diplomacy that India, in fact, has been maintaining with Iran at this point of time. We have seen Iran clearly declaring that the Strait of Hormuz still remains a war zone, and the targets will, in fact, be hit in terms of the enemy targets. Now, these are targets linked to Israel, the US, and the European allies of the United States, but we've seen Indian diplomacy, in fact, playing a major role here. We have been able to interact with our partners on across the spectrum of these parties, and now the third vessel, in fact, about to dock at the Mundra port in Gujarat, the Jug Ladki. It's carrying over 80,000 metric tons of LPG. So it is certainly going to ease the kind of burden that we have been witnessing in terms of LPG shortage. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, stay with us. We also have Sorali from Gujarat for more information. Sorali, these are the final moments of when a ship docks. This is Jag Ladki, and this is from the Mundra port. The visuals that we are getting, a small boat, a tugboat, has also reached, and it will be parking very soon. It will be docking very soon. It comes as a very big development, as a sigh of relief. 80,800 metric tons of crude oil. What more details?
Yes, that's true. We have been tracking this story. All the three ships, when they cross the Strait of Hormuz and then they have docked to the Indian ports, let me tell you, after Shivalik and Nanda, now it's a turn for Jag Ladki, which crossed the Strait of Hormuz recently. But very important, as earlier we were talking about that, how the Fujairah port was being attacked during the time it was docked at. In the UAE, the Iranian ports were... Iranian drones did attack the Fujairah port, and then it crossed the Strait of Hormuz, which was being escorted by the Indian Navy ships and helicopters, even Chetak. In times when, in past 1 week, we have seen the entire chaos being created due to the LPG or fuel supply shortages in India, may it be about the hoteling or hotel industry or educational institutes or even hospitals, and people standing in long queues to have gas cylinders, LPG cylinders. That's the kind of chaos we have been watching at. Also, opposition putting up allegations against how are we going to deal with this entire crisis. But Government of India kept on saying that we are under the process of dealing with this entire crisis, and this is a very initiative part. Also, Government of India said that 20 more containers and vessels are still stuck at the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf on the western side, and this is the power of diplomacy and currently the strategic importance India has in this entire conflict. We are on board with all the three countries. Whatever business deals or whatever transactions were required, we are consistently in talks with the Iranian authorities as well. We know that US President, which is a very powerful nation, Donald Trump, had to request 7 other countries to safeguard the same Strait of Hormuz, which is a very strict checkpoint at this point of time, because 20% of the global oil transit is observed from the same narrow strait. Yes. And Donald Trump had to request other countries to safeguard the vessels so that global trade is not impacted in such times. Yes. India has shown how diplomacy can work out.
Thanks a lot, Swarali, for the details. We'll come back to you as more detail unfolds. So it's a very big sigh of relief. The ship is about to dock. Thanks a lot, Swarali. But we are getting another big breaking news right now at this moment. Now, more senior level DIG transferred in West Bengal. Senior level officers being transferred. 5 DIG rank officers transferred in West Bengal before the polls. Another big development, another round of transfers in poll-bound Bengal comes as another development. Now, Election Commission has already announced a major West Bengal police reshuffle ahead of the elections. Already there have been many transfers that have taken place. 19 IPS officers already been transferred. And this is another development. All right, let's move on to another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. A fire has broken out near Ben Gurion Airport in Israel following an Iranian missile strike. And we'll show you the visuals of that strike also. It's fire at Tel Aviv airport after Iranian strike. Big development, big news coming in from the West Asian conflict. A fire has broken out near Ben Gurion airport in Israel following an Iranian missile strike. Now, Iran has vowed to take revenge of Ali Larijani, and they have even launched the 61st wave of strikes that were aimed towards Israel. And now we are getting these visuals on, as you can see on your screen, smoke billowing out, fire, massive flames, as you can see. Now Israel has been struck, Tel Aviv has been struck, and this is Ben Gurion Airport, Israel. All right, for more details, I'm being joined by Ishita from the newsroom. Ishita, this comes after the fresh wave of attacks by the IRGC, by Iran, and they have vowed to take the revenge of the death of Ali Larijani, and this is the 61st wave. What details about the attack on Ben Gurion Airport?
Right, Shubham. We have seen IRGC has now resolved to take a revenge for the death of Ali Larijani, Iran's national security chief. And now we're looking at more and more attacks using missiles and cluster munitions that are coming Israel's way. We're looking at it's going beyond the military targets, military installations, and civilian areas have now been targeted right from Tel Aviv to Haifa to Jerusalem as well. And these are missile attacks using cluster munitions. And now this attack, in fact, that has come on Ben Gurion International Airport in Israel is also one which consists of a cluster munition attack. We are looking at massive fire breaking out at the airport right after IRGC has now resolved to take revenge for the death of Ali Larijani. We're looking at more and more waves of attacks being launched by Iran, more missiles now coming towards Israel's way, which are hitting civilian targets. And the latest one, in fact, has come in at the Ben Gurion International Airport, which in fact has caused a massive fire. Now, in terms of injuries, but now we do not know, the assessment is still on. In terms of number of casualties, none has come from the airport site, although 2 civilian casualties were reported from Israeli cities. But at the airport, no casualties have been reported so far. But a massive fire breaking out right after Iranian missiles hit at Ben Gurion International Airport, as Iran has now vowed to take revenge for the death of Ali Larijani. Back to you, Shivam.
All right, stay with us, Ishita. We have another big breaking news that is coming in, and these are the fresh visuals from Sohomor in Western Bekaa. We'll get you the visuals of this because Lebanon is constantly being struck by the Israeli airstrikes. Now, we'll shortly show you the visuals of Sohomor, Lebanon, after Israeli airstrikes. The visuals will be on your screen, but this after many strikes which have been conducted by the IDF, by the Israeli Defense Forces. And as you can see, these are the exclusive latest visuals on your screen. And this is the aftermath of an attack. You can see debris all around and scattered everywhere. And visuals coming from Sohomor, Lebanon. And we have another big breaking right now. Now, Iran is going to hold a funeral for Ali Larijani and Soleimani today. This comes as the latest development because Ali Larijani was killed in an Israeli-US airstrike. This was confirmed first by Benjamin Netanyahu, then by the Iranian media, and finally by the social media platform X of Ali Larijani itself. And the funeral for Ali Larijani Soleimani is being held today itself. And this is the latest visual. These are the coffins of both of them, the senior Iranian leaders on your screen. So another day of funeral in Iran, where the funeral for both Larijani and Soleimani will be held today. Ishita, more details.
Right, Shivam, as you mentioned that Israel has declared yesterday that there were 2 big gains it has now made in this war against Iran. 2 of their main leaders, Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary, as well as Soleimani, who's the commander of the Basij unit. Both were killed yesterday in their operations. Yesterday, the confirmation came from the Israeli side, and today Iran also came out and confirmed the killing of both their leaders, Ali Larijani as well as Soleimani, who's the commander of the Basij unit. And now we're looking looking at Iranians, in fact, giving a respectable farewell to both their leaders. They have said they will be taking a resolve to take a revenge for their deaths. And now we're looking at a respectable farewell for both of these leaders. A funeral, in fact, will be organized for both of these leaders, as Iran now, in fact, will be mourning the death of their main leaders as they continue their assault against Israel and the United States.
Definitely, but it proves that Israel has been successful, United States of America has been successful in annihilating the complete top leadership of Iran. Now, Larijani is dead, Soleimani is dead, there is no Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, many other leaders are dead. Are there even leaders left in Iran as we speak? Though they claim that it will not severely impact the functioning of the government at present, but it's one leader after the other that is being killed in an airstrike or the other. Ishita.
Right, so Shivam, if you look at the way Iranian system has been working, it's sort of like a hydra plant. You cut off one stem and another stem comes up, and it's same with the leaders as well. You kill one leader and another one props out in a place of that leader. We have seen that with Ayatollah Khamenei. There was Mojtaba Khamenei, and now in fact Israel has vowed to go even after the newly elected supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei. But the question is it just one leader? Can you kill the entire system by the killing of one leader? Certainly not. We're looking at more leaders which will now come up. Now they have a big list of about 40 other leaders that could take place, and now that could in fact replace Soleimani as well as Ali Larijani as well. So it's certainly not an annihilation of the entire system in Iran. It's a big system that works on the basis of political and religious values, but certainly it's a big gain in terms of the fact that Ali Larijani was the one who was looking after IRGC, all the operations inside as well as outside the country right after Ayatollah Khamenei was killed.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Ishita, for the details, but it seriously impacts when the senior leaders are killed in any war. Thanks a lot for the updates. It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Jaglar ki docks in Gujarat port. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुमको कमाल गिरा दो नीचे, अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो वो टका गाड़ी में चला।
प्यास बुझाई, ठंडक लाई, सबको भाई जीरा सिप। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा हूँ नहीं तो तुम तो कराएंगे अनुसार होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I am Gesu Bhardwaj. And viewers, the escalation in West Asia has now crossed all boundaries with the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran under attack. We're getting you all the details on that and a lot more. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. Setback for Assam Congress ahead of elections. Senior Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in Himanta's presence, who says more Congress leaders to defect in the next few days.
कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है.
Republic confronts the lawyer representing the 6 Ukrainians who were arrested for illegally infiltrating India, who ducks and dodges all our questions. Sources confirm a Republic that foreigners arrested by the NIA were involved in training Myanmar's armed groups. Drone operation angle under probe.
And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Trump says no need for NATO's help amid war with Iran after allies push back. Viewers, now the war between Pakistan and Afghanistan has already reached its 3rd week. And recently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Afghanistan, the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Islamic Emirate, Maulvi Amir Khan Muttaqi, held an online meeting with the embassies and consulates of the Islamic Emirate abroad. Now, in this meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the country shared information related to the aggression against the sovereignty of Afghanistan by the Pakistani military and the recent events that unfolded in Kabul and the rest of Afghanistan on their eastern front with Pakistan. Now remember, just yesterday, over 400 civilians were killed and 250 others were injured in a dastardly strike that Pakistani military unleashed on Afghani civilians late last evening. In fact, that happened on Monday evening, and now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has not only sounded renewed aggression against Pakistan, they have upped their manning of the borders next to Pakistan, and now their Foreign Minister Maulvi Amir Khan Muttaqi has held an online meeting with embassies and consulates of the Islamic Emirate all abroad. And now in this meeting, Viewers, quickly shifting focus. These are the visuals that you're getting in from Nepal. A helicopter crash has been reported in Nepal. Now remember, Nepal, Bhutan, countries like these remain at the front of all air accidents. Multiple air accidents reported in just 1 year as the aviation industry in the countries remain in shambles. Another helicopter that crashed in Nepal. These are the visuals on your screens of the said helicopter that crashed in Khotang district in Nepal while landing in the farmland. Now the helicopter was carrying a body and had flown from Kathmandu. No human casualties have been recorded so far. More details on the matter are awaited. Now the Chief District Officer Rekha Kandel has confirmed the news. The helicopter that crashed in Nepal while landing in a farmland. Now this happened in the Khotang district of Nepal. And now remember, Nepal and Bhutan, countries that have a precarious aviation safety standard, and this is another incident that proves testament to no improvements that have taken place. A helicopter crash reported once again in Nepal. Take a look at that. The tail of the helicopter struggling to keep it balanced, and right after that the chopper takes a turn and then crashes head first, all its blades into the ground. Now this happens while the chopper is trying to land in a farmland. This was carrying a body. We do not have the details of whose body that was, but it had taken flight from Kathmandu, and after a while it landed. In a bid to land, it crashed in the Khotang district in Nepal while trying to land in a farmland. More details on the crash are awaited. No casualties, thankfully, have been reported. You can see people rushing to the scene as soon as the crash happens. Now, we will replay these visuals. You will see how the helicopter takes an entire spin before falling headfirst onto its blades. Its tail completely fails to balance it. Now, Chief District Officer Rekha Kandel from the area has given confirmation over the attack. In fact, they've also said that no casualty has been reported. We're yet to know the fate of the pilot. We're yet to know if the pilot has been injured. But the good part of this crash, the only saving grace here, is that the chopper does not catch on fire. But this speaks volumes about Nepal's aviation safety standards, which, remember, remain in shambles. This is not a one-off incident. Helicopter crashes are more common because helicopters are harder to balance, and especially in areas like these. Terrace farms you can see all along, and this helicopter attempted to land on a helipad that's made in a farmland, and it takes a topple right on its head with all its blades crashing through the ground. That's what's happened in Nepal. These are the fresh visuals that we're getting from their Khotang district where the chopper crashed, carrying a body. No casualties reported so far. We're yet to get in more details. Now the flight took off. The chopper took flight from Kathmandu, and after nearing its end, after trying to actually land, is when it loses balance. Now wind has a huge part to play. Technical snags have a huge part to play. Pilots' supervision, pilots' understanding or decision making again has a huge part to play in such accidents. We're yet to know the reason behind the crash. Now more details also awaited, and the Chief District Officer Rekha Kandel has confirmed that a crash has taken place in Khotang district in Nepal. These are the visuals on your screens. In fact, let's also listen in to the ambient sound of the crash, the moment that this crash happens, when the helicopter takes a tailspin and falls onto its blades. Viewers, these are the visuals. Take a look at the chopper hovering before landing, and after, the moment it lands, you will see a disbalance on its tail. There is no balance at all. It takes a spin and then it crashes. Thankfully, in this case, no fire erupted. Most times, a chopper, it's made of such fragile mechanism that when it crashes, when it topples, especially onto its blades, onto its head, it catches on fire. This is a one-off case. This is an exception to the rule where the chopper has not caught onto fire. completely failing to maintain its balance in the Khotang district in Nepal. This chopper was carrying a body. The person whose body was being carried, we are waiting on their details. In fact, the chief district officer says that there are no casualties that have been reported. However, we are yet to know the details regarding the pilot's safety, the pilot's condition, the pilot's state after this accident. Now remember, in a hilly mountainous area, it is very hard to land a chopper which already lacks balance. But on top of it, what makes it harder are the wind conditions, the terrace farming, the soil which completely looks dry and loose. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Shivam right from the newsroom to get us more details. Shivam, we've looked at the visuals too many times. We've analyzed what's happening. Get us something more on what erupted as the crash took place in Khotang in Nepal. Shivam.
You're just fetching initial details as of now about the crash that has happened. And this is coming from Khotang, Nepal, where the passengers injured in this crash have been airlifted to Kathmandu for treatment. We are at a very initial stage of the reports that we are fetching right now at this moment. This is from Khotang, Nepal. And it was an Air Dynasty helicopter 9NFQ, which crashed in Balabesi, Kepilasagari rural municipality on Wednesday afternoon. There's one person who got injured in this crash, and his name was Qazi Bahadur Rai. He was injured in this incident, and he has been shifted to Kathmandu via another helicopter for medical care. Now, as per the district police officials, as you can see on your screen, this is the exact moment the crash happened, and the helicopter crash landed, and fortunately, nobody got killed in this incident. There were 6 people who were on board in this helicopter, including the pilot, which means there was one pilot and there were 5 passengers on board in this helicopter while it was en route. Now, 5 passengers are reported safe. There is 1 injured. Now, it was an Air Dynasty heli service registration 9NFQ helicopter, and most likely it could be a Eurocopter, and it was a light single-engine helicopter that crashed in that location. Now, these kind of helicopters are widely used in mountainous regions for mountain operations because helicopters are mountain-friendly, and Nepal terrain is such that you need to travel a lot via helicopters, so it's quite feasible to go via helicopter. And these places are known for the high altitude of that region, and you need helicopters which perform well in high altitude regions especially. Now, the helicopter which got crashed, got crashed all of a sudden. Now, 6 were on board in this helicopter, including the pilot, and the visuals are on your screen. But we are in a very initial stage of the details that we are fetching. The crash took place in Khotang, Nepal, and the injured person has been airlifted to Kathmandu for treatment. The person who got injured, his name is Qazi Bahadur Rai, and he has been shifted to Kathmandu. Now, another helicopter was used for medical care. An emergency evacuation helicopter came to the rescue, according to the district police officials. Now, total number of people on board in this helicopter was 6. So this is the latest that we are getting. It crashed all of a sudden. This could have proven fatal, but fortunately, nobody got killed. There is no casualty in this incident, in this crash, and suddenly the helicopter, as you can see, the rotor there, it lost control and it broke into pieces. As you can see, it's completely, the smoke are everywhere, and also, as you can see, there's dust everywhere. There are farmlands across that region. It's a mountainous area. 6 were on board, and these are the visuals which are coming from Khotang in Nepal. It was an Air Dynasty helicopter 9NFQ which crashed in Balabasi, Kepilasagari rural municipality on Wednesday afternoon. Now, there have been several crashes. Nepal is known for several crashes, air crashes, small aircraft crashes, and also helicopter crashes. And this is the latest because the terrain is quite difficult. As you can see, Gesu, on your screen, the terrain, it's a mountainous region, and you can see the cultivation that is happening in that region. Definitely a rural area where the helicopter was traveling it just as it took off. It's the two stages where it's very difficult and there is a very high possibility of a crash is during a takeoff and during a landing, and this was during the takeoff that the helicopter crashed, and fortunately nobody died in this crash, in this incident. There's one person who got injured and he has been shifted to Kathmandu. He was airlifted to Kathmandu for treatment. Over to you.
Right, Shivam. In fact, we're also being joined by Captain Kabir Malik, who is an aviation expert, joining us on the broadcast to get us more details. Now, Captain Malik, speak to us about the tragedy that's taken place in Nepal. You know, no casualties have been reported, but we have seen far too many cases just like this one. A chopper losing its balance in the mountains and then crashing headfirst. Speak to us about what may have unfolded in this incident.
See, I already told in a number of my podcasts and interviews also, the weather was in these days is a bit critical. And I thought the reason is definitely would be there. And I'm sure that the helicopter was not on so heighted and this casualty was not there, thank God. And this one passenger got injured in this because of this reason only. And I thought the series of aircraft is very old, which is not favorable to fly in this condition on the high, mountain areas. So this Nepal Aviation Ministry has to be minded. Earlier also, same this kind of incident in 2023 had happened, and I wrote to the letter to this ministry. That time, one of my favorite pilot also was there in this incident. So I think the same story of today's incident. I think so.
Right, Captain Kabir, thanks very much for speaking to Republic and for getting this to round for us. In fact, details are awaited, but surely we will follow up on the story and get to the bottom of what may have led to this crash. Now, viewers, shifting focus. The war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. They have now emerged to become the global gatekeepers of all oil supply. Iran has made it very clear that vessels of the US, Israel and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow yet very crucial water body. Despite US's efforts to destroy Iranian mine layer vessels, Tehran still maintains a chokehold on the area. This has resulted in energy and oil prices soaring through the roof across the world. Now, after US's allies denied Trump's coalition pitch, the US has now taken matters into its own hands once again, striking at Iranian missile stations at the coastline of the region. Take a look at this.
The US stands alone in its efforts to liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian control. In its efforts to regain control of the region, CENTCOM said that the US Air Force had attacked Iranian missile sites along the coastline. The US struck the missile sites, some of which are underground, with deep penetrator bombs. The 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs cost approximately $288,000 each. Initially, Trump had sought the help of his allies and even China in forming a coalition to police the crucial waterway. Now, he says the US no longer needs or desires the help of the allies and that the US never did. He further claimed that the US has had such great military success. He also criticized the NATO, stating that the US spends billions of dollars protecting them, but said that nations would not reciprocate the efforts. He also expressed dissatisfaction over the fact that allies would not even do the least, which according to Trump is to send a couple of minesweepers. The US has dropped 2,200 kilogram bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz that target Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. However, the US would need to spend much more money and munition to ensure that the strait is completely out of Iranian control. Even in that case, keeping control of a waterway which is flanked on both sides by Iran and other Gulf nations is no easy task. It is day 19 of the US war against Iran, and an end to the conflict seems far away.
Now, top sources have revealed that the Election Commission is likely to transfer 15 district magistrates in West Bengal. The transfer list is to be out soon, expected to be out today. Now, before the election, major administrative reshuffle in West Bengal, where 15 district magistrates are set to be rehauled, their postings to be changed as elections close in West Bengal. Now, I'm also being joined by my colleague Harsha to get us more details into the matter. But before we go there, let me reiterate that top sources in West Bengal have said that the Election Commission is now likely to transfer 15 district magistrates in West Bengal. In fact, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Varsha. Harsha, speak to us about this rehaul. You know, we saw the transfer of the Chief Secretary first. We also saw the transfer of the Home Secretary. And now in question, we have 15 district magistrates. Now, this is a similar thing that also happened in Bihar before the elections. A similar module now being repeated in West Bengal also. Harsha, speak to us about the details of the matter.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Now, this is the top sources and the top information, which only exclusive information, which only Republic has got its hands on, because back-to-back the transfers are taking place and reshuffling of the officers is happening in the West Bengal before election. It is very important because we have seen that how immense violence was seen in the year 2021 during the assembly election in West Bengal, and Election Commission doesn't want the similar situation. The Election Commission has clearly stated that there will be no intimidation election and fearless election. No one has to be scared, and therefore the shuffling is being done. And the top sources tell us that today the list will be out of 15 DMs. The big administrative reshuffling in West Bengal, almost 15 DMs likely to transfer today in West Bengal. These will be the DMs of the major location like South Calcutta, Central Calcutta, Malda, Murshidabad, Berhampur, and also we'll be seeing the transfers in the other zones of the West Bengal as well, like the old Kolkata and the Medinapur and the Diamond Harbour region as well, Raiganj, Asansol. These all DMs will be reshuffled and transferred today. The list will be out, and it is also being stated that how back-to-back till now the transfer of IPS officers was seen in West Bengal, but today the transfer list of the DMs will also be out. This is to ensure that the elections are free of violence. There's no violence in the election, and also there is an election where people are not scared to go to the polling station, that therefore police officials and administrative changes are being done in the election this time. Major changes, major reshuffling only in West Bengal, which you are witnessing since the time election is announced. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, in fact, also speak to us about this entire module. You know, this was repeated in Bihar also just a few months back before the elections took place, and now is going to be repeated in West Bengal in a higher capacity. In fact, 15 district magistrates. We've also seen the rehauling of the Chief Secretary first. Nandini Chakrabarti was, replaced by Dushyant Naraila. We have seen the Home Secretary being changed. Jagdish Prasad Meena was replaced by Sangamitra Ghosh, and now 15 district magistrates. What is it that the Election Commission is eyeing to do with this rehaul? Harsha.
So Election Commission doesn't want that there should be any sort of booth capturing. What we have seen in West Bengal majorly is the booth capturing and violence at different polling stations, majorly in the North Bengal region, in the South Bengal region, in the North 24 and South 24 regions. What we have seen is that in the rural sector as well, there is a lot of booth capturing and violence scenes which have erupted in West Bengal. The Election Commission wants the fear-free and the violence-free election this time, and that is the reason why Election Commission during press conference also stated that this time there will be no violence in West Bengal. That is, they want to ensure. We have seen in Bihar the changes, and that was keeping in mind that the election should be fair and without any intimidation. But in West Bengal, it becomes of utmost importance because in each and every West Bengal elections are of high octane. We see how booth capturing takes place. We have seen how many times TMC booths and agents clash with the locals and with the citizens who come to the polling station for casting their votes. But this situation should not emerge this time, and that is the reason why the DIGs, why the police officials, commissioners, the Home Secretary, the Chief Secretary, all the major post holders in the West Bengal government have been changed so that there's no intimidation to the rural sector or to the urban sector whenever they go to cast their vote. Usually we have seen that there's intimidation from the state government. This intimidation should not happen in this election. That's the reason why major shuffling in the major changes in the administration and the police officials have been done. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Thanks for getting us those details. In fact, we will closely keep tracking the story. For now, viewers, shifting focus and talking about what's happening between Afghanistan and Pakistan as the two countries continue warring for the third week. Now, emboldened by the Minab massacre in Iran, Pakistan has killed 400 innocents in a Kabul hospital in Afghanistan. Pakistani airstrikes on the hospital have killed at least 400 civilians, including patients at a drug rehabilitation center. Now, according to the Afghanistan's Taliban government, this also remains as 250 others have been severely injured. The attack has sparked widespread condemnation, with the Taliban now accusing Pakistan of specifically targeting unarmed civilians and committing a war crime. Pakistan denies the allegations, obviously claiming that it targeted only militant infrastructure inside Afghanistan. Now, take a look at our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's explosive take on the intensifying Afghanistan-Pakistan war.
The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is, by all accounts, intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians. Pakistan is afraid of the Taliban and therefore has displayed its mentality by targeting only civilian sites. I repeat, only civilian sites, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital. And in the worst incident, they have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul late Monday night. What is important about the visuals that you're seeing here is that this is a hospital that has been targeted by Pakistan. This is exactly and similar to, and happening just a few days after, the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked 170 schoolgirls in Minab in Iran. 170 schoolgirls killed in Minab in Iran, and the Americans said that they cannot confirm or deny that it was their Tomahawk that killed it. But the graves of 170 schoolgirls in Iran, the visuals from Minab, prove that this was a direct double, triple tap attack on a school in Iran, and after the first hit, there was a second and third hit so that a maximum number of schoolgirls would die. Ladies and gentlemen, emboldened by what Trump has done, and I repeat, emboldened by what Trump has done, and perhaps inspired by it, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. Multiple hospital rooms are seen in the footage. I will now show you the pictures of the hospital having been attacked. You will see the debris there. People are speaking to a doctor, like family members of the injured are standing there. The reporter is entering a room where injured patients are lying on hospital beds. In one room, there are about 8 beds that you are seeing there. One patient speaks to the reporter. His name is Rehab. He says he was admitted to a hospital along with other civilians at a time when the Pakistanis targeted the hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very serious crime of war. There is a deliberate targeting of a hospital. The Pakistanis say they thought that this was a military center. But ladies and gentlemen, this was a running hospital that had earlier been run by NATO. And if 400 people have been killed in a hospital by the Pakistani military, by the Pakistani army, then they owe an explanation to the people across the world, just as much as the Americans owe an explanation for killing 170 schoolgirls, ladies and gentlemen. 170 schoolgirls killed in Iran by America, and 400 people in a hospital killed by Pakistan in Kabul. Both have consequences. The important thing to understand is that there have been multiple attempts to negotiate between Iran and Pakistan. Turkey has tried to intervene, the Qataris have tried to intervene, the Saudis have tried to intervene, but Pakistan has been putting forward bizarre demands. There is a lot of hard evidence that is now emerging against Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan. But this is the narrative they are hiding behind. This was not a terrorist training camp or a Taliban center targeted by the Pakistanis. This was just a hospital targeting people who are fighting hard against disease, against injuries, is the most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asif Munir?
Viewers, a slew of transfers by the Election Commission in West Bengal. We're getting you all the details on that right after this short break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमको कमाल करा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ताजा को टका गाड़ी मारवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Iran has said that they will retaliate. Big escalation from Iran's side. Iran says it will continue to strike Israel after the death of its security chief. All this and much more coming right up as strikes continue and the world continues to be at war. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jag Ladki has been successfully docked at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these areas of by the NIA, sir?
CM Khemchand Singh shrugs off from camera as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. And another big blow to Congress ahead of polls. Former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in presence of Assam CM Himanta. A TVK decides to go solo, announcing it will contest Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still fear-trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. India rejects de-escalation Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for killing of their security chief. All right, viewers, let's start with the fresh visuals coming in. More strikes in southern Lebanon. Israel continues striking multiple parts of Lebanon. So put all these pictures coming in for you. Like we told you, the strikes are continuing. Cross-border strikes are continuing. Iran targeting Israel. Israel targeting Iran. And Israel targeting parts of southern Lebanon. So we put out the pictures which are coming in on your screen. And these pictures are showing you how the vehicles have caught fire there. So there's significant damage that has been reported as Israel launches fresh strikes. Okay, you have two videos on your screen. Video 1 and video 2 showing the amount of damage which has come in from southern Lebanon amidst the Israeli strikes. Visuals show the cars catching fire amidst Israeli strikes in multiple areas of southern Lebanon. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll keep showing you these fresh visuals because what we see is that there's no de-escalation. Iran says they will go ahead and launch more strikes in Israel. Israel striking Iran and Israel also striking southern Lebanon. Multi-front war. Countries engaged in a multi-front war with multiple strikes all across the region. A lot of damage has been reported and the world continues to be at war. As these updates come in, we'll keep getting you these fresh visuals, the latest visuals on your screen. And the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. So that is one more important part, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has made it very clear that vessels of the US and Israel and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow yet crucial water body. Despite US's efforts to destroy Iranian mine layer vessels, Tehran still maintains a chokehold on the area. This has resulted in energy and oil prices to really soar high across the world. After US's allies denied Trump's coalition pitch, the US has now taken matters into its own hands against striking at Iranian missiles stationed at the coastline of that region. Here's a report. We'll tell you what happened.
The US stands alone in its efforts to liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian control. In its efforts to regain control of the region, CENTCOM said that the US Air Force had attacked Iranian missile sites along the coastline. The US struck the missile sites, some of which are underground, with deep penetrator bombs. The 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs cost approximately $288,000 each. Initially, Trump had sought the help of his allies and even China in forming a coalition to police the crucial waterway. Now, he says the US no longer needs or desires the help of the allies and that the US never did. He further claimed that the US has had such great military success. He also criticized the NATO, stating that the US spends billions of dollars protecting them, but said that nations would not reciprocate the efforts. He also expressed dissatisfaction over the fact that allies would not even do the least, which according to Trump is to send a couple of minesweepers. The US has dropped 2,200 kilogram bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz that target Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. However, the US would need to spend much more money and munition to ensure that the strait is completely out of Iranian control. Even in that case, keeping control of a waterway which is flanked on both sides by Iran and other Gulf nations is no easy task. It is day 19 of the US war against Iran, and an end to the conflict seems far away.
All right, getting some breaking news coming in right now. IDF has eliminated one more Hamas commander. Big breaking news. IDF has been eliminating a couple of Hamas commanders in the past 1 week. The latest is IDF eliminates another Hamas commander. We'll tell you the details of this development. So the latest that we're getting for our viewers is that this is Yahya Abu Labda, Hamas commander involved in acquiring and transporting military equipment and weapons. He was responsible for procuring materials used in rocket manufacturing and advancing Hamas's capabilities. The strike is part of ongoing efforts to prevent Hamas's military build-up and protect Israel. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And one more Hamas commander has been eliminated. Israeli strikes eliminating multiple Hamas commanders in Lebanon. And we have seen that multiple Hamas terrorists and commanders have been eliminated by Israel in multiple parts of Israel. So one more case there coming in. Senior Hamas leaders and commanders have been eliminated in Gaza strikes. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more updates coming in. It's a major rift is emerging within the Western alliance. US President Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO allies, accusing them of refusing to support American military operations against Iran. Very strongly worded statement, Trump has said that most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons, calling NATO a one-way street. Trump questioned the alliance's relevance, saying that US spends billions protecting its partners but receives little support in return. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who fail to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
Getting some updates coming in. There's a satellite imagery which has come out, reveals a matching dark spot, confirming strikes on a hangar on the apron area used by the US Air Force at the Prince Sultan Air Base, Saudi Arabia. Putting on these pictures which are coming in on your screens. These are satellite images that you are seeing coming in from Saudi Arabia. And this is confirming, I repeat, this is confirming strikes. This is confirming strikes specifically in the hangar on the apron area used by the US Air Force at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. There's a matching dark spot can be seen. This dark spot is confirming strikes which have targeted one of the areas which the US Air Force has been using at the air base in Prince Sultan, Saudi Arabia. Remember that Iran has been targeting multiple US sites across the Gulf region. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking updates coming in. In fact, getting some more developments that we have been tracking the entire day today. 7 foreign nationals picked up from across India are now at the center of what investigators are calling a serious and potentially far-reaching plot to destabilize the country. In a major crackdown, the National Investigation Agency has arrested 1 American and 6 Ukrainian nationals accused of illegally entering the sensitive border areas and allegedly linking up with armed groups across the India-Myanmar border. Sources say the group was not just moving covertly, but they were trying to be involved in training insurgents and helping the supply of drones for hostile operations. Take a look.
7 foreign nationals picked up from across the country. Now at the center of a plot to destabilize India. An American national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, along with 6 Ukrainians arrested in a coordinated operation by NIA, now in custody until March 27th. Investigators say the group entered India on tourist visas on different dates, flew into Guwahati, travelled to Mizoram without permits, and then illegally crossed into Myanmar. Their mission: to conduct pre-planned training for Myanmar-based armed groups. The probe has also uncovered a drone supply trail. Huge consignments of drones sourced from Europe, routed through India and delivered to armed groups across the border. But the biggest question mark surrounds the American national identified as Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, a political science graduate with a history of being embedded in war zones from Syria and Iraq to Libya and Afghanistan. He is believed to have trained rebel groups in multiple conflict zones and even enlisted with the Ukrainian army in 2022. The NIA now has their custody, with interrogation likely to uncover the largest conspiracy, funding routes and masterminds. Republic's editor-in-chief spoke to the former RNAW chief Vikram Sood on the debate. Vikram Sood said that this may not be the only group operating.
I don't know this particular case, but the thing is that the fact that these people were there clandestinely, without permit, is a case for suspicion, straight away. And when you get into situations like this, why would a Ukrainian at all want to go to Guwahati and go into Mizoram, etc., unless there is a particular motive? However, the authorities will find out what's going on. Maybe we'll get to know, maybe we will not get to know. My main worry is also that this may not be the only group.
More questions will be answered as probe into what seems a global destabilization plot unfolds.
Seven foreign nationals apprehended by NIA. Republic questions Manipur CM. Manipur CM dodges questions by Republic. And CM Khem Chand has shrugged off the camera when Republic asked some questions to him to comment regarding the arrest of the 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. Okay, we have that sequence. And Manipur CM remains silent on that. Let's play it out.
Machine, so what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir? Machine, so what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir? Machine, so what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir?
Getting some breaking news coming in. The legal team representing the 7 foreign nationals arrested by the NIA has now decided to step back from the case. They will no longer represent the accused or appear in any further hearings. The team is currently writing to inform the NIA and the concerned embassies about the decision. Next legal representation will be decided by the respective embassies or concerned authorities. Embassies will decide the legal representation. The lawyers write to the NIA in this case. A scoop coming in here. Lawyers of the accused withdraw from the case, and the lawyers write to the NIA. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is coming in as we saw. That's giving a context to what has been happening. It was a major terror conspiracy which was busted, And Delhi court has remanded the 7 foreign nationals to 11 days of NIA custody. The Delhi court has remanded 7 foreigners for 11 days of NIA custody. The 7 foreigners include 3 Ukrainians who were arrested from Delhi, 3 from Lucknow, 1 US citizen from Kolkata. And we see that the NIA earlier had sought 15 days custody to investigate the case. NIA had alleged that they were trained in Myanmar and they were training ethnic war groups. These groups are associated with insurgents in India. It's also alleged that they brought a huge consignment of drones from Europe. So when we talk about the legal angle here, we see that the lawyers of the accused have withdrawn from that case. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. As we keep getting you these top updates, we see that there's an update as to what it could look like legally for these 7 foreign nationals who have been arrested. Now they have been sent to 11-day NIA custody in the terror plot case. So embassies will be deciding the legal representation. The lawyers have written to the NIA on this case. Okay, we have Shambhavi joining us live. Shambhavi, yes, go ahead. It's a scoop coming in for on these 7 foreign nationals. You know, big terror conspiracy was busted, thankfully in time, and now there is a movement. The lawyers of these foreign nationals, it looks like they have withdrawn from the case. Why was that, Shambhavi?
Well, yes, we've got this update that the legal team, which was representing the 7 foreign nationals, which includes 6 Ukrainian nationals and 1 American national, they have withdrawn from the case. They've taken a step back from the case, and now they are currently, when we spoke to them, they were writing to the embassy, they were writing to the NIA, saying that they are taking a step back from the case, and officially they've handed over all the copies, all the required relevant documents, and the remand copy, and every relevant document has been handed over to the concerned embassies. Now the next question which comes here is that who will be the next representative, the legal representative of the 7 foreign nationals which have been caught in this major terror plot. They were planning something huge. They were planning something very sinister, and they were caught luckily by the NIA from 3 different airports, Kolkata, Delhi and Lucknow, and they were also seen trying to use India as a route to bring their drones from Europe and plan a huge terror plot. But now there's another blow to them when their legal team has withdrawn from the case, officially being represented by 2 senior lawyers. They have withdrawn from the case, and now it is embassy's call who will be representing the 7 nationals. Back to you.
That is right. Okay, and Shambhavi, before I let you go, I also want you to help our viewers understand, what was the modus operandi of these foreign nationals, because they had a plan in mind. They were trying to come with all these big consignments of drones, a very nefarious plan in mind, Shambhavi. What was that?
So what they did was they basically tried to enter India, and then they tried to enter Mizoram. Although foreign nationals require a special permit by FRO to enter Mizoram, they did not have that. Then they crossed into the conflict. What they were basically doing is that Mizoram shares around 500 kilometers of border with Myanmar, and especially 2 states there, and those borders, there are a lot of ethnic armed groups. What they were doing is they were training, they were giving military training to those armed groups, ethnic armed groups, and they were also in touch with several anti-India insurgent organizations as well. So they were planning something huge. They were planning a terror plot. They were also using India as a route to bring in their drones from Europe and other.
Shambhavi getting us top updates coming in. Thankfully, this case is still under investigation, but the terror conspiracy was busted just in time. Getting some breaking news coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri are meeting with Prime Minister Modi. This is an update that we're getting for our viewers. Try to go across to our colleague Harsha. If we have Harsha, we can go to her right now and try to understand what this meeting is all about. This is a big update coming in. This meeting is underway between the Home Minister, Prime Minister and the Petroleum Minister. Very big update here. It's specifically, very, very significant given the the oil prices, which have been going up, and a bit of an energy crisis back here at home because of the situation unfolding in the Iran region, in the Middle East and West Asia region because of the ongoing war. So big updates coming in here. We'll try to go across to Harsha to help us understand what could be the reason for this meet. I think we have Harsha. Harsha, yes, go ahead. Very important meeting which is happening with Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister, Petroleum Minister, meeting with PM Modi. What is the agenda of this meeting? Go ahead.
The meeting is regarding the growing crisis and also how the reports are coming from different states. We see how the member of the parliament have also been raising the issue of the LPG. We saw Mamata Banerjee protesting in West Bengal. We saw Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and other leaders take up the issue of LPG crisis in the parliament, in and outside the parliament. Also, this is the second meeting where the HM Prime Minister and Petroleum Ministers meeting, and this has happened after Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri also made a statement in the Lok Sabha that there's no crisis, there's no rush, there's no panic. You see, every day there's an interministerial briefing also happening from the side of bureaucrats and the MEA officials, petroleum officials, the shipping officials. They are every day briefing the media regarding telling that there's no rush and panic. The domestic supply is safe and secure. We have the sufficient domestic supply. But even then, there's a situation of the chaos in the states. The reports are coming from several distributors, sectors where all the distributors, there's a huge line which people have queued at the distributors for the LPG refilling and the LPG booking. They are not getting. Somewhere there are the locks which have been put up at the distributor stores, and that's the reason why this meeting is very crucial. Because one thing is for sure, that however government is trying to ensure that no one has to panic and rush to the distributors for the domestic LPG, but still there is the lack of trust and the lack of faith seems to be in the citizens of the country. And what more could be done for that issue? Only this meeting is happening in the cabin of the chamber of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Home Minister and Petroleum Minister both are there. It's been almost 15 to 20 minutes to this meeting when it commenced.
All right, well, thank you.
We are expecting something to come
Harsha.
out.
Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more very important meeting happening there. One of the top stories we're tracking here. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Iran has rejected de-escalation, so the situation looks very, very tense. That's one of our top stories we're tracking right now. Iran once again has launched waves and waves of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for killing off their security chief.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी
every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बजाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मारता है
All right, viewers, we've got a breaking news coming in from Chandigarh. A fire has broken out in a building of a mobile market. Fire tenders have reached the spot and rescue efforts are underway. As you can see on your screen, we're getting you live visuals of this massive fire that has in fact broken out at a building in the market area in Chandigarh. Now viewers, this in fact is a shopping complex that has been set on fire in sector 22 of Chandigarh, and right now rescue operations are still underway, as you can see on your screen. This fire was reported at around 1:30 p.m. and upon receiving the alert, fire tenders rushed to the site and rescue ops are still underway. Efforts to douse the fire, as you can see on your screen, are ongoing right now. It has started in fact with the first floor. It has spread to several floors of this shopping complex. All right, my colleague Lalit now joins me with more details on this from Chandigarh. Lalit, do tell us what exactly triggered this fire at this shopping complex and the latest we are picking up about the rescue operations.
First of all, let me make the people clear that the Sector 22 market is the mobile market of Chandigarh. It's one of the oldest market, and as per the initial inputs, what we are getting that the fire flames could be seen because of the short circuit there. But till now, what we have received the information that almost around dozens of shops have been gutted in the flames of fire, which started around 1:30 p.m. Now the fire tenders could be seen blazing, dousing the flames of the fire, and a number of fire tenders could be seen there doing this work. Apart from that, majority of the area has been cordoned off, as the fire flames could be seen spreading into a number of shops there. But as per the initial inputs, no one has been hurt in this fire till now. But yes, now the fire tenders could be seen rescuing the people and are trying to douse the fire, which has, as per the initial inputs, got due to the short circuit around 1:30 p.m. in the Sector 22 mobile market of Chandigarh.
Right, Lalita, we can see, several shops have now been gutted in this fire. Fortunately, no casualties reported so far, but I want to ask you, some reports say it was a short circuit that triggered the fire in the first place. What details do we know about that?
Well, no official confirmation has been given as per the input, but yes, as per the eyewitnesses, the whole fire which could be seen there in the Sector 22 mobile market, the initial inputs reveal that the whole fire has been seen because of the short circuit there, which took place around 1:30 p.m. Apart from that, as the shops there are quite thick, there are dense lanes in that market, so because of that only the fire flames could be seen catching the other shops, but luckily no casualty has been reported. After the fire incident was reported, immediately the fire tenders could be seen rushing into the spot. Majority of the area has been cordoned off, and luckily no one has been hurt as per the input. But yes, now the fire tenders could be seen dousing the flames, which took place around 1:30 p.m. in the mobile market of Sector 22 in Chandigarh.
Right, Lalita, thanks so much for joining us and giving us those crucial inputs. Viewers, we're looking at several fire incidents now breaking out across India. There was a fire in Parliament, New Delhi. Those are the visuals on your screen. And then Chandigarh mobile market hit by a fire incident, Sector 22 and Indore as well. We're getting you visuals, in fact, of all the three fire incidents that have broken out across India, right from the capital city to Chandigarh. Chandigarh, we're getting you live visuals at the moment, and Indore as well. We're looking at the rescue operations, in fact, concluding in Indore at this point. Those are the three fire incidents that broke out today. All right, viewers, it's time for a special segment called Bharat in One. Let's get you more details on that. Dog squad trained in bomb detection conducts a check in Gujarat's Legislative Assembly premises after it received a bomb threat via email this morning. A devastating fire erupts in a house located in Brijeshwari Annex, a residential area of Madhya Pradesh's Indore, resulting in the loss of 8 lives and prompting urgent rescue operations. The blaze, which broke out in a multi-story building, quickly engulfed the structure, trapping residents and overwhelming initial response efforts. Bidar SP says that the police conducted a raid in Janwada village and discovered 105 gas cylinders and 2 vehicles. They say we are taking action against 4 suspects that were engaging in black marketing, selling at the cylinders for about rupees 1,500 to 2,000.
कोई प्रश्न हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। देखिए, पहली मांग तो यह है कि राहुल गांधी को तुरंत इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए, क्योंकि भारत की जनता का यह मत है, इंडिया डिजर्व्स अ बेटर लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन हु लव्स भारत, हु इज मैच्योर टू हैंडल द इंट्रिकेसीज एंड डेलिकेसीज. If there is an issue which is delicate, Rahul Gandhi needs to handle it with maturity which he lacks. दूसरा, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी को तुरंत भारत से माफी मांगनी चाहिए, और साथ में अगर वो रिमोट कंट्रोल वाले अध्यक्ष नहीं है तो राहुल गांधी को तुरंत पार्टी से निष्कासित करना चाहिए, जो उनके लिए हो सकता है बहुत बड़ा फैसला हो. और मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा, अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी ऐसा नहीं करती तो जो तथ्य प्रमाण हमने आपके समक्ष रखे हैं, इससे एक ही बात स्थापित होती है, और वो ये है कि आज राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी भारत के सबसे बड़े दुश्मन बन गए हैं और भारत को कमजोर करना चाहते हैं, जो बेहद ही चिंताजनक है. और भारत की जनता, अभी विधानसभा के चुनाव भी है, ऐसा करारा जवाब देगी कि इतिहास के किताबों के पन्नों पर कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी के बारे में आने वाली पुश्तें पड़ा करेंगे. देखिए, पहली बात तो आपका धन्यवाद कि आपने कहा ये मेडल है. एक पत्रकार ये बात समझ सकता है, नागरिक ये बात समझ सकता है, ये 55 साल के अपरिपक्व नेता प्रतिपक्ष क्यों नहीं समझ सकते? और आप ही की बात पे मैं एक बात और तथ्य रख दूं, ऐसी ही रिपोर्ट 2025 में आई, और आपको ये जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि यूएस का जो स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट था उसने इस रिपोर्ट को रिजेक्ट कर दिया. तो जो रिपोर्ट यूएस का स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट स्वयं रिजेक्ट करता है, उसी एजेंसी की रिपोर्ट को राहुल गांधी हाथ में पकड़ के भारत की जो साख है उस पर धब्बा लगाने का प्रयास करते हैं. ये है हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष, जो चिंता की बात है. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? हाँ जी.
BJP's Gaurav Bhatia slamming Congress party, saying that the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, should immediately tender his resignation. He also goes on to say that Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, in fact, should apologize.
जिस विषय को हमने उठाया है बहुत ही गंभीर विषय है. मैं चाहूंगा कि आज इसी पे हम चर्चा करें. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
एक विषय और, एक विषय और है. एक पंजाब में घटना घटी है, उस बारे में मुझे कुछ कहना है. कल पंजाब केसरी ग्रुप के एक कमर्शियल वेंचर पर वहाँ की सरकार ने तोड़फोड़ करी, वहाँ पर डिमोलिशन करी. ये लगातार पंजाब केसरी ग्रुप पर कुठाराघात वहाँ की आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार कर रही है लगातार. ये सारा मामला आज से कुछ महीने पहले शुरू हुआ, जब पंजाब केसरी ग्रुप ने हमारे नेता अश्विनी शर्मा जी की एक स्टेटमेंट छापी, जिसमें उन्होंने वहाँ पर जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली में शीश महल बनाया था, वहाँ पर एक शीश महल की रचना वहाँ पर पंजाब सरकार कर रही थी केजरीवाल के लिए, उसको लेकर स्टोरी करी. उसके बाद से लगातार उन पर कुठाराघात इस हद तक कि सुबह जब अखबार जाता है तो उनकी गाड़ियाँ रोककर उनके अखबार उतारे गए.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to more developments we're getting from West Asia. Now, the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has made it clear that vessels of the US, Israel and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow yet crucial water body. And despite US's efforts to destroy Iranian mine-laying vessels, Tehran still maintains a chokehold on the area. Now, this has resulted in energy and oil prices soaring across the world. And after US allies denied Trump's coalition pitch, the US has now taken matters to its own hands again, striking at Iranian missiles stationed at the coastline of the region. Take a look at this detailed report.
The US stands alone in its efforts to liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian control. In its efforts to regain control of the region, CENTCOM said that the US Air Force had attacked Iranian missile sites along the coastline. The US struck the missile sites, some of which are underground, with deep penetrator bombs. The 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs cost approximately $288,000 each. Initially, Trump had sought the help of his allies and even China in forming a coalition to police the crucial waterway. Now, he says the US no longer needs or desires the help of the allies and that the US never did. He further claimed that the US has had such great military success. He also criticized the NATO, stating that the US spends billions of dollars protecting them, but said that nations would not reciprocate the efforts. He also expressed dissatisfaction over the fact that allies would not even do the least, which according to Trump is to send a couple of minesweepers. The US has dropped 2,200 kilogram bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz that target Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. However, the US would need to spend much more money and munition to ensure that the strait is completely out of Iranian control. Even in that case, keeping control of a waterway which is flanked on both sides by Iran and other Gulf nations is no easy task. It is day 19 of the US war against Iran, and an end to the conflict seems far away.
All right, viewers, now a major rift is emerging within the Western alliance. The US President Donald Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO allies, accusing them of refusing to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded statement, Trump said that most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. Now, calling NATO a one-way street, Trump questioned the alliance's relevance, saying the US spends billions protecting its partners but receives little support in return. Take a look at this report.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
All right, viewers, we've got more breaking news regarding the elections in India. Now, the Election Commission has given out figures about the deployment of personnel, including nearly 15 lakh polling personnel, 8.5 lakh security personnel, 40,000 counting personnel, as well as 49,000 micro-observers, along with 21,000 sector officers and 15,000 micro-observers for counting amongst other officials in 5 states. So we are looking at assembly elections in India all across the country. 5 crucial states are set to go, and now ECI here is talking about deploying over 25 lakh officials to ensure that the elections are violence-free. My colleague who's been closely tracking this joins me. Harsha, so we're looking at efforts by the Election Commission to ensure that there are no violent incidents in these crucial assembly polls. Deployment of about 25 lakh officials is exactly what we're looking at.
Yes, this is the major deployment which has been done by the Chief Election Commission in all the 5 states. It's very important to understand that how the election is going to be a high-octane drama in several states, and keeping in view all this chaos and the violence which has happened in the past. The Election Commission of India has this time deployed the forces, the security forces, the election officers, the police observers, general observers, the counting officials, the polling officials, huge in number, which are double the size which was in the year 2021 when there was the assembly election of the states. And therefore, in totality, if we see, the Election Commission has deployed 25 lakh officials in total for the violence-free polls this time. And CC has been again and again directing all the officials that how this election has to be violence-free, intimidation-free, fear-free. No, none of the citizens of all these states have to fear before coming to the polling station. They will not be intimidated, and they will not fear from the BLOs or from the goons of any of the party. And that is the reason why the police deployment, security deployment, the deployment of the CAPF forces, the deployment of the election officials, the appointment of the polling officials, all have been done huge in numbers. And this has come keeping in mind after the elections have been announced by Chief Election Commission, not only the major reshuffling of the administration and the police official. This is also has been seen that how security is of the utmost importance in the state of West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry, and Assam. And therefore, if we see, the major changes have happened in the state of West Bengal, where we have seen high-octane drama in the year 2021, where we have seen almost 25 people lost their lives in the assembly election in 2021 during the day of polling. The post-poll violence was immense. It was huge. And that's the reason why in West Bengal alone, the DIGs, the police commissioners, the ADG and IGPs of the state of different districts have been changed. So there's a major reshuffling which has been done, and now 25 lakh officials have been deployed by Chief Election Commission.
Right, to ensure that we have a smooth and a free and fair election in all of these states. So thank you, Harsha, for joining us for these updates. Now, viewers, moving on to another story that Republic has been tracking very closely. Now, 7 foreign nationals picked up from across India are now at the center of what investigators are calling a serious and potentially far-reaching plot to destabilize the country. In a major crackdown, the National Investigation Agency has now arrested 1 American and 6 Ukrainian nationals. They have been accused of illegally entering sensitive border areas, including Manipur and Mizoram, and then allegedly linked up with armed groups across the India-Myanmar border. Now, sources say that the group was not just moving covertly, but may have been involved in training insurgents and facilitating the supply of drones for hostile operations. Now, who are these individuals and how did they operate under the radar? And is this part of a much larger international network? Let's take a look at this detailed report.
7 foreign nationals picked up from across the country, now at the center of a plot to destabilize India. An American national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, along with 6 Ukrainians arrested in a coordinated operation by NIA, now in custody until March 27th. Investigators say the group entered India on tourist visas on different dates, flew into Guwahati, travelled to Mizoram without permits, and then illegally crossed into Myanmar. Their mission: to conduct pre-planned training for Myanmar-based armed groups. The probe has also uncovered a drone supply trail. Huge consignments of drones sourced from Europe, routed through India and delivered to armed groups across the border. But the biggest question mark surrounds the American national identified as Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, a political science graduate with a history of being embedded in war zones from Syria and Iraq to Libya and Afghanistan. He is believed to have trained rebel groups in multiple conflict zones, and even enlisted with the Ukrainian army in 2022. The NIA now has their custody, with interrogation likely to uncover the largest conspiracy, funding routes and masterminds. Republic's editor-in-chief spoke to the former RNAW chief Vikram Sood on the debate. Vikram Sood said that this may not be the only group operating.
I don't know this particular case, but the thing is that the fact that these people were there clandestinely, without permit, is a case for suspicion straight away. And when you get into situations like this, why would a Ukrainian at all want to go to Guwahati and go into Mizoram, etc., unless there is a particular motive? However, the authorities will find out what's going on. Maybe we'll get to know, maybe we will not get to know. My main worry is also that this may not be the only group.
More questions will be answered as probe into what seems a global destabilization plot unfolds.
All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in from the war in West Asia. Israel has now claimed that the Iranian intelligence minister has been targeted last night as well. Israel claims that Iran's intelligence minister Ismail Khatib was also the target of the last night attacks. Remember, there were several attacks that took place from the Israeli side across Tehran, and now Israel coming out and saying that its intelligence minister, Iran's intelligence minister, was also the target of the last night attacks. This comes after the Basij unit commander Soleimani as well as Iran's national security chief Ali Larijani both were killed in the latest strikes, and now another big claim coming to light from Israel's side, wherein they say Iran's intelligence minister was also the target of their latest attacks. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And on the other side, coming up, third Indian-flagged crude oil tanker Jagladki successfully arrives at Mundra port carrying over 80,000 metric tons of LPG. Big blow to Congress ahead of polls in Assam. Former Congress leader Pradyut Bodolai joins the BJP in presence of Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa, who says more Congress leaders could follow suit.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। तुमचा कुणाला केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला बोलते का गाडी मागवा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and now Iran has vowed avenge. They've vowed to revenge the killing of the National Security Council Chief Ali Larijani, who was struck by the Israeli Defense Forces in precision strikes and eliminated, one of the top jewels for Iranian security apparatus since the killing of their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Third Indian flagged crude oil tanker Jagladki successfully arrives at the Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of by the NIA?
Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the National Investigation Agency. In another big blow to the Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in presence of Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest the Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. Viewers, now starting this edition with our top story that we're tracking, a breaking news that's coming in. Now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iran has spoken out over Ali Larijani's killing. Now remember, Ali Larijani, the National Security Council chief of Iran, a key figure in Iran's security apparatus. Now the Foreign Ministry in Iran has released a statement on the assassination of Ali Larijani. They say that Iran expresses its condolences on Larijani's death and that Iran condemns the actions of the aggressors, US and Israel. In fact, Iran is also now warned that it will respond decisively to the constant threats that Iran has been under from the United States and Israel. In fact, they've also emphasized readiness to defend national security. Now remember, this is the most momentous assassination since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, the now slain supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in preemptive strikes by the Israel and the US. Since his killing after Mujtaba Khamenei took over, Iranian security decisions lied mainly in Ali Larijani's hands, who also not only headed and guided the IRGC, but was the National Security Council's chief secretary. This is Ali Larijani on your screens. He was also spotted last in the Quds rally that took place in Tehran, marching against Israeli aggression in Palestine. And now he's been killed.
की है, provided they help in expediting the expansion of CGD network. इसके अंतर्गत मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि 1% एडिशनल एलोकेशन दिया जाएगा अगर स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कमिटीज का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो फॉर द अप्रूवल ऑफ CGD एप्लीकेशंस और उन ग्रीवांस को रिजॉल्व किया जाए। 2% अतिरिक्त एलोकेशन दिए जाने की बात है अगर डीम्ड CGD परमिशंस दी जाएं तो। इसके अलावा 3% एडिशनल एलोकेशन दिया जाएगा अगर स्टेट के द्वारा डिग एंड रेस्टोर स्कीम का इंट्रोडक्शन किया जाए। इसके अलावा 4% एडिशनल एलोकेशन फॉर रिड्यूसिंग द एनुअल रेंट्स एंड लीज चार्जेस। अब इसके बाद नाउ द ओनस इज ऑन द स्टेट एंड द यूनियन टेरिटरी गवर्नमेंट्स टू टेक दिस रिफॉर्म फॉरवर्ड to expedite the approvals and also ensuring the connections to both domestic and commercial and industrial PNG consumers in their areas. LPG के संबंध में स्थिति अभी भी चिंताजनक है। ऑनलाइन बुकिंग के अंदर there is an improvement. Now 93% of the bookings are online. परंतु इसके साथ ये भी सच है कि बहुत सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्शिप्स पर लंबी कतार भी है। इस संबंध में हमारी रिक्वेस्ट सभी उपभोक्ताओं से है कि ऑनलाइन बुकिंग के बाद प्लीज़ वेट, आपका सिलेंडर आपके घर पर डिलीवर होगा, इसलिए डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। इसी संदर्भ में मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि डिलीवरी ऑथेंटिकेशन कोड के द्वारा लगभग 81% डिलीवरी की जा रही है सिलेंडर्स की। So there is also a marked, improvement from 53% to 81% till yesterday. Commercial LPG सप्लाई के संबंध में लगभग 15 स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज ने एलोकेशन ऑर्डर्स इशू किए हैं। सभी स्टेट्स को कमर्शियल LPG की सप्लाई कर दी गई है। कैरोसिन, एडिशनल एलोकेशन ऑफ कैरोसिन के संदर्भ में भी लगभग 12 स्टेट्स ने एडिशनल कैरोसिन एलोकेशन भी कर दिया है। रिगार्डिंग एनफोर्समेंट, मेरा ये निवेदन है कि एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज एक्ट और LPG कंट्रोल ऑर्डर के अंतर्गत स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स आर एम्पावर्ड टू टेक एक्शन अगेंस्ट एनी होर्डिंग एंड ब्लैक मार्केटिंग, and they also have a primary role in monitoring and regulating the supply situation of essential commodities, including petrol, diesel, and LPG. In this regard, the state governments have already been requested to direct the district collectors and the enforcement agencies to conduct coordinated inspections and surprise checks at petrol pumps, LPG distributorships, storage points, etc. to curb any malpractices. इस संदर्भ में लगभग 30 स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज ने ऑलरेडी कंट्रोल रूम स्थापित कर दिए हैं और उनके द्वारा प्रेस ब्रीफ भी जारी की जा रही है। लगभग 22 स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज में डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी भी सेटअप हो गई हैं। हमारी सभी स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज से रिक्वेस्ट है कि जहां पर कंट्रोल रूम सेटअप नहीं हुए हैं या डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी सेटअप नहीं हुई है, वहां तुरंत उन्हें सेटअप किया जाए। एनफोर्समेंट एक्शन में रेड्स जारी हैं, सीजर्स जारी हैं और एक्शन लिया जा रहा है अगेंस्ट ऑल माल प्रैक्टिसेस। इसके अलावा PSU ऑफिशियल्स की टीम भी एक्टिवेटेड है और लगभग कल 2300 रिटेल आउटलेट्स और LPG डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरशिप्स पर सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शन भी किया गया। फाइनली, आप लोगों के द्वारा सभी देशवासियों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि बिवेयर ऑफ र्यूमर्स, अफवाहों पर विश्वास न करें, रिलाई ऑन ऑफिशियल सोर्सेज फॉर करेक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन, अवॉइड पैनिक बुकिंग, यूज डिजिटल मोड फॉर बुकिंग, avoid visiting LPG distributors, and also put all efforts to conserve energy in the daily usage. And finally, wherever possible, the customers shall try to shift to PNG or other fuels available. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujata. अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट्स, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज के स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी श्री राजेश कुमार सिन्हा से अनुरोध करूंगी कि शिपिंग से जुड़े मुद्दों पर जानकारी दें।
धन्यवाद महोदय। आप सभी को नमस्कार। सभी भारतीय जहाज और भारतीय नाविक इंक्लूडिंग 611 जो कि वेस्ट ऑफ स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज में है, 22 इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल्स पे सभी सुरक्षित हैं और कोई घटना की सूचना नहीं है। पिछले 24 घंटों में 25 भारतीय नाविकों को रिपैट्रिएट किया गया है साइन ऑफ के बाद विभिन्न पोर्ट से या विभिन्न लोकेशन से इन दैट रीजनल एरिया। कंट्रोल रूम 24/7 ऑपरेशनल है और पिछले 24 घंटों में करीब 125 टेलीफोनिक कॉल्स और करीब 450 ईमेल्स रिसीव हुई थी जिसका जवाब दिया गया। LPG कैरियर्स शिवालिक और नंदा देवी से कार्गो डिस्चार्ज जैसा कि ऑयल कंपनीज के शेड्यूल के अनुसार अभी चल रहा है। कार्गो मूवमेंट के विषय में मैंने आपको पहले जानकारी दी थी, 2 पोर्ट के विषय में बताया था। एडिशनल स्पेस बनाने की बात मैंने बताई थी जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट पे और चिदम्बरनार पोर्ट पे तूतीकोरिन में। आज मैं आपको विशाखापट्टनम पोर्ट अथॉरिटी के विषय में बता रहा हूँ। वहाँ पर करीब 2,2500 स्क्वायर मीटर का एडिशनल स्टोरेज स्पेस क्रिएट करके अवेलेबल कराया गया है। किसी भी पोर्ट पे किसी भी प्रकार की कंजेशन रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। मुंद्रा पोर्ट का एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ। वहाँ पे जो टोटल कंटेनर कैपेसिटी है, कंटेनर यार्ड की कैपेसिटी है, स्टोरेज की कैपेसिटी है, करीब 4 लाख TUs की कैपेसिटी है। करंट ऑक्यूपेंसी 25% के करीब है। तो इस कंजेशन का कोई कहीं से रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट पे पेरिशेबल कार्गो के जो कंटेनर्स थे, वो मैंने कल एक नंबर बताया था, वो घट के 770 हो गए हैं। कुछ पेरिशेबल कार्गो के कंटेनर्स का मूवमेंट हुआ है इस वजह से। इसी प्रकार मिनिस्ट्री कंटिन्यूसली मॉनिटर कर रही है सिचुएशन को, शिपिंग के मूवमेंट को, हमारे सी फेयर को, उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स को, पोर्ट के ऑपरेशंस को, जिससे कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड कंटिन्यू करे, सुचारू रूप से चलता रहे। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर। मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री रणधीर जायसवाल जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वह डिप्लोमेटिक और एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के पर्सपेक्टिव पर जानकारी दें।
थैंक यू मैम। As you would have seen, Prime Minister spoke to the President of UAE yesterday. The President of UAE, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. The two leaders discussed the current situation in West Asia. Prime Minister reiterated India's strong condemnation of all attacks on the UAE that have resulted in loss of innocent lives and damage to civilian infrastructure. The two leaders agreed on the importance of ensuring safe and free navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Both leaders will continue to work together for the early restoration of peace, security and stability in the region. एक और आपके माध्यम से एक और चीज़ मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमारी जो एम्बेसी राजदूतावास तेहरान में है, वो भारतीय नागरिक, खासकर भारतीय विद्यार्थीगण, उनका वो मदद कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे भारतीय नागरिक बॉर्डर पार करके आर्मीनिया और अजरबैजान जाना चाहते हैं। इस संदर्भ में हमारे राजदूतावास ने एडवाइजरी जारी की है। ये सभी लोगों के लिए उनके हित में होगा, उनके सहूलियत में होगा कि वो एडवाइजरी का पालन करें, ताकि जो पारगमन लैंड बॉर्डर ईरान और आर्मीनिया के बीच में लैंड बॉर्डर जो है और ईरान और अजरबैजान के बीच में जो लैंड बॉर्डर है, उससे वो पारगमन एक सहूलियत ढंग से हो सके। तो ये हमारी गुजारिश रहेगी आप लोग सब लोग को कि इसको आप लोग थोड़ा सा इस बात को एम्पलीफाई करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी गल्फ श्री असीमान महाजन से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे गल्फ रीजन से संबंधित डेवलपमेंट पर जानकारी दें।
Thank you. Good afternoon. We have been briefing you regularly of the various steps and our efforts. The ministry continues to monitor the developments in the Gulf and West Asia region very closely, with the highest priority being accorded to the safety, security and welfare of the large Indian community spread across the region. Ministry's dedicated special control room remains operational to assist and support Indian nationals and their families. We are also in close touch with the state governments and union territories to share information and coordinate our efforts. Our missions and posts across the region are functioning round the clock and maintaining regular contact with a large number of Indian community associations and organizations and issuing updated advisories to keep our citizens informed. In recent days, we have seen that there have been a marked decline in the calls and queries on our ministries and missions helplines, an indication that many of the urgent issues relating to stranded nationals and others have been addressed. Our missions remain in constant touch with the local governments who are also supporting welfare efforts for the Indian community. We continue to assist seafarers, stranded Indian nationals and short-term visitors for visas, consular services and logistical support where required. We have made special efforts to address welfare of students in the Gulf region. Our missions have been in regular coordination with the schools in the region and the CBSE. As you are aware, earlier the 10th standard exams were cancelled, and this Sunday it was announced that the 12th standard exams also stand cancelled. ICSE and Kerala board exams are also cancelled. The respective boards would announce a formulation and determination of marks in these cases in due course. In Tehran, our embassy has facilitated the relocation of several Indian students in Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz to other cities. All assistance is being provided by our embassies to these students. An update on the flight status and airspace. While there have been operational closures in some countries, overall the flight situation continues to improve with additional flights operating. Since February 28th, around 260,000 passengers have returned from the region to India. For UAE, airlines continue to operate limited non-scheduled flights based on operational and safety considerations. On March 17th, around 70 flights operated from airports in UAE to India. Today, around 75 flights are expected to operate from various airports in UAE to different destinations in India, with more than 50 flights operating daily from the UAE to India since March 5th, 2026. The flight situation is reassuring. Flights continue to operate from Oman and Saudi Arabia to different destinations in India. Qatar airspace remains partially open. Qatar Airways operated 5 flights to India yesterday. Qatar Airways also announced flights to 9 destinations from today. This will further ease the availability of flights. In Kuwait, the airspace has been closed since 28 February 2026. Special non-scheduled commercial flights by Jazeera Airways of Kuwait are expected to operate in the coming days to India from the Al Qaisuma International Airport in Saudi Arabia. In view of the flight restrictions in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq, we have been facilitating transit of stranded Indians and for emergency cases via Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Now we will take few questions from media. So, 54, 39 and 67.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Harsh Trivedi from Republic TV. Ma'am, my question is to Sujata ma'am. Ma'am, can some clarity be given on aviation turbine fuel? What is our situation there? Are we in a comfortable position since carriers including Air India and other operators have started adding fuel surcharge?
Hello ma'am, this is Pushpita from New Indian Express. So a few days ago, preferably in the last week, I think Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Maldives have requested for diesel and fuel from India. Has India taken any call, like if we will be exporting to them? And also IOCL and Hindustan Petroleum in talks with Canadian firm for LPG procurement. By when can we expect some details on that?
मैम मैं लक्ष्मण CNBC आवाज से एक सवाल सुजाता मैम आपके लिए कि जिस तरीके से इंडियन क्रूड बास्केट की प्राइसेस $140 पार कर चुकी है, इस प्राइस प्रेशर को गवर्नमेंट कैसे मैनेज कर रही है? और एक सवाल रणधीर जायसवाल सर आपके लिए है कि ऑल्दो इंडिया नेटो का मेंबर नहीं है, लेकिन नेटो को लेके यूएस प्रेसिडेंट ने जिस तरीके से अपनी नाराजगी जताई है, क्या भारत सरकार ने इसको संज्ञान लिया है?
234 फिर क्वेश्चंस ले लेते हैं.
My question is to Mr. Rajesh Kumar Sinha. Sir, yesterday you had said that you would give us details commodity-wise of how much volume is stuck in the 22 vessels that are stranded there, crude, LNG and LPG.
Start करिए.
If I could add one more question that is addressed to Mr. Jaiswal. Do we, when we are negotiating the return of ships from the Strait of Hormuz, and in our talks with Iran, do we have a priority as to which commodities would come first and which follow?
So the first question was about aviation turbine fuel. We have sufficient stocks of aviation turbine fuel, and no price increase has been done by the oil marketing companies. Regarding procurement by HPCL, this is a commercial data and it is sensitive also, so it will not be appropriate for me to comment on this here. Regarding exports to different companies, I will say कि देश हित सर्वोपरि है, and first the domestic demand has to be met, and after that, if we have surplus, the decision can be taken by the appropriate authorities. Crude basket, yes, it is very rightly said. Crude basket, हमारा crude procurement price has increased. International price has increased, so it is impacting us also. But till now, there is no increase in the prices of petrol and diesel. Thank you.
Viewers, this was an interministerial meet, an oil briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs, Shipping and Ports, and also, so we're looking at Sujata Sharma leading from the front, the Petroleum and Gas Ministry that has been at the fore of this all. In fact, today for the first time, they took the cognizance of commercial LPG supply, though they have asked people to continue with online bookings and to shift to PNG as soon as possible. In fact, viewers, now keeping on to the war that's ongoing in West Asia, the Israeli Defense Forces have now said that they have completed a precision strike across targets inside Lebanon on Hezbollah targets. Now remember, Israel's war is a two-fronted war, not just against Iran, it's also against all of Iran's proxy allies, the main one being Hezbollah deep inside Lebanon in Beirut especially. Now, the IDF has conducted strikes targeting various Hezbollah targets. This also comes after Hezbollah rained down missiles on Israeli territories and the IDF retaliated in swift, precise strikes. Now, the IDF had identified early preparations and initiated a wave of strikes to disrupt the terrorist organization's preparation. In fact, they have said that this included preventive strikes on launchers, weapons storage sites, and operational command centers. In fact, IDF remains put on their resolve. They've said that with the beginning of the attacks on Hezbollah, the IDF has now rapidly identified and struck launchers and various operation centers that fired projectiles aimed at Israel. Now also remember, this is happening deep inside southern Lebanon. In fact, this comes at a time when the French envoy has also flagged that Lebanon cannot sit for dialogue with Hezbollah if Israel and Hezbollah continue to exchange strikes and counterstrikes amid the rising escalations in West Asia. So no space for dialogues as a retaliation, attacks and counterattacks continue amid Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces. Viewers, now completely shifting focus and tracking another breaking development that we're getting at this hour. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have said that it has completed an attack. It has brought an entire attack to a full circle. Now, this comes after an airstrike car can be seen. This is the visuals. This is the visual of a car which was struck by the Israeli Defense Forces in Lebanon. Now, remember, right what we were talking about, Israel's aggression against Hezbollah. Israel has been targeting Hezbollah hideouts, their targets inside Lebanon. But this is a picture of a car which was struck by the Israeli Defense Forces inside Lebanon. Now, this comes after Israel conducted airstrikes on southern Lebanon. And here is a fresh video of a car set ablaze in the city of Sidon. Viewers, now these are the visuals of the burning car on your screens after the Israeli Defense Forces struck Lebanon. Now, keeping on to what's happening in the war diplomatically, US President Donald Trump started the West Asia war, and as the tensions continue to climb, he has now shifted his focus onto another target, and this time it's going to be Cuba. He said that he is going to go after Cuba. In fact, he also said that the country is a weak one with a weak leadership, and this will be the perfect time to strike Cuba. Take a look at what the US president had to say about now invading Cuba next.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, I don't know, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
A third crude tanker carrying crude oil for India, Jaglat K, has successfully docked at the Mundra port. We're getting you all the details on the best news possible right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Third Indian flagged crude oil tanker Jaglat K successfully arrives at the Mundra port.
Government regarding the census. Any comment on these the areas of sudden by the NIA, sir?
Hemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordloi joins BJP in presence of Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking from the Assam polls. Now, the NDA has finalized the seat-sharing deal in Assam polls. The NDA has now completely finalized the seat-sharing deals that we're looking at in Assam elections. Now remember, this also comes as multiple defections are seen from the Congress party, leaders leaving and joining the BJP. And the latest that we're learning is now that in the Assam elections, the NDA has finalized its seat-sharing deal. Elections. Now the NDA has managed to finalize its seat-sharing deal as the Assam polls close in. In fact, joining us live from Guwahati is my colleague Aniruddha to get us more updates on the matter. Aniruddha, speak to us about the NDA's recent move. You know, they have finalized the seat-sharing. So talk to us about the details of the matter. Aniruddha.
Yes, the seat-sharing arrangement between the NDA parties, that is AZP, BJP and the BPF has been finalized, and as per the seat-sharing deals, the BJP will be contesting in 89 seats, whereas the largest regional political party, that is Ahom Gana Porikot, who is an ally of the BJP since long, will be contesting in 26 seats across Assam, and the BPF will be contesting in 11 seats. The dynamics that the NDA has clicked with the BPF is very interesting, keeping in view that there are two political parties which are part of NDA in Assam, particularly from the BTAD area. The UPPL as well as the BPF had been part of the NDA, but the seat sharing arrangement has been finalized with the BPF and not UPPL as far as the arrangement that has been disclosed by Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma is concerned, and as per the arrangement that has been declared in some seats, there might be friendly contest between the BJP and the AZP, but that is yet to be ascertained, and it will be ascertained only when the candidates list of both the constituent parties of NDA will be taking out the list. As far as the information that has been accessed by us, the BJP is set to release its first and complete list of candidates today evening, and Ahom Gana Porikot has also announced that some of the seats have been finalized where the party president, the working president will be contesting, or where already an announcement has been made, but the official list is yet to be out, and once the official list is out, then it will be very clear as in how many seats the BJP and the Ahom Ahom Gana Porikhod will be, having a friendly contest. But yes, the arrangement, the seat sharing arrangement has been finalized, and as per the arrangement that has been announced, 89 seats where the BJP will be contesting. There are 26 seats where the Ahom Gana Porikhod will be contesting, and the BPF, that is Bodoland's People Party, will be contesting in 11 seats. Studio.
Right, Anuruddha, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, now viewers quickly shifting focus and tracking what's happening in the war that's ongoing in West Asia. Now, the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz, the global oil supply, now has a gatekeeper. Iran has made it very clear that vessels of the US, Israel and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow. But first, before delving into this story, let's cut across to the visuals that are coming in fresh from Tehran of their National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani's funeral. Now remember, the Israeli Defense Forces struck Ali Larijani. There was contention whether or not he was killed in the strikes, and today, early morning, in fact, last evening, that confirmation was received. These are the visuals of the funeral of one of the top chiefs of Iranian security apparatus being laid to rest. Look at the number of people raising Iranian flags, standing right next to their regime, marching right behind the regime. Now remember, Ali Larijani's assassination was one of the most momentous moments of this war after the killing of the now slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in preemptive strikes by the US and Israel. And after that, they also came for Ali Larijani, one of the key faces in Iranian security apparatus. And also, viewers, very important to remember, he was last spotted at the Quds rally that was ongoing in Tehran. In fact, that very rally was also struck by Israel. However, Ali Larijani made it out alive. Now, in the recent most attack, Ali Larijani, the national security chief of Iran, was killed. Along with him, two top military commanders of the IRGC and the Iranian army were also killed. These are the visuals of the funeral that we're getting in from Tehran. Ali Larijani being put to rest with full state honors. The number of people that have surrounded the coffin, that is testament to the fact that the regime is far from being over. Now remember, Ali Larijani, his son was also killed as part of the same strikes. In fact, he was one of the key figures when it came to denouncing Moshtaba Khamenei taking over as the next supreme leader. Now he was also locking heads with the US President Donald Trump, where he had warned Trump to look out before he's eliminated too. Now that is Ali Larijani. In fact, for more updates, we're being joined by my colleague Ishita Mitra to get us updates onto the ongoing funeral. Ishita, speak to us about what's happening in Tehran.
Right, of course, we're looking at a respectable farewell now being given for the National Security Chief of Iran, Ali Larijani. You can see a sea of people, in fact, have gathered right now in the capital city of Iran, Tehran, where they are standing together in their sorrow as they bid farewell to Ali Larijani. Now, it's a big blow, in fact, for Iranian leadership. He was killed yesterday in the strikes conducted by Israel, pinpointed strikes, in fact, in which two leaders were taken out, not just Ali Larijani, but also the Basij unit commander, Soleimani, was also killed along with his entire brigade. So a major blow in terms of the vacuum that's now going to come in the leadership of Iran, because we have seen right after Khamenei was killed, it was Ali Larijani who was looking after the IRGC operations in Iran. He was coordinating all of the attacks that were taking place across the Gulf nations. So a big blow. And today, as Iranians bid farewell to their security chief, Ali Larijani, you can see the visuals on your screen how they've come together to give him a respectable farewell. They're calling him a martyr, somebody who sacrificed his life for the Iranian cause. And now they've gathered together to give him a respectable farewell, to bid him farewell in the capital city of Tehran, as they now mourn together, in fact, the death of their security chief, Ali Larijani. Now, remember these visuals, viewers, on your screen. As you can see, a sea of people had gathered. It's also a message that they're sending out to Israel as well as the United States, who have called out Iranians to go and come together on the streets and overthrow their government. It's a message in contradiction to what the US and Israel have been anticipating with regards to a revolution that could come in against the Ayatollah regime. We are looking at exactly the opposite kind of narrative now emerging out of Tehran. A sea of people, in fact, have gathered in Tehran to bid farewell to Ali Larijani, a leader that they consider sacrificed his life for the cause of Iran's motive against US and Israel. So what essentially, it's a message now being sent out as Iranians mourn together the death of Ali Larijani, somebody who's looking after the IRGC operation, saying that they stand together. We have seen, there was a message put up by Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel just yesterday, asking Iranians that Israel is looking after the skies, come together, celebrate and stand against the Ayatollah regime. But these visuals stand in complete contradiction to what US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have been saying so far. They've been calling out Iranians to come on the streets and overthrow their government. But these visuals where you see hundreds have gathered in the capital of Iran to bid their farewell, to pay a respectable farewell to Ali Larijani, a leader who was closely linked with the IRGC, somebody who was a right man, in fact, of Ayatollah Khamenei. So it does seem that these visuals are now sending a powerful message to United States. Back to you, Gesu.
Yeah, stay with us, Ishita. In fact, let's have a conversation as we stay with the pictures coming out of Tehran. This neighborhood of Iran where Ali Larijani was at his daughter's residence along with his son, and that's when those Israeli strikes took him down along with his bodyguards, his deputy and many others. He was head of the Iranian Supreme National Security Council and effectively the national security advisor. He was politically powerful. He guided Iran's nuclear and security policy, like most national security advisors do. And in the post-Khamenei era, he was even more powerful. In fact, as someone who had worked closely with Ayatollah Khamenei, he was against the elevation of Khamenei's son Mujtaba as the next Ayatollah or the supreme leader, on the grounds that the senior Khamenei had opposed Mujtaba's elevation or Mujtaba's gliding into the role of supreme leader after his own death. So in that sense, Larijani provided both a continuity as also a break. It's surprising that the Israelis and the Americans decided to go after him and kill him. Till September last year, in fact, he was being toyed as a replacement of Ayatollah Khamenei himself in the eyes of the Americans in the back-channel dialogue that was taking place. Okay, we have a guest with us, joining us on this conversation broadcast, even as we stay with these pictures. Ishita was right. These are strong. These pictures send a strong message of people's support, or continuing people's support to the government in Tehran, to the regime in Tehran, and that this is anything but regime change. This is actually support, a strong support coming in for the present leadership and the people coming out in these big numbers in the streets and squares of Tehran, even as the funeral of Ali Larijani, the last journey of Ali Larijani goes through the thoroughfares of Tehran. We are joined in by Lieutenant General Asit Mistry. He's a defense expert. And very good afternoon to you, General Mistry, and my question is, going by these pictures, regime change looks even more distant.
Good afternoon to you. Yes, most certainly, regime change looks quite a distance from here, and this is a strong message of defiance. This is a message of defiance by the people, and therefore the question of regime change remains like a mirage. And Larijani, as you know, was pivotal to the resistance of Iran right from January. In fact, he was the de facto man controlling all activities of the government in terms of handling the crowds and in terms of the rebellion, as also the resistance to the offensive by the Americans and the Israelis.
All right. Thank you so much, General Mistry, for joining us with those with that perspective. And for now, we are coming out of these pictures, powerful pictures, nevertheless, from Tehran of people's support to the present regime and the government, and of course, outpouring of grief on the killing of Ali Larijani, whose last journey is there in these pictures. Moving on, but staying with war and the saber rattling that seems to be happening on the issue of Cuba. Is Cuba next? Is the question, given the kind of comments that have come from President Trump last evening, in which he has said that maybe he can take Cuba wherever he wants. A beautiful island there and more real estate. Now Cuba has responded, and the Cuban response is coming in from their leader, who has said that U.S. would face unbreakable resistance if it tries to take over the if they try to take over the island nation. And remember, it's a communist regime there, and there is a nationwide electricity grid failure or blackout that's going on. And we have a statement attributed to Miguel Diaz-Canel. He's the president of Cuba and first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba. And there you see him in pictures. If there's a soundbite, can we play that? Miguel Diaz-Canel. Okay, we have. Let's listen to him. Okay, so the Cuban president hitting back at President Trump for dragging in Cuba. Remember, earlier we had the Americans taking out Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Then the Americans went after Iran, eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei and rest of the leadership. And now Cuba being mentioned. Cuban leadership, of course, responding like any leadership would when their sovereignty is challenged. Moving on, the US President Donald Trump, like we mentioned, is now eyeing Cuba, saying that the island nation is next. And he's made a series of claims on the same, the last being last evening. If we have a soundbite, let's listen to it.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form, and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's seen the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good honor. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, The recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
All right, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in fact, is of Cuban descent, and perhaps he's egging on the Trump administration and the president himself for going to Cuba next after they are done with Iran, of course, which does not seem like way anytime soon. But moving on, staying with the war, American Fifth Fleet at Bahrain, their headquarters, has suffered some damage after Iranian drone strikes. These are pictures coming in of damage at the U.S. Naval Support Facility of the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain. These seem like targeted drone strikes or missile strikes in Bahrain and at the U.S. naval base of the Fifth Fleet. Remember, the Bahrain Emirate hosts the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet of the U.S. Navy. And these pictures are of some damage caused by Iranian strikes. All right, moving on, staying with the war. A major rift is emerging within the Western alliance, it seems. US President Donald Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO and his allies, accusing them of refusing to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded statement, Trump said most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons, calling NATO a one-way street. Trump questioned the alliance's relevance, saying the U.S. spends billions protecting its partners but receives little support in return, a position Trump has maintained since his first term. Take a look.
U.S. President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the U.S. spends billions protecting allies who fail to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the U.S. does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the U.S. and its traditional partners.
All right, moving on. Iran has rejected any suggestion that it's willing to de-escalate now that it has lost at least two rungs of leadership, the latest being Ali Larijani. Coming up after a short break on the other side.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact.
The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा तुमको कुमार गिरा दो नीचे अब फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो उठे का गाड़ी में चला
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा तुमको कुमार गिरा दो नीचे अब फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो उठे का गाड़ी में चला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा
between Afghanistan
Pakistan is, by all accounts, intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital. They have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul. This is exactly and happening just a few days after the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked and killed 173 schoolgirls in Minab in Iran. Emboldened by what Trump has done, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. This is a very, very serious crime of war. They owe an explanation to the people across the world. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This was not a terrorist training camp. This was just a hospital. The most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asim Muni?
And we get you our top headlines at this hour. Third Indian flagged crude oil tanker successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Sir, any comment on this? The arrest of foreign minister by the NIA, sir?
Chief Minister Khemchand Singh shrugs off from camera as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. In another big blow to the Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in the presence of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. TVK decided to go solo, announces it will contest Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9 children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. And Iran rejects de-escalation. Israel launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief. Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum and our top focus is going to be Republic has accessed the 14-page court order of foreign mercenaries who have been arrested. It says the mercenaries supplied weapons, insurgent groups given terrorist hardware. The mercenaries trained armed groups. They were also in touch with terrorists armed with AK-47. Let me go across to our colleagues who are now joining us on the story. Sarthak is joining us from the capital. We've also got Linthoy joining us from Imphal and Anirudh from Guwahati. And as this continues, I'm going to first go across to Sarthak, who's joining us from the capital. Sarthak, Republic has accessed the 14-page court order. What does it say?
Well, Rhythm, exactly. We have accessed the court order, the remand order that was passed by the Patiala House Court here in New Delhi 2 days ago. This is something that Republic has gained exclusive access to. Well, the court order says that these accused, the 7 accused who have been taken into custody by NIA, which includes 1 US national and 6 Ukrainian nationals, the court has given them in police custody for 11 days. The court believes that there is a reason, enough reason and enough evidence provided by NIA that there is a prima facie case on conspiracy and some terror link. operations being conducted by these 7 accused, and therefore this case specifically involves national security, and it's an important issue that has to be investigated by NIA. On that specific ground, the court has given them in 11 days of police custody. What we know of so far, the arguments that were put forth by NIA in this particular matter was that there are total 14 people who have entered into India illegally. They entered as tourists into the border regions of the country, and somehow they were traveling to Myanmar. So they were traveling from Europe through India, through Mizoram or Manipur, and then they were traveling to Myanmar. They were involved in terror, in providing drone facilities and drone trading programs to some groups in Myanmar, and these drones not only included surveillance testing and surveillance facilities, but they were also being trained on warfare, how to conduct these drones for warfare activities. So this is a huge development that has taken place so far. We have the exclusive access of the court order. The FIR shows that there were weapons being supplied. These terror groups were being provided AK-47. These 7 accused had access to these weapons, and there is a lot more to be investigated by NIA at this point. And on that specific ground, Patiala House Court here in New Delhi has given these accused to NIA on 11 days of police custody. Back to you.
All right, I want to also, Sarthak, tell all our viewers that we've got the maximum coverage on the story. We have Linthoy joining us from Imphal. We have Anirudh joining us from Guwahati. And as I introduce all of you, I want you to stay with us. We're also, viewers, going to take a look at who the foreign mercenary under scanner is. Matthew Van Dyke from Baltimore, who was arrested by the NIA. He entered restricted areas in Mizoram, crossing into Myanmar without authorization and alleged engagement with insurgent-linked groups. He also reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test in the past, allegedly denied multiple times by Iraqi forces between 2008 and 2010. And that's what we're trying to show you, Matthew. Who is Matthew that we've been trying to unravel, trying to understand? We take you through the details of the foreign mercenary under the scanner. This person has denied multiple times and he's failed a CIA polygraph test. He was arrested because of entry into restricted zones in Mizoram, crossed into Myanmar without authorization. I want to now also go across in Imphal to Linthoy, who's joining us. Linthoy, there is a clear 8-minute videos and mercenaries training videos. What are you picking up from Imphal? What are you picking up from your sources about the possible reason? And what sort of terrorist activity were these people involved in?
Yeah, despite the seriousness of the case, authorities in Mizoram and Manipur have not disclosed any official information so far regarding the arrest or any possible local connection. So there has been no statement yet from the state government or security agencies. For now, much of the information remains under wraps, and we are still waiting for clarity from Mizoram and Manipur government. Mizoram and Manipur shares a very long and sensitive border with Myanmar, and on September 1st, the drone bombing was reported in Manipur. So the terrorist connection might be so sure with the Manipur drone bombing. So it is the NIA to investigate about it, and it is the state authorities and the security agencies to release an official information about this. Back to you.
Okay, before I do this, let me also tell our viewers, Republic has also accessed the 8-minute mercenary training video. On camera, you can see the training of mercenaries in Myanmar. Armed foreign mercenaries taking on Janta. Training was given in an undisclosed location in Myanmar. AK-47 drones training given to insurgent groups. This is on camera. Investigations are finding that the group is provided pre-scheduled trainings in drone warfare assembly and jamming technology to ethnic armed organizations fighting the military Janta in Myanmar. I want to on this also go across to my colleague Anirudh. But first, I want to go across to our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan Sen, who's now joining us on this. Shravan, it's very clear that these suspects arrived in India on tourist visas. They traveled to Assam. They entered Mizoram. They are linked to ethnic armed groups, and investigation has found there was training being done. Support was being given to proscribed groups. What are you picking up from your sources?
Well, in fact, Rhythm, all this while, we thought that this was only about foreign mercenaries entering India and thereafter illegally crossing over to Myanmar to basically train ethnic armed insurgent groups there. But it now turns out that it is not just about training in Myanmar. The security concern is that there is a direct link with India-based insurgent groups, the links between foreign mercenaries and insurgent groups in India. And that's the reason why the cause of concern, it's a cause of concern. And more importantly, if you actually go through the 14-page court order in which there is a clear mention of the fact why the National Investigation Agency essentially believes that a thorough investigation is required. In fact, I'm given to understand that earlier today, CERT-IN has also been roped in, and the mobile phones of the accused is now being examined. Now, the reason why it is becoming a cause of concern for the security agencies is because of the direct link of these foreign mercenaries with the India-based insurgent groups. And not just that, it is also about weapon handling and training that has been given to these insurgent groups. Now, what we do not know is the insurgent groups, which are the insurgent groups that they have been in touch with. But there is a clear mention of the fact that these foreign mercenaries have been in touch, quote unquote, with terrorists armed with AK-47s. And that, I would say, is the biggest takeaway from the court order that has been accessed. And not just that, National Investigation Agency sources also indicating that this is at a preliminary stage, the investigation that has been carried out, because they say that the surveillance was being carried out for quite some time. In fact, they were aware that the foreign mercenaries had landed in India, and their surveillance was being carried out all through this period that they were in India. When they landed in Guwahati, from Guwahati they had actually gone to Mizoram, that too without permit, and finally from Manipur is where they entered Myanmar. All this while, I'm given to understand that Rhythm, they were under the surveillance of the security agencies. It is only when they had returned, that's when the action was actually taken, because the security agencies wanted to basically document their exact role, their role of providing training to insurgent groups and ethnically armed groups in Myanmar. All of that, once it was documented by the central agencies, once they had returned to India from 3 different locations where these arrests have been made. One was in the national capital, the other happened to be in Lucknow, and the third was in Kolkata. And the other big concern is also about the group of Ukrainians who had come in. It is not just the 6 Ukrainians. What we do not know is that the full group of Ukrainians who had come, 16 of them, I'm given to understand, were given tourist visas, and they were here in India. What happened to the rest is something that we still do not know.
Do stay on with us. We're also going to go across to Anirudh to get a sense about what's been happening. Anirudh, it's very clear on camera, the training of mercenaries has been seen. The training that they were giving, the association that Shravan is mentioning with the EAGs are associated. These are anti-India insurgent groups. What are you picking up from your sources on how they entered, how they started training, and particularly the American citizen Matthew Aaron Van Dyke? He's a known military contractor and founder of certain organizations like Sons of Liberty International.
Multiple routes which they had used to infiltrate through India into Myanmar, and thereby they not only imparted training on arms uses and operation of arms, but also on high-end warfare like using of drone, and also modifying the drones to enable them to drop bombs whether in the army establishments in Myanmar or also in civilian areas in Manipur when the ethnic conflict was at its peak. Most of these mercenaries who had entered through India, they came here at the guise of missionaries, but they were clearly having no visa for participation in religious practices. They came here under the disguise of missionaries. They went to meet people in the border areas and taking advantage of the porous Indo-Myanmar border. They managed to sneak in and out of Myanmar, and they had been doing this since long, even before the ethnic violence in Manipur. If we talk about the context, or if we bring into context the ethnic violence in Manipur also, before even that started, they had been making frequent tours to Myanmar after the junta rule came into effect in Myanmar, and they have been meeting the pro-democratic forces in Myanmar, not only the pro-democratic forces but also other militant and rebel groups which are based in Myanmar or who have been both who are operational in India as well as those who are operational in Myanmar. They gave training, and also we have access multiple videos, just to confirm that we not only have access to one video but we have got access to multiple videos, Rhythm, in where it is clearly visible they have been providing bulletproof vest and also imparting training on uses of drone in drone warfare. So this clearly establishes the the entire nexus and the route that they have used. And also, for that matter, in fact, we had also reported on this earlier on the involvement of the missionaries, particularly the foreign missionaries who often visit the northeastern states, and they taking advantage of the porous border, they sneak in and out of Myanmar, and the very need of the border fencing is also what underlines what emerges as one of the most important talking point now after this 7 foreign nationals have been arrested. Rhythm.
I also want to now go back to Sarthak. Sarthak, what happened in the Patiala House Court? The 11-day police custody has been given to the NI. 27, the case is coming up. You were telling us crucial parts of the exclusive order you've accessed. Give us a brief understanding of what was happening in the Patiala House Court today when these arrested foreign nationals were brought to the court.
Well, 2 days ago, these 7 accused, including 1 U.S. national and 6 Ukrainian nationals, were presented before ASJ Prashant Sharma's court, where certain arguments were made by the prosecution representing NIA, stating that they have plenty of evidence to prove that there were some terror links of these accused with some insurgent groups in Myanmar. They were traveling from Europe. Either they were using India as a route through Mizoram. They were traveling to Myanmar, or they had links to some insurgent groups here in India. That is something that the prosecution wanted to investigate. Well, we have also gotten the information that the lawyer who was representing these accused in this particular case, who was appearing on behalf of these accused on the day when these accused were presented before the judge, he made some arguments where he stated Article 32 of the Constitution, Article 32 of the Geneva Convention, and there were other key details that they did not have any link to these insurgent groups. They did not have any link to any terrorist group. But as a matter of fact, what we know of this at this point is that NIA has presented plenty of evidences in the court that they were in direct contact with some terrorist group who were carrying AK-47. These people were appointed to provide drone facilities and drone training facilities to these insurgent groups. They were basically smuggling drones here from India. They were traveling from Mizoram to Myanmar, and they were providing these modern warfare techniques and training on these modern warfare techniques to these insurgent groups. So there is a plenty of information that was provided by NIA to the court, which gave the court a reasonable benefit of doubt that there is a prima facie case, that there could be a major conspiracy. It's a matter of national security, and therefore the NIA has been given an opportunity to investigate this matter further. The NIA also had given evidences and made an argument where they suggested that it's not just 7 accused that they have taken into custody. There are in total at least 14 accused who are still wandering off across the country. 7 have been taken into custody. There are 7 more who have to be taken into custody and questioned on these peculiar issues. What we know of so far, there is still a lot for NIA to investigate. This is a matter of national security, and on that specific ground, they have been given in police custody for 11 days. The next date of hearing in this particular matter is 28th of March, where they will be presented before ASJ Prashant Sharma again. And what further details NIA would be able to come up with, and what all evidences they will be able to come up with in this particular matter, that is something that only time will tell. Back to you.
I also want to now go across to Linthoy, joining us from Imphal. Linthoy, very clearly, all these people were picked up after a joint operation and understanding that the NIA already had. That's why these simultaneous arrests took place in Kolkata, in Lucknow, and also of Mr. Van Dyke, who was picked up, Matthew, at the same time at the Kolkata airport. Now, a social media account that's believed to be linked to him has been described him as a media personality that is based in Ukraine, but he's also said that we're going to try and do a regime change. How are you looking at what's happening in Imphal and also the way they're trying to undermine the military junta there?
Absolutely. The thing is that changing a regime is not it's not on their hands. First of all, Manipur has been, undergoing into a very uncomfortable and in a very unfortunate situation since May 2023. But according to the NIA investigation, they have entered India since 2022 and started giving training to this ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. So basically, the drone attack, since they are involved in this importing of drone from Europe, the drone attack first reported in Manipur on September 1, which was broke out after a brief lull of 3 months in the restive state. So the state of the attack on Kostruk in Imphal West, contagious to this Kangpopi district, came from the neighboring hills and killing many others, were injuring to several others. So the NIA is investigating the use of drones in the attacks, and the state police have sought technical help to understand the origin of the weapons. And also the then Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has also hand over this case to the NIA, and he also expressed that this is because of the intelligence failure, and he also made a statement that in this conflict a larger foreign hand is involved in the Manipur conflict. Back to you.
Thank you for giving us those details. I also want to thank Sarthak, who's been reporting at the Patiala House Court, Anirudh from Guwahati, and Linthoy joining us from Imphal. Shavan Sen also leading what's happening with the investigation at the NIA. It's a top focus story that we're continuing tracking. And coming up after a short break, Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे अनुसरी होगा
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार
The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is, by all accounts, intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital. They have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul. This is exactly and happening just a few days after the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked and killed 173 schoolgirls in Minab in Iran. Emboldened by what Trump has done, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. This is a very, very serious crime of war. They owe an explanation to the people across the world. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This was not a terrorist training camp. This was just a hospital. The most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asif Muni?
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, our rolling coverage on the war in West Asia continues after Larijani and Soleimani. Israel now claims they've killed Iran's intelligence minister. We'll get you all the details and the updates coming from the war zone areas. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jag Ladki successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir?
Manipur CM shrugs off the camera as Republic asks him to comment on regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Botuloi joins the BJP in presence of Assam Chief Minister. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest the Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Iran rejects a de-escalation, launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of their security chief Larijani. All right, here's our top focus at this hour. These visuals are coming live to you from the capital city of Iran. In Tehran, mourners have now gathered to bid a respectable farewell to their security chief, Ali Larijani. It's the final journey for Ali Larijani that's now underway in the capital city of Iran. Viewers, you can see a sea of people have gathered with Iranian flags to bid farewell to their security chief who was killed in the Israeli strikes just yesterday. Now, these are the visuals on your screen. There was a confirmation that came in from Iranian side earlier about his death. And now we're looking at these visuals coming to light as Iranians gather in the capital city to bid farewell to Ali Larijani, their security chief, somebody who was looking after the IRGC operations right after Khamenei was killed. He's somebody who's been closely linked with Iran's armed forces, looking both in the domestic front as well as coordinating about the attacks that are coming on the Gulf nations as well. All right, my colleague Gesu now joins me with more details on this. Gesu, what's the latest you're picking up about this final journey of Ali Larijani as Iranians gather to pay him a respectable farewell?
Thousands of people, a sea full of people on your screens right now. These are the scenes that are unfolding inside Iran as the Iranian people now prepare to lay to rest Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary of Iran, a key figure in Iranian security apparatus. Now also remember, this is one of the most momentous killings, one of the most sought after assassinations when it comes to the US and Israel stand in this entire war after their preemptive strikes that killed the now slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In fact, also the fact that since the killing of Ali Khamenei, it was Ali Larijani who had taken full cognizance, full control of not just Iran's security situation, but also their response in the attack, in the war that is ongoing between Israel, Iran and the United States. Now, also very important to remember, US, when they began this attack, in their first preemptive strikes also, their main objective was very clear. Regime change is what they were siphoning again and again and again. But these visuals are testament that this is a situation far from a regime change. People are marching right behind Ali Larijani, the National Security Council of Iran, also responsible for taking all the decisions when it came to rebuttals, when it came to counter-striking both United States and even Israel, and not just that, but also the Gulf nations that came under attack. Now also remember, Ali Larijani was such a key figure. He was one of the most vocal leaders when it came to Iran. In fact, he voiced his dissent against Mojtaba Khamenei being chosen as the next Supreme Leader. Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of the now slain Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei. Now remember, this is enough to tell you what was the importance of the opinion of Ali Larijani in Iran and in its leadership being chosen. Now also the fact that he gave US President Donald Trump open challenges time and again. He was last spotted at the Quds rally that took place in Tehran. This is an uprising against Israeli aggression in Palestine. And while that was ongoing, a day before that, Trump had said that, the entire top Iranian leadership is hiding in underground bunkers. And then President Pezeshkian, Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary, and also the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi came out fronting the rally against Israeli aggression, which was, by the way, also struck by the Israeli Defense Forces. And that looked like signaling, that looked like a warning shot that Israel had taken, warning Iran that this will come. And now that moment has arrived. These are the visuals of Ali Larijani on his last journey, with thousands of Iranians marching right behind his coffin. Ishita, back to you.
Right, Gesu, thank you for joining us. And now we're also being joined by retired Major General AGB Jenny on the broadcast. Thank you, sir, for joining us on Republic. So I want to ask you, we're getting some live visuals from Tehran. It is the farewell of Ali Larijani, their national security chief. thousands have gathered to bid him farewell. And now these visuals are far from the regime change dreams that the US and Israel were thinking of. How do you gauge these developments, sir?
My personal view on this issue is, firstly, I feel a little convinced that yes, Larijani has been killed, because till yesterday or till this morning, there were doubts, there was a narrative war going on where one side was saying that we have bombed him out and the other side was keeping quiet about his demise. So now that you confirm the news, that matter stands settled. But having said that, let me say that this question of regime change is all a total bullshit. Because the regime change, they have been saying ever since June of last year, when the 12 days war with Israel took place, they were wanting a regime change there. They did all that bombing, all that nonsense, all that damage, all that try happened, but there was no regime change. So was it this time, on the 28th of February, when they bombed the Iranians and they killed Ayatollah Khamenei. That was with the intention of a regime change. But did a regime change happen? It did not, because one Ayatollah left and another Ayatollah has come in. They may knock 4 more Ayatollahs and one after another will come in. Because let's not forget that this is a civilization, Iran is a civilization which is 7,000 years old. You just can't bomb them out. A civilizational strength they have. So therefore, one Ayatollah goes, another Ayatollah will come, and this regime change question is very, very hypothetical. Coming back to Larijani, now Larijani's killing, to my mind, will unify and solidify the unity of the people of Iran. There were differences of opinion within the community of Iranians. Some were against the Ayatollah regime, some were in favor, some were wanting a more moderate regime, some were against the extremist, revolutionary kind of Islamist Shiite cult. All this is now going to combine them. This is going to motivate the people to rally under the flag and for the sake of mere survival. Because now for the Iranians, it's a question of existence for survival. Sir. And therefore, they may kill Larijani. The IRGC is no deficiency of leaders. They are very highly motivated, strong Shiite cult revolutionaries. So they will find another Larijani to head the Security Council or the intelligence or the security agencies or the IRGC. But the fact remains, to my mind, and I conclude there, that Larijani's killing is going to actually come ulta onto the Americans and onto the Israeli and American combined. If they think that by killing Larijani they have succeeded in regime change and succeeded in crumbling Iran, they are, I think, mistaken, because the Iranians are going to stand up with much more vigor, much more strength and much more resistance now to say that we count in the Committee of Nations and we are not going to get counted down.
Very, very interesting points that you've raised. It does seem like a Hydra plant. When we compare this to Iran's security system, you kill one leader, another one props out. And we'll come back to you, sir, but we've got some breaking news coming in right now. After Larijani and Soleimani, Israel now claims they have killed Iran's intelligence minister. In fact, that's the latest blow coming into Iranian leadership. Ismail Khatib has now been killed, according to the latest claims made from the Israeli side. They're saying that they have knocked out Iran's intelligence minister this time. Now remember, this comes right after the security chief Ali Larijani and the Basij unit commander Soleimani was killed. And now another big blow, it seems, to Iranian leadership in terms of the intelligence minister being killed. And now Major General A.J.B. Jaini continues to stay with us. Major General, coming back to you on this. Now, we were talking about that Iran's system is like a hydra. You know, you kill one stem, another stem comes out. You kill one leader, another one props out. Now, in the latest, it seems Israel has killed Iran's intelligence minister. Sir, you know, you were talking about how Iran is emerging as a defiant country, and it seems Donald Trump is trying to find a safe exit. So do you think with these killings of the top leadership, it's just a safe exit route that US and Israel are trying to find now?
I'm afraid no. No, definitely not. Because Donald Trump and his cohort of Netanyahu have got themselves stuck in an absolute quagmire, and they have got themselves stuck in deep, shitty mud, I would say. Because they got into this whole business without a political aim. What was the political aim? Well, to a military analyzer like me, I failed to see whether the Americans had any political aim. They started off with regime change. Then they said, no, we are going to get them out of the nuclear, we're going to destroy their nuclear capability. They said the same thing they said in June 25. After the 12-day war, the Americans had claimed that we have destroyed their nuclear capability. How is it that within less than 1 year, the Iranians have suddenly cropped up with such a big nuclear capability again within no time? Their 450 kgs of enriched uranium was still there. Their thousands of kgs of plutonium material was still there. Where it is, the Americans couldn't find it. Whether they hid it in tunnels in the mountainous area, or where it was in Iran, or whether they have sent it to Russia, they don't know. So there was no political aim. They have kept on changing their goalposts. And they said, we want to destroy their missile capability. They have not been able to do that. Iran has been producing 8,000 missiles to 10,000 missiles, drones every month. And these people are being able to just make the interceptors, the Patriots, 8 to 10 to 15 Patriots in a month. How are they going to combat? They had no political aim. So it is as a military analyzer, I want your viewers to know there must be a political aim to any war. Because out of that political aim emerges the military aim. From the military aim emerges the military strategy, and from the military strategy comes the fallout of the military targets and the military methodology of how that war is going to be processed. These fellows did not have they've just got their head into muck, and they're going to get themselves banned like hell now, as far as I can see it. Because if they are looking for an exit, yes, they are looking for an exit. Look at the way Trump is begging the Western powers, Italy, France, Germany, England, even South Korea and Malaysia, Indonesia. Please come and help me in opening the Strait of Hormuz. The American Navy is the most powerful Navy in the world. With 3 aircraft carriers, they've got the Gerard there. They've got Washington there. They've got Abraham Lincoln there. Arey, chodo yaar. You've got such a strong military presence, which you have taken away now thousands of kilometers away from the Gulf. And you are begging the countries, the NATO countries, whom you were humiliating, whom you were ostracizing, and whom you were leaving them on their own in the Ukraine war. This is the same NATO countries. Now you are wanting them to come and help you in opening the Gulf of Hormuz or the Hormuz Strait.
Yes, sir.
They are looking for a safe exit, but they will not find it. And let me tell you now, I am wanting to speak on the behalf of the Iranians. I am not an anti-American, but I understand war. And a war will always be a war veteran will always side on the side which is fighting hard. Iran is fighting hard now. Even if these people are looking for a safe exit, Iran will not give them the safe exit. It gave them the exit in June 25. Even now when the talks were on, let me recall for your viewers, even now when the talks were on, Iran was almost agreeing to limit their nuclear capability and certain other conditions they were about to agree to. And these fellows went and just bombed them while the talks were on. They did the same thing, June 25, while the talks were on, 13-day talks were on, and 12th day they went and bombed them. Is this the international rule of the law? Is this the order in the world? That you can go and just bomb a school and kill 165 girl children? You can just go and bomb the leadership? If you want to fight a war, send your bloody troops to Iran. Make another Afghanistan, make another Vietnam, make another Iraq. And then after 10 years, when your body bags have landed up in America, you'll put your bloody tail between your legs and you will get out of that place with humiliation, just as you did in Afghanistan. So, if you want to fight a war, send your troops there, send your commanders there. Let Trump go to bloody Tehran and lead his troops. Let the war veterans go and fight the war there. This is no way, you can step into any country. Show your technical might, show your might of your military industrial complex.
Major General, on that point, I agree with you that it does seem like there was no strategic planning on the part of the US and Israel when they started this operation, and it is certainly backfiring on them right now. Thank you, sir, for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news that we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now, Lebanese president has convened an urgent security meet right after Israel has ramped up its attacks all across the country. We're looking at Beirut coming under repeated bombardment, and in light of those attacks taking place across Lebanon, now there is a security urgent meeting that's now taking place, convened by the president of the country. Now, we're getting you visuals, viewers, from Beirut. In fact, this is the latest wave of attacks carried out by the IDF across the Lebanese capital. And as we look at this intensification of the attacks, an urgent meeting has now been convened by Lebanon's president to take a review of the security situation and to also chart out a way forward as IDF continues its campaign against not just Hezbollah targets, but also Lebanese paramilitary groups which have come under repeated attacks. So we're looking at a security meeting now taking place, convened by the president of Lebanon to take stock of the security situation in the country. And now, viewers, a major rift is emerging within the Western alliance. US President Donald Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO allies, accusing them of refusing to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded statement, Trump said that most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. Now, calling NATO a one-way street, Trump also questioned the alliance's relevance at this point, saying that US spends billions protecting its partners but receives little support in return. Take a look at this detailed report that talks about this rift now emerging.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
And now, viewers, time for a special segment called Bharat in One, where we track all the domestic headlines coming to light in the last 24 hours. Let's get started. Dog squad trained in bomb detection conducts a check in Gujarat Legislative Assembly premises after it receives a bomb threat via email this morning. Vidar SP says the police conducted a raid in Janwada village and discovered 105 gas cylinders and 2 vehicles. We are taking action against 4 suspects. They were black marketing the cylinders for 1,500 to 2,000 rupees, according to SP. Neeta Ambani, founder and chairperson of Reliance Foundation, was conferred the prestigious KISS Humanitarian Award 2025 at Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences Campus, Bhubaneswar. The award was presented by Nobel laureate from Sri Lanka, Professor Mohan, in the presence of the founder of the institutions, Dr. A. Samantha. Now, senior functionaries of the institutions and a large number of students and dignitaries attended the function. The award recognizes Neeta Ambani's outstanding humanitarian initiatives and her contributions to social development through education, healthcare, women empowerment and sports promotion through Reliance Foundation. All right, viewers, moving on to more breaking news. We're getting at this hour from the West Asia. Turkey now says that NATO deploying more defenses to guard the southern base. NATO is now deploying another US Patriot missile defense system to the southern Turkish province of Adana. This is where US and other personnel are also stationed at the airbase. Turkey's defense ministry has now released a statement regarding this, that NATO will now be deploying more defenses to guard their southern base. Now, we're looking at more deployment of US Patriot missile defense system. This is to the southern Turkish province of Adana, where US and other personnel are also stationed. So more protection, not just for the airbase, but also for the US personnel, which in fact are now stationed at the base. All right, viewers, now Donald Trump is eyeing Cuba, saying the island nation is next. Now, in a series of claims are made overtaking Cuba, Donald Trump told reporters at the Oval Office that Cuba is a weakened nation. He claims he could do anything he wants with the country. Moreover, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, also backed Donald Trump's statement in a meeting at the White House. Cuban president has now responded to that, saying any external aggression will be clashed with strong resistance. So we're looking at a clash between Cuba and America, with Donald Trump now suggesting that Cuba could become next after Venezuela. Take a look at this report.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's seen the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
And viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, Republic's super exclusive on foreign mercenaries in India. Republic has now accessed 8-minute training video of mercenaries from the region.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी अरे अनुसरी होगा हो गया ये तुम तो कमाल करा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic's is super exclusive. Republic accesses 8-minute training video of mercenaries from the region. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jug Latke successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding these census? Any comment on these the areas of by the NIA?
Manipur CM shrugs off from camera as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins the BJP in presence of Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest the Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Iran rejects a de-escalation, announces 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of their security chief Ali Larijani. All right, viewers, we've got breaking news on a story that Republic has been covering very exclusively. Now, sources claim that the foreign mercenaries had a hand in Manipur violence. Remember the violence, the ethnic violence erupted in the state in 2023, and we're looking at now sources are claiming that there was a foreign hand in that violence. Agencies which are probing the link of mercenaries with the Manipur violence, the increased use of drones in Manipur has now coincided with foreign mercenaries a visit as well. Now remember, the violence escalated in 2023, then it peaked in 2024, and this coincided with the peak, in fact, coincided with the spike in the visits of foreign nationals as well in the region. Now agencies which are probing this link, in fact, have found the link which tells us that how there could be a foreign hand in Manipur violence. My colleague Amrita now joins me with more details. Amrita, we're looking at a foreign hand and the link of foreign mercenaries now emerging in the Manipur violence, which erupted in 2023 and then peaked in 2024, coinciding with the visits of foreign nationals as well. Give us more details on this.
Yes, definitely, Ishita. The violence in Manipur that started in May 2023, it started as an ethnic conflict between the Meiteis and the Kuki communities. But the reports that are emerging are pointing to a completely different aspect, because in the initial years, in the first year of this May 2023 conflict, the conflict was really localized. But after it entered the second year, the drone attack, the drone carrying grenade became one of the main focus of these attacks, because the first instance of the drone bombing, it occurred on September 1st, 2024 in Kadangban and Kautruk in the Imphal West district. Here, a woman was also killed and a child was severely injured. And after that, in the following days, in September 2024 itself, there were sporadic incidents of drone bombings where a drone was carrying grenades and they were dropped randomly into residence of people. Several properties were damaged, people were hurt, and even some people killed. So the NIA also took over the case on this related to the Kadangban and the Kautruk incident. And after that, their report was submitted to the special court in the NIA in Manipur. And they have also confirmed that, in fact, over 40 plus drone bombings have definitely occurred. And what's emerging is really very interesting, because these two can definitely be linked, because agencies are now probing if there is any linking, because with the latest arrests that are coming of these 7 foreign nationals of providing the drone training and with the supply of drone consignment as well into the Myanmar region, because we know that the military junta is also in conflict with the Chin groups in the Chin state. And we all know that the Kuki groups and the Chin groups are definitely related, and they are demanding a completely new separate to carve out of Manipur a Kuki land. And now with these drone attacks, with the drone droppings of grenades, and with this latest developments of these foreign nationals being captured by the NIA, definitely there is some foreign mercenaries hands at play in the Manipur conflict as well, and definitely a bigger picture leading to a foreign and a bigger geopolitical aspect as well.
Right, Amrita, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. We'll get more details on this. Now, viewers, it is a very concerning development that has come to light from India's northeast. Now, the violence which erupted in Manipur, it seems it had a foreign hand, a link with foreign mercenaries also visiting the region. In fact, Republic has accessed the second video of the mercenaries training ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. However, Republic TV cannot verify the authenticity of these videos because they are from across the border from an undisclosed location, but they certainly point towards the hand of these foreign mercenaries who have been training these rebel groups in Myanmar. Now remember, there is an ethnic link also to Myanmar's Chin community with several communities in the northeast. Right. In fact, the Republic has been closely tracking all the developments coming to light from this. My colleague Sarthak and Linthoy are also joining me on this. Linthoy, coming to you first. It seems that there is a foreign hand involved in the violence which erupted in Manipur in 2023. Could you give us more details? What are you picking up from your sources about the hand of foreign mercenaries which were linked to the violence in the state?
Absolutely, and this is a major breaking development with serious implications for Manipur and entire northeast region. So what we are picking up from top sources is that foreign mercenaries are now under the scanner for their alleged role in the Manipur violence, and central agencies are actively probing this international link. Now, why this is extremely significant is because it adds a completely new dimension to what we was earlier seen as an internal conflict. And also, like sources, drone uses in Manipur coincided with the suspected movement or presence of these foreign operatives. Remembering the use of drones in the conflict zone mark a sharp tactical shift, pointing towards more advanced and coordinated methods, which were not typical in earlier phase of unrest. So now we are assessing all the videos which allegedly shows foreign mercenaries training ethnic armed groups across the border in Myanmar. This becomes crucial because of Manipur's porous international border with Myanmar, which has historically been used by insurgent groups as a safe haven. So, however, we must also clarify that the authenticity of these visuals cannot be independently verified at this stage, and also that the crucial questions about external interference in Manipur crisis and whether there is a larger coordinated effort to destabilize the region. Back to you, Isita.
Thank you for that. Now I want you to stay with us as viewers. Republic has also accessed the second video of mercenaries training ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. However, Republic TV cannot verify the authenticity of these videos because they're also from across the border and from an undisclosed location. I want to continue staying with those visuals as mercenaries training is going on. This is the second video of the mercenaries training video that has been accessed by Republic TV. It's very clear these mercenaries training was continuing on camera. One can see the mercenaries training the ethnic armed groups, which is also what has been stated as the NIA widens the scope. I want to go back once again to all my colleagues who are joining us. We have Sarthak, who's going to give us an update about what's happening in the Patiala House Court. We have Lingoy, who was just speaking to us from Imphal about the ramifications there, and Anirudh also joining us from Guwahati. Sarthak, I want to come to you first. I want to know and understand what is it that the NIA stated in the court. You also accessed the 14-page order from the Patiala House Court. How crucial was it for the NIA to secure their custody today?
Well, you're absolutely right. It was extremely crucial for NIA to take those accused into custody. Well, as a matter of fact, Republic has been at the forefront in tracking every single detail that it could possibly find about this case. What we have accessed so far is the remand order that was passed by the Patiala House Court yesterday, where these 7 accused, including 1 US national and 6 Ukrainian nationals, have been given into police custody for 11 days. This was extremely crucial for NIA because they need to investigate a lot more details about this particular issue. So far, what NIA suggests is that there is a bigger conspiracy that needs to be tracked down. NIA suggests that these people were directly involved in training some insurgent groups based out of Myanmar. And there is also a possibility that it might spill over and get involved with some insurgent groups in the northeast region, which are active in the northeast region of India. That is also something that the NIA is investigating upon. Therefore, it was important for them to take these 7 accused into custody to get more details on this issue. What NIA says is that these people were using India as a route to finally reach Myanmar. However, certain equipments and drones have been confiscated by the NIA, which suggests that they were not only providing and they were smuggling these drones to these insurgent groups, but they were also providing training in terms of how to operate these drones. These drones were not only being used as for the purpose of surveillances, but they were also being used as for modern warfare techniques, for bombing, for jamming purposes, anti-drone training that these 7 accused were likely providing to these insurgent groups. That is something that NIA has suggested and put forth as argument in the Patiala House Court. The case was registered under Section 18 of UAPA. The court has considered all these points and taken into account that this is a matter of national security. On that particular reason, it's important that NIA is allowed some more time to investigate the matter, get more details about this entire issue, because the NIA also says that these are not the only people that have been taken into custody. There are more people who are absconding. There are in total 14 people who entered India illegally. They entered India on tourist visas, and they were directly involved in these terrorist activities, because these 7 accused, the NIA suspects that they were linked with some terrorist groups who had access to modern warfare weapons like AK-47. So there are multiple angles that NIA is investigating at this point. It's a matter of national security. It's extremely important for them to get more details, and therefore on that ground perhaps the court has allowed NIA to take these people in 11 days of custody. The next date of hearing is on March 28th, and we'll get to know what all details NIA is able to extract from these people, and whether they are able to take the other accused who are still absconding, still out there, into custody.
Sarthak, I'll request you to stay with us, as I'm going to tell Linthoy and Anirudh also to be with us. I'm just going to come across to you. But let's tell our viewers who the foreign mercenary under the scanner is. Matthew Van Dyke from Baltimore was arrested by the NIA. He entered restricted areas in Mizoram, crossing into Myanmar without authorization and engagement with insurgent-linked groups. He's also reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test. He's the American citizen who landed at the very center of the major investigation by NIA, arresting him alongside 6 Ukrainian nationals in the case involving the drone warfare training. He's an American citizen. Matthew Van Dyke has also earlier described himself as someone who's going to be a crucial part of regime change, is what has been said. He was arrested in Kolkata. Several of the armed groups that are active in Myanmar have existing ties with organizations that are also banned. I want to also now go across, as we're going to go to my reporters again. I want to go across to Anirudh, who's joining us right now, live from Guwahati. Anirudh, he entered the restricted areas in Mizoram, crossing into Myanmar without authorization and alleged engagement with insurgent-linked groups. What are we picking up about this man and the kind of training he's giving to trained ethnic groups, armed ethnic groups, which is actually against the military junta?
Yes, they have mostly infiltrated into Myanmar by crossing over the porous Indo-Myanmar border, and they met with the rebel groups and armed groups in Myanmar. They not only given them training on uses of modern sophisticated arms and ammunitions rhythm, but also taught them how to operate the sophisticated high-end drones. Some of the drones which were even capable of flying with payload up to 2 to 3 kg. So these are huge drones which are actually not easily available in the market, and this army or this military grade drones and other equipments were provided by these mercenaries to the ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. And during the trial of this investigation by the central agencies, it has also come to light the various aspects and of this involvement of these mercenaries in Myanmar, and how their involvement also reached out to Manipur when the ethnic violence was at its peak in Manipur. Remember, in 2023, the ethnic violence broke out in Manipur, and towards 2024, we saw uses of drones in Manipur to attack civilian areas, particularly in Imphal Valley. Republic TV was in fact the first and the only channel to report on ground on the uses of drones by the armed insurgents, and we also saw how military grade drones were being used to drop bombs in civilian areas. So these drones were also supplied from Myanmar, and the involvement of these mercenaries, which the armed groups in Myanmar clearly establishes the nexus that they had spread up to the bordering northeastern states. Taking advantage of the porous Indo-Myanmar border, they often sneak in and out of Myanmar. They operate under the guise of religious preachers or missionaries when they operate throughout the northeast. But once they are in their safe zone, that is how they operate. Once they are in their safe zone, they turn their true colors in, and that is how they had been taking, supplying several arms and ammunition as well as high-end sophisticated military grade technologies to the armed groups in Myanmar. This nexus has once again established the very fact that in the ethnic conflict that was on till up recently in the state of Myanmar, there was foreign hand involvement. Republic TV was also the first channel which had reported about the involvement of foreign hand in the violence that had took place in Manipur. And now with the investigation by the central agencies, it has been established that the reporting that Republic TV did way back in 2024 and 2025 stands correct, and how this nexus had operated so effectively and deep into the northeastern states clearly shows the upper hand of several, the involvement particularly of several
I'm just going to interrupt
agencies.
you for one moment. Like you're rightly saying, we're staying with those pictures of what Sarthak got from the Patiala House Court. Meanwhile, Manipur Chief Minister remained silent when questioned by Republic TV on mercenaries in India. Listen in.
So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of foreign disturbed by the NIA, sir? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of foreign disturbed by the NIA? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of foreign disturbed by the NIA, sir? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of foreign disturbed by Please. So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of
Sarthak, I want to come back to you also. And Linthoy, in fact, I want to first come to you. I want to ask you questions because it's very clear that these people were deep-rooted in their training. It's very clear from the visuals that we are not authenticating on Republic TV, but the videos that have been accessed by Republic TV clearly show the foreign mercenaries were in India for a particular purpose. When you're speaking to people, what are you picking up on whom these people were trying to train?
After speaking with the people, they are training the ethnic armed groups who are taking shelter in Myanmar. So we cannot identify which insurgent groups they are training, but still we understand that they are training the ethnic armed groups over there in Myanmar. And absolutely, to understand the gravity of this breaking development, we need to connect it with the ground reality of Manipur conflict, which has already seen massive violence, displacement, and militarization over the past 2 years. So what we are tracking right now is that foreign mercenaries are under the scanner, and this becomes extremely serious when you look at the scale of the conflict in Manipur since May 2023. So since the violence broke out on May 3rd, 2023, over 260 people have been displaced, and over 60,000 people have been displaced, many of them living in relief camps, and over 1,000 people have been injured and dozens reported missing. Nearly 4,700 houses have been burned and hundreds of religious structures were destroyed, including these churches and religious places. So this is not just a sporadic violence. This is a prolonged ethnic conflict between the Meitei community in the valley and the Kuki communities in the hills, which has effectively divided the state into two zones. So basically, to put a hand on this conflict, during this conflict, the foreign nationals helped one of the ethnic armed groups during this conflict, and which deepened the crisis. Back to you, Esther.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to ask them, to my reporters and colleagues, to stay with us. Viewers, Republic also questioned the lawyer representing the Ukrainian officials who remained silent. Take a look at this interaction.
कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है।
Now, Republic viewers also accessed the 14-page court order of foreign mercenaries arrested. It says that mercenaries supplied weapons, insurgent groups given terrorist hardware, and the mercenaries trained armed groups. They were also in touch with terrorists armed with AK-47. I want to, as I'm going to go across that 14-page court order, also go back to my colleagues. The court order on the foreign mercenaries, Sarthak, very clearly says they traveled to Mizoram without permission. They crossed to Myanmar illegally, and it baffles us as to how they crossed over to Myanmar. They are linked to ethnic armed groups. They supported insurgent groups in India and supplied them with lethal weapons. It's very clear they were doing anti-India activities, Sarthak. And what is it that the NI today told the court?
Well, it is a big matter of concern that how these people were able to first enter India illegally on a tourist visa. How did they have access to the tourist visa? How were they granted this tourist visa if they had a legitimate tourist visa with them? And then again, how were they able to travel to Mizoram, and from Mizoram, how were they able to travel to Myanmar? These are some peculiar questions that have to be asked and have to be raised by NIA, and that's exactly what it did in court, that there is a major conspiracy involved here because they were directly in touch with these insurgent groups based out of Myanmar, where they were not only providing access to these military equipments and these drones, they were also providing training on them. That gives a benefit of doubt to the court as well, that that there could be a possibility that they might be in touch with some insurgent groups here in India, because they not only came to India illegally, they went to Myanmar from Mizoram also. That was on illegal permits, whether they had legitimate documents with them or not. These are some pertinent questions that have to be raised by NNA, and the NNA did exactly that in the court. They said that they were directly linked with some terrorists who had access to some military equipments, including AK-47. These 7 people were providing training to these insurgent groups on how to use these drones, not only for surveillance purposes, but also how can they be installed and be equipped in a military course of situation. These are certain things that NIA is investigating at this point. However, the defense for these accused tried quoting some articles like Article 36 of the Vienna Convention, stating that they have a right to defend themselves and they were not really involved in these activities. But it seems like the court were not willing to take that into consideration, because as a matter of fact, this is a matter of national security, because how under the God's hot sun is it possible for them to
Sarthak, the larger questions that we're going to ask here, and I'm going to ask directly to our viewers, who facilitated the routes? Who in Europe supplied the drones? Who inside India was meant to receive, store, and also move or eventually benefit from this chaos? The most serious part is not just a glimpse into what's happened, but the larger design. This is the anatomy of a covert destabilization pipeline, and someone was trying to do this, the same ecosystem that's redirected towards now India's northeast. We're going to thank all our colleagues who were with us, Sarthak, Linthoy, and Anirudh. We're also going to continue to stay with this top focus story. And coming up after a short break, we're also going to tell you how Iran rejected de-escalation. Iran launches the 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of the security chief, Larijani.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
Welcome back, friends. Iranians have hit the streets of Tehran, mourning the loss of their security chief Ali Larijani. A massive farewell being given to him, send-off rather being given to him as he goes for his last journey there. In those pictures, that's our focus along with rest of the stuff happening in the war theatre. Let's begin with the headlines. Republic Super Exclusive. We access 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jag Ladki successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of by the NIA, sir?
Manipur Chief Minister Y. Kemchin Singh shrugs off from cameras as the Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls in Assam, former party leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins the BJP in the presence of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Death toll in Palam fire tragedy rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still fear trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. All right, friends, we have new footage coming in from Iran, or the theatre of war. Iran launching the 62nd wave of missile attacks against Israeli assets. And these pictures will play with NATs to give you an idea of how Iran is carrying out missile launches even now. This is a Khorramshahr missile being launched from a launcher in or launch pad in Iran. This has targeted Israel, and these are pictures released just a while ago by the Iranians as proof of their capacity to still carry out missile strikes in Israeli territory. And these are pictures released in just a while back by the Iranians, and effectively making a statement that they are still in a position to seek revenge for the killing of Ali Larijani. That's the statement attributed to the Iranians. Okay, come out of these pictures and moving to another breaking. And an Indian sailor stranded near an Iranian port has spoken exclusively to the Republic amid escalating tensions in the region. The sailor says the situation remains unsafe, with the blast reported right in front of his vessel just a while before he spoke, triggering panic among the crew. He also claims that there has been no communication from the Indian embassy in Tehran so far, with no outreach or assistance extended yet. A sailor on board a merchant vessel seeking help from the Indian mission in Tehran through this video. Let's take a listen.
Here situation is not safe actually, because in front of our vessel today morning was blasting. That's why I am sending video also. But because of this again, yesterday morning blasting and today morning also again blasting. Here situation is not safe actually, because in front of our vessel today morning was blasting. That's why I am sending video also. But because of this again, yesterday morning blasting and today morning also again blasting. Here situation is not safe actually, because in front of our vessel today morning was blasting. That's why I am sending video also. But because of this again, yesterday morning blasting and today morning also again blasting.
Okay, more breakings coming in from the war zone. Hezbollah now has released a footage showing a rocket salvo targeting headquarters of the Israeli military's 146th division in Jaton, east of Nahariya in northern Israel. These are pictures. We have net sounds also of the Hezbollah rockets targeting Israeli territory. Okay, this is the video of the rockets, the rocket launcher and the launch, and everything on tape recorded by the Hezbollah. These are the rockets. If you look at the manner in which this multiple barrel rocket launcher is being used to target the northern areas of Israel by the Hezbollah, which is proof that despite a very focused war that was carried out by Israel last year and the attacks that Israel has carried out in Lebanon and Beirut specifically against Hezbollah, they still have some firepower left. All right, now on to President Trump and a reaction coming in from him through his social media handle, Truth Social, where he said, and I quote, "I wonder what would happen if we finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it. We won't be responsible for the so-called strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast." President Donald J. Trump. That's sign off. Now essentially he's venting out at his European allies for not being responsive on his appeals for clearing the Strait of Hormuz or bringing in military support for maintaining traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. And Europeans, of course, for different reasons or various reasons have said no, thanks, but no thanks. And President Trump yesterday came out strongly against European leadership, now following it up through his Truth Social media post. And President Trump is now eyeing Cuba, saying the island nation is next. In a series of claims made over taking Cuba, Donald Trump told reporters at the Oval Office that Cuba is a weakened nation, also a weekend nation, and claimed he could do anything he wants with the country. Moreover, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has backed Trump's statement. Remember, Rubio is of Cuban origin and he has to back his president. But let's listen to what Donald Trump had to say on Cuba.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's seen the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be the honor of having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
All right, one-way street. That's how President Trump has described NATO and his partners in Europe, because NATO has simply refused to join in this war effort, specifically the request made by the US President on helping the Americans with opening up of the Strait of Hormuz or providing military support for easy plying of merchant vessels through this narrow waterway. Donald Trump is mighty angry that the Europeans are not coming for help.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
Okay, another breaking connected with the war theater. The UAE releasing their daily statement on the number of missiles that have come their way from Iran and the drones and how much of them they have neutralized. According to this latest statement by the Ministry of Defense of the UAE, they have intercepted 13 ballistic missiles and 27 drones as of March 18th. And all these originated from Iran, according to the statement. And giving a summation of what has happened since the war began 19 days ago, UAE says that their air defenses have intercepted 327 ballistic missiles, 15 cruise missiles, and almost 1,700 drones. These attacks have led to the death of 2 members of the UAE armed forces and killing of 6 civilians, including Pakistani, Nepalese, Bangladeshi, and Palestinian nationalities. The missile strikes coming in from Iran have also injured about 150 people, and they have belonged to a dozen odd nationalities, including that of India. Okay, from UAE across the Gulf to Tehran, where these pictures coming in from the Iranian capital show the groundswell of mourning taking place for Ali Larijani, the National Security Advisor or the National Security Chief, who was killed in a strike by the Israelis yesterday, and he was in the Pardis area of Tehran at his daughter's residence, and he was eliminated at that moment in a strike which also took down with him his deputy, his bodyguards. Also, his son reported is reported to be dead in the same strike. We do not know, because the Iranian media has not spoken on this, whether Larijani's daughter was also present in the house when the strike happened. But Ali Larijani, who was till recently a favorite with the Americans, but subsequently hardened his position after the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei at the start of the war, was eliminated last evening, and today we are seeing his funeral, his last rites, and the Iranians giving him a send-off, a tearful send-off to their security chief, Ali Larijani. These are live pictures coming in from Tehran, and it's been a couple of hours since the cortege has been making its way through the streets of Tehran. Only a few days back, Larijani was seen walking through these same streets as a mark of defiance against the United States and Israel. On the Al-Quds Day, they participating with the people in a rally in support of Palestine, which Iranians have participated with a lot of enthusiasm over the last few years and decades. And perhaps that coming out gave away his location, and the Israelis subsequently could track him to the last moment and get him off in that strike yesterday. We'll try and see if we can get some voices, because these are important pictures. Americans and the Israelis targeted not just Ali Larijani, but also the Basit chief, and reports suggest that they have also eliminated the incumbent intelligence chief. And remember, since the launch of the war 19 days ago, at least 3 layers of Iran's top leadership have been eliminated, killed, and taken down in these strikes, very precision strikes being carried out by Iran and United States. We are joined in over the phone by General G.D. Bakshi. For more on this, very good afternoon to you, sir. And my question is, these pictures with so many people, thousands and thousands of people coming out in the funeral procession of Ali Larijani, if anything, are evidence, General Bakshi, that the Iranians are not looking at regime change. They are fully standing with their government.
Absolutely. And the very fact that they murdered, they assassinated Khamenei on day 1 of the war, they thought they had won the war, that 2 days later Iran would come and kiss their boots. Nothing of that bloody sort happened. In fact, it only made the Iranian people rally around the flag. All self-respecting people do that when they are attacked from outside. So I don't know what fiction they are trying to create of Iranians trying to get rid of their regime. Give us a break. The rest of the world is not blind or complete idiots. We see what is happening on television. Billions and millions of Iranians are out supporting their regime. Larijani was not taking cover. 2 days back, he was with the people out in the open, joining a rally on the streets, on the open streets. And now we are being told that they had some, sources inside the Iranian people who told them this. He was walking on the roads, man. So what are you feeling so uppity about? And you think the war is going to end because you killed Larijani? Give us a break. Iran has now adjusted towards the decapitation strategy. It worked very well the first time when it was used against Hezbollah. Last year it worked well again when about 25 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps commanders were killed on day one of that strike. Then it worked with a variation in Venezuela. You did not murder the top man, you kidnapped him and his wife, right? And now they have tried it for the fourth time in Iran again. Iran was well prepared. They had decentralized their command and control. They had delegated to the 31 Iranian IRGC districts. Yeah. Each district has its own missile and drones. They delegated to them that just in case Tehran top leadership gets hit, don't wait for orders from Tehran. You have the target list. You have your last orders. Fire at will. They've been doing precisely that.
Yeah.
The war that Donald Trump thought would be over, short, quick war, quick in, quick out war, very sexy, made for television war, is continuing into its 19th day now. And there seems no end. It is only intensifying. There is heavy damage to the global economy. The global economy is heading for recession. Not only petrol and gas have stopped, also fertilizers have stopped.
Right.
Crop plantations in the United States will suffer. And there will be a food crisis next year. Thanks to Donald Trump and his brilliant lack of strategy in attacking Iran. You attacked first and you started thinking of your aims and objectives later. So this is, when you have a war with no strategy, it becomes a war with no end.
Yeah.
That is precisely what you have done. You've damaged a heavy blow to the entire global economy.
Absolutely.
To India's economy, to Asia's economy, Europe's economy. No wonder Europe has told him to go take a walk. They are not prepared to put their warships in harm's way. Donald Trump himself has told the Abraham Lincoln to flee. I believe the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier has also been hit and damaged. And now he started this bloody war without asking anybody else. Now he wants the Europeans to put their ships in harm's way, get their sailors killed. Because he knows that if he gets his own sailors killed, it will have severe political costs. And all this Larejani war dance is okay, but we don't see the war ending. We only see the war intensifying, sir. So for God's sake, stop acting like thugs. Stop acting like a mafia, dons, and murdering people left, right, and center. Especially if it is not going to give you any operational payoffs.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for that perspective. These pictures really speak for themselves about the kind of support that the government in Tehran still has from the people of Iran, and coming out in huge numbers on the streets and giving a send-off, last send-off to Ali Larijani. Thank you, sir, General Bakshi, for joining us with that perspective. Moving on, by staying with the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has made it very clear that vessels of the US, Israel, and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow yet crucial water body. Despite America's efforts to destroy Iranian mine layer vessels, Tehran still maintains a chokehold on the area. This has resulted in energy and oil prices soaring across the world. After the United States allies denied Trump's coalition pitch, the US has now taken matters into its own hands again, striking at Iranian missile launch pads across the coastline of the region.
The US stands alone in its efforts to liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian control. In its efforts to regain control of the region, CENTCOM said that the US Air Force had attacked Iranian missile sites along the coastline. The US struck the missile sites, some of which are underground, with deep penetrator bombs. The 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs cost approximately $288,000 each. Initially, Trump had sought the help of his allies and even China in forming a coalition to police the crucial waterway. Now, he says the US no longer needs or desires the help of the allies and that the US never did. He further claimed that the US has had such great military success. He also criticized the NATO, stating that the US spends billions of dollars protecting them but said that nations would not reciprocate the efforts. He also expressed dissatisfaction over the fact that allies would not even do the least, which according to Trump is to send a couple of minesweepers. The US has dropped 2,200 kilogram bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz that target Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. However, the US would need to spend much more money and munition to ensure that the strait is completely out of Iranian control. Even in that case, keeping control of a waterway which is flanked on both sides by Iran and other Gulf nations is no easy task. It is day 19 of the US war against Iran, and an end to the conflict seems far away.
Okay, more breaking news. The United States and Israeli strikes against oil facilities in Fars province of Iran are being reported, as also Asaliye region. These are fresh pictures of American and Israeli strikes at oil facilities. Remember, Iran said that while you do whatever you want to do, but do not damage infrastructure which directly affects people and can amount to an economic genocide, leading to people getting adversely affected. Iran has said that physical infrastructure or civil infrastructure should not be targeted, but still those strikes continuing, in this case at Fars and Alawiyev. Fresh pictures of the war zone and American and Israeli strikes deep inside Iran. Both sides hitting back, continuing to hit back at each other. It's not going down anytime soon, but we are slipping a short break. And coming up on the other side, our focus story, the insurgents in Myanmar and the mercenaries from Ukraine and the United States. An exclusive video of their training together.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तीन कमाल गिरा दो नीचे गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अनुसरण होगा तुमको कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the tensions in West Asia are continuing to escalate, with Iran now vowing to avenge the killing of Larijani. We're getting you all the details on that and a lot more. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Republic super exclusive. Republic accesses 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries. Third Indian flagged a crude oil tanker Jug Ladki successfully arrives at Mundra port. Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the National Investigation Agency. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in presence of Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 60-second wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Ali Larijani. Viewers, now the National Investigation Agency has foiled a major terror plot in India just yesterday. And continuing with that, the NIA has now arrested a US national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyck, along with 6 Ukrainian citizens in an operation straight out of a film scene. Now, the arrests were carried out across 3 airports: Kolkata, where Van Dyck was apprehended, and Lucknow, and even Delhi, where the other Ukrainian nationals were arrested by the National Investigation Agency. Now, this comes as the agency has cracked down upon a major terror plot which has been foiled. Now, remember, a transnational terror plot, one of its kind that was seen in India. It could have turned fatal, but the NIA was able to nab the 7 foreign nationals in time. In fact, the National Investigation Agency arrested a US national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyck, along with 6 Ukrainian citizens in an operation, in a dramatic operation, in fact. Now, these arrests were carried out across 3 airports, Kolkata, Lucknow and Delhi. Now, the US national specifically was apprehended at the Kolkata airport, and the other 6 Ukrainian nationals were apprehended from Lucknow and Delhi, respectively, by the National Investigation Agency. Now, claims have been made by the NIA as the investigation remains underway that there was a plot to cross the border through India's northeast into Myanmar. In fact, through Myanmar, passing through India's northeast to India as well. In fact, Republic has also accessed a 14-page court order of foreign mercenaries who've been arrested. It says that the mercenaries supplied weapons and they also trained insurgent groups and gave them terrorist hardware. Now, the mercenaries trained these groups across borders in both India and Myanmar. In fact, they were also in touch with terrorists and armed them with AK-47 rifles. That's the latest that we're learning in, and this information comes to us from a 14-page court order of the foreign mercenaries who've been arrested. Major accusations against them, drone training for rebel groups inside India. Now remember, just as Manipur had begun to stabilize, this news came through. Another big move that has been foiled by the NIA, which could have resulted in huge turbulences across India's northeast. Now remember, 7 foreign nationals that have been arrested, apprehended by the NIA. Investigation is underway. Now also the US government has given its first statement. They have said that they have taken full cognizance of one US citizen being arrested by the NIA in a terror plot against India. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian government has campaigned against India's move to secure its national interests. In fact, I'm also being joined by Major General A.K. Channa, the former ADG, to get us more details into the matter. Major General, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand from you, a transnational terror plot. This is not what goes by the books ideally. This is not just Pakistan that we're looking at. This is transnational. Speak to us about, the growing fabric of terrorism, especially in the northeast now.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. And you see, this has been now happening for some time. You see the interference of certain powers into our neighborhood. You notice what happened in Bangladesh a few months back. Pakistan, obviously, everybody knows. And now gradually there is an attempt to kind of stoke some kind of unrest and insurgency in Myanmar. It has been going on for a while now. So I guess there is an attempt to destabilize this region. And at this moment, probably all this is happening, by individuals who are really non-attributable to a particular nation or identity. This American gentleman who has been arrested, if you go back, he has actually a history of training insurgents and trying to create such unrest in various other geographies as well. So I guess this is something that the Indian agencies have been very live to, and this is activity that has been captured well in the bud, I guess, at this moment.
Right, sir. In fact, also speak to us about the porous borders that have allowed for this incident to actually unfold. We know that, the border security force is the first line of guard when it comes to borders, even with Myanmar for that matter. But this entire border remaining so porous, do you think that India needs to revise its, security standing when it comes to borders with Myanmar? We saw what unfolded in Manipur, and this was another plot which could have possibly caused a lot more turbulence in India's northeast.
So the borders with Myanmar, the Indian borders, they actually move across two districts of Arunachal, the whole of Nagaland, the whole of Manipur, and Mizoram also towards the down south.
Yeah.
All these borders are actually dictated by very harsh terrain. There are number of places through which people can cross, and it is literally very difficult to kind of, individually stop people. that is one of the reasons why this area has been always prone to free flow of weapons, etc.
Yeah.
Now that the Assam Rifles, which is responsible for border guarding in that area, has substantially kind of enlarged their scope. They have border guarding as well as the other internal security battalions specifically dedicated for this region. But despite all that, no matter how many, feet you put on the ground, the porosity remains.
Yeah.
In addition, there is also a free trade zone of 20 kilometers where they can freely come in, and that border trade goes on at certain designated points, which is also an area from where, this kind of activity can carry on.
Right. In fact, Major General A.K. Channa, requesting you to continue being with us. We're also being joined by our reporters who join us from Ground Zero. Now, Sarthak joins us from Delhi. We have Limphoi who's joining us from Imphal. And we also have Aniruddha with us on the broadcast who joins us live from Guwahati. Now, Limphoi, coming to you first. Speak to us about any state measures that have been spoken about. The fact that we're also going to talk about the mercenaries first who were apprehended by the National Investigation Agency. Now, let's take you through who these foreign mercenaries are who are under scanner. The first one, a US citizen, Matthew Van Dyke from Baltimore, who was arrested by the NIA. Now, he entered restricted areas inside Mizoram in India's northeast, crossing into Myanmar without any authorization, and also alleged engagement with insurgent-linked groups. In fact, he's also reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test in the past and allegedly denied multiple times by Iraqi forces any entry between 2008 and 2010. Now, this American citizen has also landed at the center of a major investigation by the Indian security agencies, with the National Investigation Agency arresting him alongside 6 Ukrainian nationals in a case that involves alleged drone warfare, training, in fact, illegal border crossings, and links to armed and rebel groups operating near India's northeast. Now, who exactly is Matthew Van Dyke? That's a question that's pertinent to ask. Not just a US citizen, he has a record of not being allowed in different countries over his criminality. In fact, also remember, the NIA says that he entered restricted areas inside multiple areas in India's northeast, including in Mizoram. In fact, he also crossed over to Myanmar without any authorization. And in fact, they've also alleged that he has engagement with insurgent-linked groups. In fact, he's reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test in the past as well, and was denied multiple entries by Iraqi forces between 2008 and 2010. And now finally, he's been nabbed inside the Indian borders by NIA. Now, Limphoi continues to join me live from Imphal. Limphoi, speak to us about the details of the matter. Speak to us about who these people are that have been apprehended by the NIA.
Absolutely. They are arrested by NIA for involving in the training of armed ethnic groups in Myanmar. So absolutely, this is where the story gets even more critical and raises serious concerns on the ground. While central agencies are also probing the foreign mercenary angle in the Manipur violence, what is equally important is that state authorities have maintained complete silence on this issue right now, especially when it comes to the movement across the Northeast Corridor, including routes via Mizoram into Myanmar. So now this is a crucial point because the India-Myanmar border, particularly along Manipur and Mizoram, is known to be the porous and difficult to monitor. So there are multiple informal crossing routes which have historically been used not just by civilians under the free movement regime, but also by insurgent groups. So many have been asking that to the authorities right now is how did these alleged foreign mercenaries manage to move across regions and possibly enter Myanmar through routes connected to Mizoram. So is this the case of security gaps along the border areas while monitoring and surveillance may not be strong enough, or is it linked to existing travel arrangement and movement permissions while may have been used or exploited. Because remember, the foreign movement regime, which also known as the FMR along the India-Myanmar border, allows people living in the border areas to travel up to a certain distance without a visa. So agencies are now likely examining whether such provisions were exploited by external actors or not. But at this point, security, state authorities and security agencies have not issued any official clarifications. There is no direct response on whether there was a breach, lapse, or misuse of border protocols. Back to you.
Right, Linthoe. In fact, we're also continuously being joined by Aniruddha live from Guwahati. Aniruddha, what is the latest that you have for us in this precarious case of the NIA nabbing 7 foreign nationals? Now, remember, a transnational terror plot that was foiled before it could cause any harm to India's national security. Aniruddha.
Yes, okay. So if you look into the developments that has taken place, these foreign nationals that have not only violated the law of India, but they have also violated the law of Myanmar. They have made unauthorized entry into the state of Mizoram as well, because whenever a foreign national visits Mizoram, protected area permit is required and it should be obtained from the Ministry of Home Affairs. However, these foreign nationals who went to Mizoram, who traveled to Mizoram, they clearly didn't obtain the PAP, which is very much essential while visiting several northeastern states. Like we also need the restricted area permit in Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. Likewise, in Mizoram, the protected area permit is required, which these foreign individuals had not obtained. After that, taking advantage of the porous Indo-Myanmar border, they crossed over into Myanmar, and there they gave training to the ethnic armed groups in Myanmar who have been fighting the military junta. And the training didn't just was limited to training in sophisticated arms and ammunitions like AK-47s or other guns, but also training were provided on advanced drones, like military grade drones were made available to the ethnic armed groups, and they were also taught how to operate them. And the interesting part is, some of the drones that were given in Myanmar also made its way into Manipur, and those were very much used in the ethnic conflict which was on in Manipur till of recent times. And we also witnessed that there has been a link, direct link, which you can say, between the visits of these mercenaries to India and Myanmar with the events that has occurred in Manipur. The increase of uses of drone towards 2024 and 25 clearly indicates that some of the elements of this supply mercenaries who have supplied arms and ammunitions to Myanmar could have possibly also made its way into the Indian state of Manipur. So it clearly exposes how big a transnational terror nexus it was, and also at the same time it also underlines the very need of the securing and completely sealing the Indo-Myanmar border.
Right,
Yes,
Aniruddha. In fact, Sarthak continues to join us on the broadcast. But before we speak about that, viewers, let's also look at, the 2 videos that Republic has exclusively accessed of the mercenaries training ethnic armed groups inside Myanmar. Now, remember, Republic TV has not been able to verify the authenticity of these videos because they are from across the border, from an undisclosed location. But take a look at these 2 videos, one after the other. That's the first video and the second video on your screens right now. You can see this is called coordinate search operation inside buildings. Mercenaries being taught how to tackle bullets and shots being fired in building conditions. Now that's the first video that we're looking at of these mercenaries in an undisclosed locations, teaching what possibly looks like a cordon and search or what looks like a way of surviving a cordon and search operation rather. Now remember, this comes from possibly Myanmar, from an undisclosed locations. The video too actually shows you the scale, the number of people who are part of these rebel groups, these armed groups that are standing against India's national security fabric. Now the rifles laying bare in front of them, the AK-47s and the INSASs that are in front of the mercenaries, and possibly what looks like a person who is training them and teaching them about the weapon as everybody stands to take a look. Now, this tells you the scale at which these trainings were being conducted. Republic has exclusively found these footages of the training being conducted. Now, in fact, let's also listen in to the ambience of the sound that's ongoing in the video on your screens right now. Viewers, this is not a general terror plot. Now, I'm also being joined by Sarthak, who joins us live from New Delhi. Sarthak, we have seen these visuals. You have seen it. This is not a general terror plot. You know, this is not two people training in one corner of the world with nobody getting to know. This looks like an entire regiment of rebels standing together, waiting to get trained. They're, in fact, also being trained in cordon and search. What are the other, all the other things that the NIA has said that they have all been accused of? These 7 foreign nationals, even as their governments continue to protect them? The US has just taken cognizance, but Ukrainian government has now started crying against the arrests that have been made inside India. Sarthak.
Yes, absolutely. These are the exclusive visuals that Republic has gained access to. Like always, being ahead of every other channel, Republic has exclusively gained access to these videos, which clearly tells us that these individuals were here for some shady purposes. They were here to train these insurgent groups in Myanmar. They were here to give them access to these military equipments, to these drones, and above that they were also conducting these trainings to tell them how to use these drones in combat for modern warfare techniques. All of these things they were providing these insurgent groups, and it also develops a different angle if we look at it from that lens, that they are traveling from Europe, they are taking a route through India, through Mizoram, and then they are traveling to Myanmar. There is a huge possibility that they might be in touch with some insurgent groups here in India who are directly involved in creating some form of chaos inside the Indian borders. And on that particular reason, the court before the court of ASJ Prashant Sharma, these accused were presented 2 days ago by NIA. The arguments took place where NIA said that there is a huge deal of investigation that is still pending, that needs to be done. These 7 accused, out of which there is 1 US national, there are 6 Ukrainians who are involved in this case. They need to be investigated, questions need to be asked. There are total 40 people that NIA insinuates that they have entered India, and they have to be questioned on that ground.
Definitely. Thanks for bringing that to round for us. In fact, viewers, we have another breaking development that we're tracking at this hour related to the same case. Now, the Manipur Chief Minister, Yumnam Singh, has spoken on the foreign mercenaries who were arrested in India. Remember, Republic went after him, asking him to explain the government's stand, the state government's stand over the matter. However, he gave no reply to Republic, and now, finally, Manipur's Chief Minister Yumnam Singh has spoken about the foreign mercenaries who were arrested in India. 7 of them, 1 a US citizen and 6 others, Ukrainian citizens, who were arrested on the ground of terrorism and UAPA inside the Indian borders. Now remember, the Manipur Chief Minister has issued his first statement. Listen in. That's the Chief Minister being confronted.
Oh.
Sir, NIA arrested 7 foreigners. One American and 6 Ukrainians.
Yes. Yes, 3 arrested from Lucknow and 3 arrested from Delhi. And 1 from Calcutta. The American was arrested from Calcutta. They have been remanded for 11 days and law will take its own course.
Sir, is there any official report that they have visited Manipur?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In fact, we're continuously being joined by Major General A.K. Channa, who joins us live on the broadcast to get us more updates into the matter. Now, Major General Channa, I also want to understand from you the charges against these 7 foreign mercenaries. These are of UAPA. It's not easy to get out. It's unbailable, in fact. And this comes at a point when Ukraine has, in fact, said, that none of their citizens were involved in the terror plot. And there is no evidence with the National Investigation Agency to keep them in investigating terms. What do you have to say about that? Your first comment on this.
Look, there have been a number of breaches of law, both international as far as and Indian. First thing is that, as somebody mentioned, one of your reporters mentioned, there is something called the inner line permit or the PAP, that it is called now. That particular thing, without that you cannot visit certain areas beyond, within the Indian geography as well. You have to take clearance from the Ministry of Home Affairs. So the fact that they've been going and, delivering certain military grade equipment as well as certain weapons across is a very major breach. India will never permit usage of its territory for creating unrest or trying to inflict or support certain insurgent activities in its neighboring regions. In fact, if you notice, India has been very, very sensitive to it. We've twice carried out trans-border strikes into Myanmar in the past few years. One very recently, a few months back. And therefore, we maintain that no country's territory should be used to inflict any kind of terrorism across into another geography. And to that extent, that is one part where... The other thing is, again, the lady from Imphal, she was telling that the border is very difficult and it is very porous.
Yeah.
And there is a free movement regime that happens. And it's for a good, this thing. We need to actually examine whether that particular provision, which is generally for the good of local people.
Yes, and Major General, also the fact that you spoke about the 20-kilometer stretch which remains free for movement. In fact, I would request you to hold your thought there. It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we're now going to unravel how Iran has rejected the de-escalation demands, launching 62nd wave of missile strikes against Israel. That and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं का फोन तो करा जी। अरे अनुसरी होगा। हो गया। तुमचा कोणाला केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझा कुठे का गाडी मागवा
Republic super exclusive accesses 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries in Myanmar. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jaglatki successfully arrives at the Mundra port in Gujarat.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Sir, any comment on these the areas of foreign displayed by the NIA, sir?
Manipur CM Yumnam Khemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as the Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in the presence of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still fear trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 7th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 62nd wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. All right, welcome back, friends. Let's continue to focus on the situation in West Asia and the fact that the conflict seems to be intensifying rather than de-escalating, with both sides digging in. In fact, we have a very important guest joining us in this broadcast, Mr. Carl Bildt. He's former Prime Minister of Sweden. He's also co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations. Very good afternoon to you there, Mr. Bildt, for joining, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you.
I've gone through some of your posts and the positions that you have taken, Mr. Bildt. You seem to be very clear that this is not Europe's war. Why?
This is distinctly not Europe's war. This is a war launched by, primarily by the Israelis, but they got the Americans along. I think if there is a European, or if there was a European option, it was, of course, for a diplomatic solution. Europe has been working on that for decades with fairly intense diplomacy with the Iranians and sometimes with the Americans, while war is hardly a solution to this problem.
Also, Mr. Bildt, President Trump is really not liking the European position. He wanted that some European nations, members of NATO, they should come forward and help the American presence militarily in terms of at least providing security for the merchant vessels and oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, which Europeans are not providing. President Trump is not liking your position.
No, he's somewhat dissatisfied. I think he's also fairly dissatisfied with